can hear me.
Okay. Herzlich willkommen bei der Panel-Diskussion der Agentur für Wirtschaft und Entwicklung im Rahmen des diesjährigen Tags der Industrie. Wir wollen diskutieren zum Thema Ukraine. Wie kann der Wiederaufbau nachhaltig gelingen? Wir freuen uns sehr, auch dieses Jahr wieder als Partner des BDI mit dabei sein zu können. Mein Name ist Caroline Welze, ich bin Seniorberaterin bei der AWE und wir sind beauftragt vom Bundesministerium für wirtschaftliche Zusammenarbeit und Entwicklung Unternehmen zu begleiten, zu beraten, die in Entwicklungs- und Schwellenländern tätig werden möchten. Wenn Sie also Fragen haben zu Finanzierungs- oder Fördermöglichkeiten des BNZ, können Sie sich sehr gerne jederzeit
any assistance or funding you can get for this kind of activity, then you're
in
very
London
welcome
kommt
to
in diesen Tagen die internationale
approach me.
Gebergemeinschaft
In London,
zusammen,
there's going to
darüber zu
be
sprechen,
a
wie die
conference
kurzfristige
of
Unterstützung
donors this week.
und der langfristige
They're going to be
Wiederaufbau
talking
der
about
Ukraine
short-term support, but also the organization of long-term reconstruction for Ukraine. Quite apart from the huge financial requirement, and we're hearing figures, three-digit billions, there will be thoughts about how reconstruction can be organized with partners in terms of structure and workflows. It's obvious that private sector is going to play a decisive role in this, and over the next 30 minutes, we want to talk together here about how the German, European and Ukrainian economies can be involved in such a way that this reconstruction will be enduring. I'm delighted to have so much expertise with me here on this panel, and I'd like to begin by welcoming Jochen Flassbart, who's Permanent Secretary in the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and amongst his many functions, he represents the German government at the donor conference for Ukraine. Welcome to you. For a lot of German companies, Michael Harm speaks on their behalf as Executive Secretary of the German Eastern Business Association. I think you work in 29 different countries, but I'm sure that Ukraine is very high on your agenda at the moment. And from an industry perspective, we have Anna Derevyanko. I'd like to welcome her. She is Executive Secretary of the European Business Association in Ukraine. They have many members, and we're delighted that she has linked in to be with us to give us a live impression of what's happening in Ukraine at the moment. A very warm welcome to you. Ms. Derevyanko will be speaking English, and we're going to involve her when the time comes. Last but not least, this is the BDI, after all, and the Agency for Business and Economic Development, so we need businesses to be part of the discussion. I'd like to welcome Christian Madsen, who is head of G2G, Government to Government, at Siemens. I think that completes the panel. Mr. Flassbart, the war has been going on now for 15 months. Your ministry's been very involved. You play a very active role. Can you tell us a little about the support, the provision that you are supplying, both for the public and for companies? Yes, at our development ministry, of course, fortunately, it isn't only in the last 15 months of this atrocious war of aggression by the Russians against Ukraine that we've been involved. We have a long history of cooperation there, with a particular focus on decentralization of governance in Ukraine. A very important point as well, and perhaps that builds a bridge to your question about companies in Ukraine, good governance, legal security, anti-corruption measures, these are all part of the framework, and they're important for attracting businesses to Ukraine. A lot of companies, fortunately, have remained in Ukraine, many German companies. We've discussed that a number of times. I think we really have to put a big exclamation mark behind that thank you. We know that we want to take a constructive attitude to this reconstruction. reconstruction. And that means we need an appropriate environment. We have a number of instruments to support that industrial involvement. We have the classical development program, which we have not only in Ukraine, but also in many other countries. We have a help desk from your agency for business economic developments. We have a matching platform that we've set up. These things are already up and running. In addition to that, a few weeks, even months ago, in March, in fact, we set up a platform for reconstruction in Ukraine because we're witnessing such commitment in Germany from companies, from civil society, from churches, from cities. And we need to carry out this matching, make it possible between sectors. Thank you. Mr. Harms, it's just been mentioned, your active role, especially that of your member associations and organizations in Ukraine. How do you look back on the last 15 months at the German Eastern Business Association? What formats are you providing and supporting? And how do you advise your members? Yes, despite this terrible war of aggression and the suffering that people are undergoing, I do look back with a certain optimism. Where does that come from? I think Mr. Flassbart has mentioned it. There is a functional government that has remained active, and I think that's a historic and heroic achievement under these conditions. Most companies, as you've said, have remained. There are even some new investments, even under these conditions. The Ukrainian banking system is stable. I get the impression that the Ukraine is undertaking huge efforts around framework conditions, including compliance issues, and these are all a very good basis for industrial commitment. And of course, all commitment ultimately needs to make sense in terms of the business case. But there's emotional commitment there. We've seen a lot of interest, not only with emergency aid, but Ukraine has acquired a completely new status in corporate plans for Eastern Europe, and all of that gives me a certain hope that once we have stable peace in Ukraine, the role of the private sector is going to be a very different one. Thank you, Mr. Madsen. Can you confirm that from Siemens' point of view, that Ukraine is playing a new role or will play a new role? It is You're a global company. There are lots of markets there. Anything changed? Yes, I can only confirm what the two gentlemen have already said. We have stayed, and for us, it was very important. There were two things for us after the war of aggression began that were particularly important. First of all, of course, the security of our staff. We've been able to ensure that. That was very important. And secondly, we definitely wanted to continue our commitment in Ukraine, to remain in the country, to send out a message. We did that, and you've talked about the emergency aid. That's something that we're involved in through Siemens Caring Hands. We collected 15 million euros from our employees around the world who've also supported these efforts. We carried out a lot of projects. We set up a hostel in Warsaw, in an old administrative building where we have been able to accommodate refugees, and we're providing technical aid as well with our equipment. For example, to ensure the power supply, but also the water supply. So there's a lot of activity that we're involved in. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Derevianko, you are heading a federation in Ukraine, the European Business Association, and perhaps you can tell us a little bit about how you are supporting your member companies. We have heard here that the German private sector is quite persistent, and many companies are staying in Ukraine, are continuing working there, and are really, behind it. How do you support your member companies? And perhaps you can give us a little example.
First of all, I would like to start from saying a big thank you to German government and German industry for solidarity with Ukraine. This is also actually very important when it comes to disconnection from energy supply from Russia. This is really a very highly appreciated political decision in Ukraine. And second thing, which I wanted to underline, actually, the readiness and ability of German government to provide political risks insurance to German companies willing to participate in economy of Ukraine. So when it comes to European Business Association and Ukraine in general, I share the optimism of Mr. Harms and other gentlemen and the panel of Siemens and as well as State Secretary that actually companies stay in Ukraine. German companies also stay in Ukraine. And the examples are like BASF, Bayer, Siemens, and you name it, Metro. And they are really demonstrating very good results. Moreover, Bayer even invests 60 million euros this year during the war started. What do we do to support them? We just staying with them. Together with them, our almost 100 professionals provide to our member companies B2B support, B2G support, so that they feel care about actually doing when they do business in Ukraine. And as I said, they do not leave away. There is really difficult market because obviously the economy dropped 31% and consumer prices are up minimum 30%. But nevertheless, as I said, companies continue to invest, and moreover, they would like to participate in reconstruction of Ukraine. And in this respect as well, last year, we launched Global Business for Ukraine. It's our extraterritorial business development arm, because we believe that it's necessary to know that in Ukraine, not only corruption, crisis, and war, there is also resilient, strong business, which is ready for cooperation with Germany, with German industry.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mrs. Derevianko. I would like to stay with you for a little while still and take a closer look at the topic of reconstruction. In spite of all the hardship your country is currently facing, can you tell us perhaps also a bit about the concrete opportunities that are there, that are perhaps at hand for German and European companies that want to invest?
Yeah, obviously. There are a number of different areas where German companies can invest, and I would segregate them into 3 blocks. The first, recovery of Ukraine, obviously, because the appetite for recovery would be $500 billion, right? So that's why the sectors would be unlimited. You would just simply name it: energy, construction, infrastructure, logistics, agriculture, digital, creative industry, even military, you know. So different kinds of things could be open for cooperation for the German firms. Moreover, I think that the German business has very good competitive advantages because it has technologies, it has money. And this is really a very good combination to come to Ukraine, because obviously the current pressing issues in Ukraine are access to money and also somehow limited information on certain technologies. So I think that actually Germany can really bring into this sphere really lots of potential, lots of opportunities. When it comes to the second area where I believe German companies could be active, I think that it's important to mention that Ukrainian firms are looking for expansion on global markets. So that's why I believe that Germany could look for suppliers from Ukraine. And we, with Metro at the current stage, we are building relationships with potential suppliers so that to provide food to German market and beyond. Third pillar, which could be also interesting for German businesses, is actually to consider Ukraine as alternative to Asian markets. Maybe it would be really relevant to set up some production lines in Ukraine, in Western Ukraine in particular, to serve not only internal market, but also Germany and actually the whole European continent. And I see that there are also companies who are thinking this way, and they're investing into warehousing, industrial park, logistics facilities in Western Ukraine. And I sincerely invite German companies to actively participate in this process.
Okay, thank you so much for this strong statement for investing and working with Ukraine business. Herr Harms,
Mr. Harms, you've already said that you're quite optimistic. Despite all the awful news, I'd like to hear more from you about whether you share the assessment of Ms. Derevyanko about the sectors, the opportunities. Can you talk of a business case Ukraine? I certainly share her opinion, and perhaps a figure. In Poland and Ukraine, these are countries of a similar size and a similar population. With Poland, last year we had a trade exchange of about 700 billion, and with Ukraine it was 3.5. And it's not because Ukraine's backward, it's to do with the framework conditions. And if we improve those conditions, Ukraine was experiencing absolute underinvestment. And there are many sectors. I would look at the energy sector, for example. As the Ukraine energy minister always says, Ukraine is the power bank of Europe. And that is also the case for new energies, for renewables. Let's look also at the IT sector. Throughout the war, it has been providing fantastic services for German companies, and also the defense economy. I know not everyone likes to hear that, but Ukraine is going to play a big role in the future in the European Union and worldwide. We're at the BDI here, so you're allowed to say these things. Mr. Madsen, do you share that view, what Mr. Madsen just said, Mr. Harms just said? You said emergency aid, safety, security, these are important. What about the future market? Let me say, if we're talking about opportunity, it's an opportunity we would have happily done without, I have to say. I think all of us agree with that. But if I look at the opportunities, I think it's a huge opportunity for the country that when reconstruction happens, it's going to be very modern, very sustainable and resilient. So basically, coming from this situation, trying to do one's best. We talked about energy, green energy, in decentralized, smart networks. That is sustainable, that is the way to do it today, and it's also relevant to security because, of course, decentralized grids are harder to attack than big centralized ones. There are other opportunities as well in mobility. You just mentioned the size of Ukraine, so mobility infrastructure, trains, rail projects, there's huge potential. And a huge amount needs to happen. Yes, I'm sure. Talking of sustainability and green development, Mr. Flassbart, we've heard about Build Back Better. What does that mean from the point of view of your ministry for your cooperation with Ukraine? What are the key factors? If I may, I would like to respond to what's just been said. We were talking about the activity of the German government. Mr. Harms said, for example, it's a good thing that it is a governable country, that there is a functioning government. And of course, that has a lot to do with Ukraine and the Ukrainian government itself, but it's also to do with the fact that through financial and other support, we've talked about upholding the functionality of this apparatus. That's very important. That has happened through our Ministry of Finance. It's happened through other ministries. For example, the risk insurance that's been made available. We didn't invent that in Germany, but our Ministry of Economic Affairs decided that in spite of the war situation, those guarantee instruments for economic activity would remain in place, and that was decided pretty quickly. I think Germany was at the forefront there. In London, at the donor conference, we'll be talking about other issues relating to war risk insurance. But I think in Germany we have shown what is possible and how it can be done, and that a state is prepared to cushion some of the risks met by companies that are either already there or prepared to invest. and we are supporting
Ich will
that.
auch noch
I would also
Thema
like to
Resilienz der
emphasize
ukrainischen,
resilience,
Gesellschaft.
the resilience
Das
of
ist
Ukrainian
wirklich
society.
sehr, sehr beeindruckend.
It's very
Und
impressive,
ohne den wäre es auch
really.
gar nicht
And
gegangen,
without
so lange
that, we would not have been able
in diesem Krieg. Und
to
ich
see
glaube, das ist
such
etwas,
long-term
weil ja häufig
resistance.
auch
And
bei
I
uns
think
in Deutschland, in
that
anderen
in
europäischen
Germany,
Staaten
in
darüber
other
gesprochen
European
wird, ja, was
countries,
kommt da alles auf uns
people
zu, wenn wir
have often
den
reacted by
Wiederaufbau der
saying,
Ukraine
oh,
unterstützen.
what
Ich
have we
würde
got to
sagen,
deal
was
with
kommt alles
next?
Positives auf uns zu mit dem
I would
Potenzial,
say,
das dieses
look at the
Land hat.
positive
Also wenn wir
potential
diesen,
that we
wie
can
alle
expect
gesagt
in
haben,
the
schrecklichen
future.
Krieg
Look
hinter
at this
uns haben, dann
country.
werden wir ja
When we have
ein
this
ganz
awful war
stolzes
behind
Land,
us,
in
we're
die
going to see a very
Europäische
proud
Union
country
mit hineinbegleiten
that we
und schon
can
auf dem Weg
accompany into the European
davon
Union,
auch,
and on the
gemeinsam sehr
pathway
viele
to
Vorteile
that,
haben. Sie haben das
we
genannt,
will
Herr
have
Harms, das
many
große Potenzial, das
benefits
es
to
da
share.
gibt.
You talked
So,
about the
jetzt, sorry,
potential.
das wollte ich unbedingt noch mal auch als
I just wanted to
Reaktion
start
auf
with
die
that. That's just
anderen,
my response to
Gesprächsteilnehmer
what the
hier,
others have said.
loswerden.
But now to your
Build Back
question.
Better bedeutet ja
Build
letztendlich,
Back
dass wir,
Better ultimately
nicht,
means
an die
that we are not
Ukraine,
going to
vor dem Beginn des Krieges anknüpfen, sondern ein
pick up where Ukraine left off before the war. No, we're going to be looking at sustainability targets, making sure that they are geared to the European standards. And if I look at the various sectors, the energy sector that you just mentioned, it will be reorganized. It will certainly be more decentralized than it was in the past. That's a transformation process that we're witnessing in Germany too, and we're still involved in it. All of this is going to make Ukraine very modern in its infrastructure. Of course, the transport infrastructure will be adapted to the standards that we already have in the European Union. There's one sector that I don't want to ignore, and that is agriculture. Of course, as a development ministry, we're very aware of its impact on the global south. It's a powerhouse of the agricultural economy, and making sure that is sustainable. And looking at the big companies operating there, how can we also support the many smaller and medium-sized companies in that sector? All of this are components of Build Back Better.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you
Wir
very
haben
much.
Einiges gehört über diese
We've heard quite a lot now
Chancen,
about the
die
opportunities,
Ukraine der Zukunft, die ein
the
ganz
Ukraine of the
anderes und ganz
future,
modernes Land
which will
sein
be a
wird.
very different, modern
Aber
country.
wir müssen auch noch mal über die
But
Rahmenbedingungen sprechen,
we also
die
have to
dafür
talk
noch
about the
geschaffen
framework
werden müssen, zum
conditions
Teil.
that still have to be put in
Herr
place.
Harms, mich
Mr.
würde
Harms,
interessieren, welche Stellschrauben
I'd be
Sie
interested to know
sehen,
what factors
die wir
you
jetzt brauchen,
see
damit dieser Wiederaufbau
that
in der
must
ersten
be
Phase koordiniert und
properly
auch
attuned
Ukraine-effizient
to make sure that the
anläuft.
coordination
Was sind da
works
Stichwörter,
and
die
that
Ihnen
the
einfallen?
reconstruction in Ukraine is
Ja, gut, das
efficient.
übergreifende Stichwort und die
Well, of course, the big
Grundvoraussetzung
one
ist eine stabile
is
Friedensordnung. Wenn wir
a
keine
stable peace
Sicherheit
order.
haben in der
If we
Ukraine,
don't have
fürchte ich, wird eine
security
große
in Ukraine,
Investitionswelle,
then
dann
I
müssen wir
don't
sehr
think we're going to have a
realistisch
big
sein,
wave
was
of
bleibt. Das kann
investments.
punktuell
Let's
zu
be
Investitionen
realistic.
führen, aber
There
wirklich
might
die
be
große, diese
investments
100
here
Milliarden, von
and
denen wir
there,
sprechen,
but
die
these many
Wirtschaft ja im
billions that
Land
we're
ans
talking
Laufen zu bringen,
about,
die wird dann
and
nicht
getting
haben. Das
the
ist das absolut
economy
Entscheidende.
really
Das
up and
Zweite
running
ist
at home, that's decisive.
Rahmenbedingungen
The
und
second
Image.
thing
Die
is
Ukraine, das
framework
müssen wir auch
conditions
ganz
and
ehrlich sagen, hat ein
image.
schlechtes Image aus der
Ukraine has
Vergangenheit
had
in der deutschen
a
Wirtschaft.
bad
Das ist
image in the
dieses Thema
past in
Korruption
German
und,
industry
und Compliance.
because
Ich
of
glaube,
issues like
die jetzige
compliance
ukrainische
and
Regierung,
corruption.
das hat schon
I believe
2014
that the
begonnen, ist auf
current
einem guten Weg. Es gibt
Ukrainian
deutliche
government, and this really
Fortschritte. Und ich
began
habe
in
es vor Ort auch
2014,
alle
is on the
Firmen
right
gefragt, die
road.
sagen, wir sehen
And all the
diese
companies that
Fortschritte,
I've
aber die
asked
sind da noch nicht
say, yes,
abgebildet.
we can
Und
see
das
the
Dritte
progress.
ist,
We haven't got to the end of the road
ehrlich
yet.
gesagt, beneide ich Herrn Flassbart
And the
nicht um seinen
third thing,
Job,
and I don't
ist
envy
dieses
Mr.
Thema eine
Flassbart
gute und
in
effiziente
his job,
Koordinierung. Das
is
ist alles
good,
andere als
efficient
trivial.
coordination.
Ich glaube, das
That
ist
is
gar
by
nicht so sehr
no
die
means
Frage des
banal.
Geldes,
It's
es ist
not
auch nicht
really
die
a
Frage
matter
des
of
politischen
money,
Willens, aber
it's a money
die
of
Instrumente,
political
wie
will,
man das
but above
international
all,
auf den
the
verschiedenen
instruments
Ebenen
and
gut
how at
zusammenbringt,
international
gut
level,
kontrolliert
at
und
different
gut an
levels,
die Stellen bringt, wo
these
es den
can
größten
be
Effekt hat. Das
attuned
ist
to each
wirklich
other,
eine sehr
dovetailed
herausfordernde
to achieve maximum impact. That's a
Stimmt.
huge challenge.
Herr Matzen, was sind denn Ihre
Mr. Madsen,
Erwartungen als
what
Siemens
expectations
AG
do
an
you
die
have at
Rahmenbedingungen
Siemens
in der
of the
Ukraine,
framework
damit Sie,
conditions
sagen wir mal,
in
auch in einem
Ukraine
substanziellen
to make sure
Umfang
that you
dort tätig werden, vielleicht sogar mal
operate
produzieren,
substantially there,
investieren
perhaps
in großem
manufacture,
Umfang?
invest?
Naja, der Herr Harms hat es gerade gesagt.
Mr. Harms has just
Also,
said it.
Wir brauchen schon eine stabile
We need a
Friedensordnung
stable peace order,
als allererstes.
first of all,
Und dann schauen wir weiter.
and then
Wir
we'll
stehen
have to
natürlich
look and
bereit,
see. But of course, we are
beim Wiederaufbau zu unterstützen.
willing to
Und wir
support
schauen jetzt
reconstruction,
gerade,
and we're just looking to see
darauf, wie das organisiert
how
wird.
this can be
Und,
organized.
wir schauen auf die Konferenzen,
We're looking at the
schauen, was
donor
da besprochen
conferences,
wird.
what's discussed
Und
there.
ich beneide Herrn Flaxbart auch nicht. Es wird
And I don't
sehr,
envy Mr.
sehr,
Flaxbart
wichtig
either.
sein,
It's going to be very
den
important
Mittelweg zu finden
to
zwischen
find
schneller,
a
pragmatischer
midway
Hilfe,
between
also dass wirklich
rapid,
was passiert,
pragmatic assistance,
aber
which is
dabei
already
das
happening,
Thema Governance
without
nicht
losing
aus den
sight
Augen zu
of
lassen.
governance.
Und das ist, so nehme ich das
And
wahr,
that,
was
the way
uns
I see it,
Europäern,
is something that
manchmal schwerfällt.
we
Ich denke an das
Europeans
Beispiel Global
sometimes
Gateway,
found
wo
difficult.
auch eine
Look at Global
sehr gute
Gateway
Idee
now. It's a
da
very good
ist,
idea.
aber wo es
But
dann an den Instrumenten teilweise hakt
The instruments
und es teilweise
have to
zu
be
Verzögerungen
the right
kommt.
ones. They can
Und
cause
da
delays
ist es wichtig, dass wir
sometimes.
auch an die
And
Ukraine
it's
das
important
wichtige politische Signal
that we
schicken,
send
dass wir
this
helfen wollen,
important
dass wir wirklich
political
was
signal
machen
to
wollen.
Ukraine that we really
Denn,
do
man
want to
muss
help in
davon
this way, that
ausgehen,
we
in der
really want to
globalen
do
Welt, dass
something.
auch andere,
Because in the
Länder
global
Angebote
world, there are
machen
going to be
werden,
other countries out there making
Herr
offers.
Flassbart, Sie sind jetzt zweimal
Mr. Flassbart,
erwähnt
you've been
worden
mentioned
als
twice
derjenige
as
hier im
a
Raum,
person
dessen
here
Job keiner
whose
möchte,
job no one
zumindest
really wants to
heute
have, at least not at the moment.
Möchten Sie darauf noch mal reagieren?
Would you
auf
like to
dieses,
respond to
komplexe Thema, das
that
da
complex
von
issue
Ihnen bearbeitet wird
that
im
you
Punkto Struktur für den
are
Wiederaufbau?
responsible for,
Ich mach's
structure for
trotzdem
reconstruction?
gern übrigens, ja.
But I like doing my
Weil
job,
das ist so eine
nevertheless.
wichtige Aufgabe und
It
das
is an
Stichwort
important
ist,
one. And
Koordinierung.
the important thing here
Und,
is coordination, as we've said. A very focused strategic perspective. We have to distinguish, when I say coordination, what has to be coordinated and what do we not have to coordinate. And we have to have the courage to say certain things that are not absolutely pivotal to the reconstruction of Ukraine, although they're not unimportant. Perhaps they could be a little random. There are so many forces out there in Ukraine, civil society and so forth. I'm sure they can sort a lot of this out for themselves. But the strategic things should not be left to chance. And we do need better coordination within the government. I don't want to talk it down. A lot of things are happening extremely effectively. But the same thing, and that's why I can be bold enough to say so, applies to us, between the donor states, that we have a clear idea of what the priorities are that we agree on together. And we haven't reached the end of that road. We can see that because the requirement in Ukraine is going to be probably 14 billion, 3 billion from Ukrainians themselves, another 11 billion have to be drummed up internationally, and we have to do that together. But the figures, the sums that we're coming up with are not necessarily being directed at the priorities in Ukraine. There's a gap there. That means we're not focusing strategically enough at the moment, and that is my great ambition, working with Ukrainian partners to sort that out.
If I may,
Yes, of course.
Add
You
a
have
little
been
bit.
mentioned,
I would like to build a little bit on the comments of this Secretary of State on decentralization and resilience of business. Just to give you an example of resilience, a few weeks ago we were talking to the CEO of Metro Ukraine, who said that she outperformed together with her team the budget indicators. So it means the resilience is really coolly in place, and she is not the only example of such resilience. Such kind of cases are really enormous in Ukraine. So basically the business community works, it continues to work fully, and basically somehow it's prepared for cooperation. On decentralization, this kind of reform was done several years ago in Ukraine, and now we see more and more powers are given down to regions. So that's why German companies are really very welcome to talk to mayors, to the heads of oblasts, because they would be actually the ones which would have more power sometimes when it comes to regions compared to the central level. And the third, because there was a question on what needs to be done, I would think that actually the things which were said already are completely correct. I fully subscribe to them. I would just simply add that Ukraine is now prepared to become a member of European family. So this is really very essential to make this process as smooth as possible. And in case Ukraine will be able to accept acquis communautaire, and in case actually we will be able to upgrade the investment climate, it can lay forward the very good fundamentals for fight with corruption, for reducing it substantially, and for preventing it. So that's why I think that we have a long road to go, and I hope that it will be less bumpy. But the key thing is to make Ukraine win together with the whole democratic world.
Thank you, Anna, for this strong statement. And actually, you understand more German than you said, I think.
I would like just briefly to stick with this theme of framework conditions, because my agency is also advising companies about the opportunities in Ukraine. And we're asked again and again, what is this agency that's been set up in Ukraine? The Agency for Reconstruction, which will be awarding contracts or coordinating it. It's extremely important, or it's going to be extremely important. Mr. Flusbart, what is your impression? Is this an interesting track for German companies, the award of contracts, getting into business that way? I think it's basically a good decision to say, just as we do in Germany, we have to separate out ministerial functions from administrative ones. Whether that is really happening sufficiently, I can't say. We're only at the beginning of this route at the moment, but the basic construct with the agency, I've spoken to the Vice Prime Minister, who is the Ministry of Infrastructure at the moment, about this, but how things are actually set up, I don't know. Mr. Harms, you were nodding. You're also in touch with the agency. You've been running events together. It's en route. Yes, we're constantly in touch both with Minister Kubrakov and with Mustafa Nayem, who's heading up that agency. Of course, compliance and transparency are very important issues. This is supposed to be entirely digital and to be completely transparent so everyone can see what's going on. Whether this is the agency itself that actually runs all those tendering processes, we don't know yet. It's a very big question, whether it's going to be centralized, decentralized, run through the ministries. That hasn't been definitively agreed yet. But the basic structure I like. Mr. Madsen, bidding.
Yeah, because I just wanted also to say that actually this particular agency you were talking about, they are responsible for infrastructural updates. So basically, in case you would go beyond that, actually, it's not only infrastructure when it comes to reconstruction, it could be other things. So it's necessary to keep them in the loop, to be in contact with both Kubrakov and also Mustafa Nayem. But it's also necessary to keep an eye on what's going on in regions and in other areas. And in addition to that, just for you to know that we as European Business Association and Global Business for Ukraine have certain investment map. And it has 117 different investment projects, both from municipalities and private sector. And this kind of amount is being changing on a regular basis. So that's why it's just necessary to know that Ukraine is a big country. It's a little bit already decentralized. So that's why it's necessary to keep an eye on Kubrakov, Mustafa Nayem, and others, but nevertheless go beyond. And the one issue which is still missing, it seems to me, and I hope that we will be able to get the answer for this question in London, it's the amount, who is going to pay for what and for how long years. It seems to me, this is something which is politically it's not yet known. But I think that it really may actually upgrade the reconstruction efforts of the world and Ukraine when it comes to this particular point.
Okay, thank you so much. Herr Madsen, jetzt noch mal ganz
Mr. Madsen, now just briefly to you. Siemens is not entirely untouched by this issue of bidding processes. Is this a central question for you, or do you prefer it to be centralized, or do you prefer decentralized because you perhaps have a better overview? It doesn't really matter. What matters to us is that the competition is fair, free, and transparent. I know there have been difficulties in the past. Mr. Harms has said so. We're looking now to see what's happening, like I said, fair, free and transparent. And if the selection then takes place in such a way that it's not just focused on price, but also on quality and life cycle costs and these factors, then usually it's not such a bad thing for the German economy or German business. That's true. We're going to come to a very brief concluding round now. Time has passed so quickly. We began with London, and it keeps cropping up in the discussion. Just to hear quite quickly from each of you, what would you like to see happen in London next week? In terms of agreements, are you waiting for certain decisions or signals?
We would like to close this little discussion here with a look at the conference in London for the reconstruction of Ukraine and have a very short final statement on your expectations regarding the outcome of the conference. And why not start with you? Please go ahead. A short statement, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, it's really very nice thing actually to complete the discussions, because I think that what we are expecting as the business community is really coordinated efforts of the world when it comes to reconstruction. The questions which are still missing: what will be the amount which Ukraine can actually count for when it comes to reconstruction? How it's going to be spent? What would be the structure for that? And the second thing, which is really very important for the private sector, because I believe that private sector will be instrumental and essential in reconstruction, it's actually what will be the mechanisms to ensure or to support foreign investors participating in reconstruction of Ukraine already now. Because Germany, it's actually so far one of the countries which are advanced when it comes to political risks insurance and other things. So I think that actually other countries should actually continue this path.
Okay, thank you so much. So, gentlemen, Sie dürfen es gerne ein bisschen kürzer machen.
You're welcome to be a little briefer. What are your expectations and hopes of London? My expectations are a little more modest. They're very practical. I would like us to make progress on the question, who are the right people to contact? What instruments will there be? And what projects can we already invest in? Where are the business opportunities? The big strategic issues, I think, are going to take a bit more time. I can only agree. We're looking forward to everything that is clarified by this conference. Yes, a clear commitment to what's just been said. If we want to have the private sector on board, we need it to be free of discrimination. It needs to be fair, transparent. It needs to be ensured that everyone who adheres to the sanctions has access to the competition. From Germany, right at the beginning, we said on the platform that we'd like to have a business advisory council for the donor platform. I think we've discussed that, and I hope that that is set up so that we can see closer links with the platform. Then, best of luck with all of that. Thank you very much to all of you. That's been really fascinating, and I think it's become quite clear what potential there is in this whole issue of reconstruction, despite all the really difficult and sad circumstances. We talked about the bottlenecks and what still needs to be done to get the framework right, the homework that has to be done. But I think the partnership has strengthened in recent months, and that makes the future possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, also to you, Mrs. Derevianko, und Ihnen natürlich fürs Zuhören und Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Dankeschön.
Umbruch und Umkehr. Wandel und Wechsel. Geschwindigkeit aufnehmen. Eine neue Ära einläuten. Jetzt. Energiewende. Wärmewende. Zeitenwende. Großes lässt sich nur gemeinsam bewirken. Wenn nicht jetzt, wann dann? Unser Land steht vor großen Aufgaben. Sind wir ihnen gewachsen? Sind wir schnell genug? Können wir nur Ziele setzen oder sie auch umsetzen? Die Zeitenwende ist keine einmalige Zäsur. Sie stellt viele Gewissheiten in Frage. Wie viel ist uns Sicherheit wert? Wie abhängig sind wir vom Wohlwollen anderer Staaten?
How much are we
Reicht das
dependent on the
Deutschland-Tempo,
raw materials of
auch in
other
Zukunft
countries?
erfolgreich zu
Will
sein?
Germany's speed be sufficient to be successful in the
Zeit zum
future? It is
Umdenken.
time
Es ist
to
Zeit zum Handeln.
rethink. It
Es
is
ist
time
Zeit
to
für eine
act.
Zukunftswende.
Time for a change for the future.
Hallo und ganz herzlich willkommen zum
Hello
Tag
and a
der
very
Industrie
warm welcome to the
2023.
Day of
Herzlich willkommen
Industry
an alle, die
2023.
live
A
in der
welcome
Verti
to
Music
all
Hall in
of you
Berlin
here
hier
live,
dabei sind an diesem Tag. Es ist
present on site in the Verti Music Hall. It's wonderful to
ganz
see such a
wichtige
well-filled
Themen.
audience
Es geht um unsere
chamber.
Zukunft.
And we
Und
are
wir
discussing many issues,
Herzlich
all
willkommen
about
auch
the
an alle, die im
future.
Livestream dabei
Absolutely.
sind,
And
rund um die
a
Welt.
very warm welcome to our global
Einen quasi virtuellen Applaus
audience
auch
in the
Ihnen allen.
live stream.
Und ich
A
muss sagen,
virtual
also im
applause to
Introfilm
you.
hat man schon sehr gut
I must say the
zusammengefasst.
introduction
Großes lässt
showed
sich
us
nur
that
gemeinsam bewirken. Und wenn nicht jetzt,
the only
wann
way
dann?
we can
Ich würde
achieve
sagen, wir
something
könnten einfach aufstehen
lasting
und gehen, aber wir
is
haben
when we
natürlich
do
noch
it
wahnsinnig viel
together.
zu besprechen.
Now,
Wir
of course,
müssen
we could say,
darüber
well, that's it,
sprechen,
we
wie kommen
can
wir
get
da
up and go.
eigentlich
But
hin? Es geht
no, that
tatsächlich
is
um
enough still to
konkrete
talk.
Maßnahmen und
Namely, how do we get there? We're talking about concrete measures, the ways to the future, and together is very much a buzzword, because when you're looking around, you will have seen here we have brought together all the people who really should talk with each other and who will do so. The Chancellor, as well as many other high-ranking politicians, business representatives. We have people from the board of German industry, BDI. We have CEOs of the most important industry companies of Germany. I'm talking about companies on the DAX, and I'm talking about SMEs, the heart of industry. And what we're talking about is our future, the future which is important for all of us. Industry makes our prosperity, determines the way we live. And we know that the world is changing rapidly. The future isn't waiting for us to catch up. So the question is, what is our future going to be? What's the future for Germany as a business location? This is what we're going to discuss in the next 2 days.
What we just said, there will be a translation available. There's already a translation available. If you haven't had a headpiece yet, then you can always get that at the door. And for everyone who's watching us on the live stream, there's 2 different live streams. There's the one in German, and then there's another one in English. So all the German panels and talks will be translated into English.
Und jetzt begrüßen wir gerne hier auf der Bühne den
And
BDI-Präsidenten.
here on the stage, I would welcome Professor Dr. Siegfried Roswurm, President of the BDI.
Sehr geehrter Herr Bundeskanzler, Exzellenz,
Chancellor, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
meine sehr verehrten
MPs,
Damen und Herren,
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Day of Industry. In these recent weeks before the summer recess, events in the capital follow one on the other, but this year the range of subject seems even broader than usual. Two buzzwords: Sino-German government consultations and the important deliberations on the draft budget for 2024. These are very special times, and this is also reflected in our agenda of TDI 2023. At the beginning, I would also like to thank Deloitte for the generous support. I'd also like to thank all the other supporters of our Day of Industry. It is your commitment that makes this type of TDI possible. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is still in a very turbulent phase in geopolitical terms. The Russian war against Ukraine is ongoing. Together with the overwhelming majority of nations, we condemn this war. Aggression, injustice, inhumanity, these are matters we stand up against. And we do so not just by talking, but also by providing significant material assistance to Ukraine. The German government has our unqualified support for these actions. In the larger global context, talking about the systemic competition, the rivalry between China and democratic liberal countries, we see that this is getting more and more the heart of the political debate. The 7th final communiqué of Hiroshima is playing a big role. So the quote is, we are not intending to decouple or isolate from China. So a clear no to decoupling. The G7 countries are saying we want to reduce excessive dependencies in our supply chain. We are going to stand up against bad practices like an unjustified energy transfer or illegal data transfer. The complexity of systemic rivalry, competition and partnership is something that Germany needs to address in these government consultations. Stability through de-risking and a balance between all three aforementioned dimensions has to be the heart of the German policy vis-à-vis China. Ladies and gentlemen, TDI is a place of dialogue, and it helps us determine where we stand. What is the situation in the companies? How is the country doing? What is our position within international competition? Statistically seen, Germany is in recession. What worries me more, though, is the fact that the trust in a good framework for our country is shrinking. Compared to many other countries, Germany is lagging even more behind. The global economy is growing by about 3%. In Germany, we have stagnation. Investment behavior, which is the early indicator, which used to be the unemployment statistics, but all of that really is pointing downwards. Impatience and uncertainty are on the rise. Chancellor, we do respect your tireless engagement. With your travel, you are sending international signals, you're opening doors, and your personal commitment helps to sort various domestic matters when we're talking about heating laws and thermal pumps and clarifying the situation in the budget, that simply there has to be discipline when it comes to expenditure, and we are very grateful for your efforts in these matters. The very close cooperation between citizens and government is to be thanked for coping with the energy crisis last winter. Mind you, the weather helped as well. But clearly, the speed when it comes to realizing the energy terminals, the LNG terminals, that has been an undoubted success. But clearly, we have to move ahead. And when we're looking at reality, we are seriously concerned. Chancellor, you spoke of a new economic miracle. We currently see the country faced with a whole mountain of challenges. The year 2023 was called the Year of Industry Policy by the government. That was the announcement. Now half of the year is past, and 2 of the 3 government parties are discussing rising taxes and social contributions. Many initiatives from the ministries most important to us make one think, well, it's more about monitoring or controlling business than actually promoting trade and business.
Sie sprechen von der Notwendigkeit.
You talk of the need of having 4 to 5 wind turbines and solar facilities worth 4 to 6 fields. It was just about 1 wind turbine in the last 6 months, which means that obviously for the next few years we've got even more of a job to do. The gap between announcements and practical implementation is growing. When we're talking about transmission and distribution networks, when we're talking about wind turbines, when we're talking about energy storage or power plants. You, Chancellor, have our full agreement when you say, and I quote what you said, Germany has been walled in with regulations. Nothing can work with the current status of law, so our targets cannot be met. That's absolutely right. Thank you for saying that. Admittedly, if you want change, you also need laws, but please make laws that tear down walls and that actually lead to Germany picking up speed. Bureaucracy and complexity should be reduced instead of creating more duties of regulation and notification, instead of increasing the bureaucratic efforts for the companies and overtaxing companies in their decision-making efforts. And in addition, when it comes to processing all these surveillance data, quote-unquote, more bureaucracy is needed. That is not the way ahead. Sadly, much of what you say, Chancellor, where we expressly support you, is not reflected in the actions of the government. Some things are going in exactly the wrong direction, and this is massively irritating. And actually, it causes serious concern. Let me also be very clear. Speed of its own account is no value in itself. It's no added value unless the speed goes in the right direction. I mean, sure, the legislative machinery is running ahead full steam. And it's not just MPs who increasingly feel run over, particularly when ministries are finding that they reduce various deadlines in a way that is not acceptable. That's not the right sort of speed. Politics and administration aren't really the ones who see things better than the experts you have in companies and associations. More openness, more relation to the practical world. That's what we would like to see. It would be good for what we're doing, good for the country, and good for trust in politics. We are reaching our hand to you. Chancellor, even in the 21st century, the basic recipe for success for the so-called economic miracle of the 1950s, 1960s still holds true. A clear framework within which to operate, open markets, freedom for entrepreneurships, which can then serve to pioneer and drive forward innovation. That is still the model for our future as a country of industry, a country of export, a country of innovation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not want to whine. Germany, as an industrial nation, even in our turbulent world, there are still individual companies that are doing very well. However, there are many companies that are not doing well in their own home location. And as a result, Germany as a business location is not doing well. Investment restrained, delocation, that has become normal. And this causes concern because we want both things. We want German industry to be successful globally, but we also want Germany as a business location to do well. Currently, there are more and more companies, down to the medium sector, are trying to move some of their value creation away from Germany and invest abroad. So what concerns us is a question of access to energy, raw materials, costs, complexity of the site, and the availability of labor. All of that looking at the benchmark of global competition. So what do we have to do in Germany? There are two big issues I would like to address: energy and digitization. First of all, energy. Decarbonization is a target that is set. But you yourself, 2 years ago, at TDI, talked about a 4 cent per kilowatt hour raised electricity price. And let's be precise, we're not just talking about the generation costs of solar or wind power at the foot of the wind turbine, but we must talk about the end price for the final consumer. And we are miles away from these sort of prices. We expect very quickly to have a viable, sensible concept agreed in the coalition. Electricity has to be more affordable than gas and yet internationally competitive.
Es ist dringend notwendig,
it's urgently necessary to build a bridge so we can reach safe, affordable and clean energy supply. But if you want to build a bridge, you have to have a bank the other side of it. And that bank is not in sight, nowhere near. It's absolutely necessary to have extremely high-performance, extremely intelligent, high-performance networks, where we're talking distribution networks, transmission networks, road networks, which are up to the new challenges. So we have to put up to, or we need to have a good hydrogen infrastructure, suitable for industry, suitable also for the permanent availability of energy, quite apart from volatility. So even this infrastructure is not being built up the way it should. That is still a job not done. It's absolutely necessary to have electricity available round the clock, every day, every night, even in winter, wherever there are consumers. Massive functional disturbances for the whole country will result if that is not the case. Best case, highly modernized electrified industrial plants will be running. We have electric vehicles, and the additional electricity need will have to be covered by more coal, and that would be a disaster from climate policy point of view as well as from an economic point of view. And it's absolutely necessary. The list of urgent things to be done continues. So it's not just to make sure that we have reliable generation of green electricity. We also need an access to imported energy, renewables from Europe and the Mediterranean, hydrogen, worst case e-fuels from the Middle East or from other countries. Mind you, without getting into new dependencies. One example, Chancellor, you yourself talked about the additional gas power plants we need, which are capable of being changed to hydrogen. And you said by the 2030s, all these power plants will have to have been built. There isn't a lot of time left until that deadline is reached. And yet there are many unresolved issues. Who plans, who approves, who finances, who runs, operates, where, when these power plants? What about the marketing? What makes investments profitable, even if such power plants will only maybe run sporadically as backup? But even the minister responsible for environmental policy and the climate, for economic affairs and climate action, is talking about 25 kilowatt that have to be built by 2030. That's between 30 and 50 power plants. At the moment, the projection is for a few, and nothing has been built. If we continue in this vein, the 25 gigawatt will remain nothing but wishful thinking. So you can have nice PowerPoint, but these slides won't help us shoulder the energy turnaround. So it's high time for concrete progress to be made. Otherwise, we will lack trust. And trust is what private individuals as well as entrepreneurs will need to make investments. Ladies and gentlemen, the second fundamental issue important for the future, apart from electricity and energy supply, is digitization. Every day we learn more about the need to develop and utilize the potential and opportunities of AI. And we know the role of microelectronics as the basis for digital solutions. When it comes to industrial automation, there are many different digital applications, and German industry is a global leader in this. But the base technologies, the key competencies, the R&D activities of the digital platforms, well, that's almost exclusively done by the big players in the US and by the new competitors from Asia. The world market share and the capitalization of these new players speak volumes. We have our own interest in making sure that we strengthen our own competencies, so that on the one hand, we have close, deepened transatlantic partnership, but on the other hand, we also have more investment into our own abilities and capacities. And we meaning not just Germany, but we in Europe need to do this. So it's not primarily a question of state aid or research programs. What it's about primarily is allowing the full flourishing of the potentials of our internal market. The single market has 450 million people in it. Obviously, in digitization, as we all know, scalability is the be-all and end-all. And for that, we need a large sales market. And the European Union is the key. Ladies and gentlemen, our country has a long agenda. There is a lot that we need to catch up on. There's far more we need to do, wish to do, many more ideas than there are resources and abilities to do things, which means we have to set priorities. And we mustn't try to do too much. Too often we end up being overambitious, and we rightly say decarbonization, climate protection is what we need to do, but doing it and devil take the hindmost doesn't help. We can only do things if we're realistic, and the same is true for the role that Europe will play in the world at large. The world isn't following Europe's idea in every respect when it comes to taxonomy and matters like that. But despite this, much of what we are planning to do is right, to show the world what works and to convince others by having good solutions to offer. That's not the wrong thing to do, but to impose, to dictate what others may or may not do, that's not right. Then we would overestimate our influence, while at the same time being reproached with being a know-all neo-colonialist. We need to prioritize. What is urgent? What can we put on the back burner? What can we afford ourselves to do if we want to be zero carbon, when we want to also retain our independence? What do we have to sacrifice to get there? And when there are principles that are unalterable, and when it's appropriate to show some pragmatism. We also need to be open-minded vis-à-vis progress, technologies, innovation. And we shouldn't put spanners in the works of innovation and solutions that the future is offering to us. That's why at the end, once again, let me make a plea, a clear framework, entrepreneurship, competition, and above all, I speak for open-mindedness, being willing to accept changes, technologies, new, bright ideas from clever people from within and outside of Germany. Diversity, that is the principle we need, particularly when we want to shape the future and turn around the tale. Thank you.
Und damit, Herr Bundeskanzler, gehört die Bühne Ihnen. Wir freuen uns.
And now the stage is yours, Chancellor. We're looking forward to what you have to tell us.
Sehr geehrter Herr Russwurm, meine Damen und Herren,
ladies and gentlemen, I can pick up where you left off, Mr. Russwurm, and you quite rightly pointed out that we are experiencing extraordinarily turbulent, demanding and challenging times in Germany, in Europe and across the globe. We had only just thought we'd overcome the corona pandemic when Russia attacked Ukraine, with all the terrible consequences that this has had for the women and men in Ukraine, and also with the impact this had on our security, our economy, and our energy supply. In addition, we're facing geopolitical uncertainties in an increasingly multipolar world. On top of that, the challenges that climate change poses to all of us, transformation being the key word here. And finally, and you made that point too, the labor shortage, which is becoming even worse once the baby boomers will retire in the coming years, and when and if we don't do something about it. This brings me to the question why so much has been left undone in the past 2 years. And I think we have to be honest. I have to say that the status quo has been quite popular amongst many people, including the entrepreneurs. And it doesn't come as a surprise when you consider what an exceptional period the past decade has been, also from a historical perspective. Money practically didn't cost anything, and globalization has allowed us a division of labor with continuing growth, while wages continue to be high and inflation and in Europe and North America continue to be low. And thanks to the freedom of movement in the European Union, our economy has been able to benefit from a steady growth in well-trained and well-skilled labor. That such an exceptional period would not last forever was actually clear to each and every one of us. And the more important it is that we now stop talking and start acting, and we've done so in the past few months. Therefore, we have avoided all those horror scenarios so many people spoke about a couple of weeks and months ago. 4 or 5% recession, that is, switching off gas and electricity in the industry, and energy prices that were even higher than during the past summer. But not a single of these predictions has come true because we took strong action together, because we acted.
Nicht nur auf unserem klaren Kurs gegen die russische Aggression in der Ukraine.
Not only with regard to our clear line against Russia's aggression and on Russia's aggressions in Ukraine did the BDI support the federal government, but also when it came to saving industry. You, Mr. Russum, were a member of the Concerted Action, the Expert Commission on Gas and Heat, and you helped draft the blueprint for the energy price break. You also worked with other federation presidents and trade union leaders to draft the tax-free inflation compensation premium in order to reduce the harsh effect inflation had on many workers and employees. The social partners are making extensive use of this premium. It strengthens the purchasing power in our country. The so-called round table of collective reason, as the former finance minister Karl Schiller once called the Concerted Action, has done a good job. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank you for this support and for the very close cooperation in quite challenging times.
Mit großen Hilfspaketen haben wir unser Land sicher durch die Corona-Pandemie.
We have been able to steer our country safely through the corona pandemic and through the past winter thanks to major aid packages. On top of that, you have the billions we have invested in our security, the special fund for the federal and armed forces. And this was right, but it is equally right that we must not allow this exceptional situation to become the norm, that we now return in a step-by-step process to the fiscal political normality that ruled before the corona crisis and before the energy crisis. This will also be the logic of our budgetary policy in the coming years. After having spent billions of euros due to the crisis, we are now returning expenditure to the level with which we've managed quite well before the crisis and over a stretch of several years. And I know that after a period of such an exceptional period, this might demand some getting used to. And we have to set clear priorities, as you quite rightly pointed out and urged us to do. And it is exactly what we're doing. We are setting priorities. The security of our country is one priority. Russia brought back the war to Europe. And this is why we're strengthening our armed forces. Another priority is to become climate neutral and to remain being a strong industrialized country. And this is why we're investing in expanding new renewable energies. We're investing in new technologies in environmental-friendly mobility and climate-friendly buildings. A third priority is the preservation of our social cohesion, especially in a time of such major change. And this is why we're providing for social security in times of change. We want to make sure that no one is forced to solve tasks and challenges that are impossible to solve. Neither the family business, nor the tenant, nor the house owner, the family, the industrial worker, nor the pensioner or those relying on their petrol-driven car to commute to work. Security, climate neutrality, cohesion. These are the three priorities that will be reflected in the budget 2024. But vice versa, this means that many a subsidy and many a support program will come under review. Criticism will be heard in that regard, and I am quite aware of that. For there is a recipient for every support that is granted, an interest linked to every subsidy that is paid out. But after such unprecedented years of crisis with unparalleled borrowing, it is our duty to make our country more robust for the future. Only then will we be able to maintain room for maneuver for coming generations, like the room for maneuver we had during the recent crisis. Only that is the way in which we can act sustainably. And this is the course I stand for. I stand for because I'm deeply convinced that it is the right one, and I'm grateful for your support and the support of the BDI. Our good cooperation in the past few months inspires me with confidence with regard to the tasks that lie ahead of us. The major one is the issue of transforming our economy, putting it on a track to make it ready for the climate-neutral future as a strong industrialized country. And it is right, Mr. Oswald, as you've said, that economic growth is based on a market that is in principle free and on a reliable political framework. But it does not suffice, like in the past, to agree on ambitious targets that are to be reached in some far future. Politicians also have the task to tell their citizens and the entrepreneurs how they want to get there. And this is what we have done. And we have finalized the German transformation plan. It contains 3 major chapters, the first of which is the transformation of our energy system. You mentioned this. When work starts in the morning of a day in the year 2030 in the companies and the plants, 80% of our electricity will come from renewable energies. In order to be there, we are dramatically increasing our production capacities to 200 gigawatt photovoltaics, 115 gigawatt wind onshore, 30 gigawatt wind offshore, 10 gigawatt from hydrogen. And all the decisions you demanded we take are now being prepared. This is true for the transmission grid for the use of hydrogen. We have made great headway here in that regard. This is also true for the gas plants that can be turned into hydrogen plants. We simply awaiting the approval for the legislation here so that we can set the legislative procedures in motion. And as you rightly pointed out, if we want to be ready by 2030, and the beginning of the 30s, that is, we have at the latest, at the end of this year, at the very latest, at the beginning of next year, be ready. We have to have private investment take place in setting up the hydrogen network, in the production of electricity at times where sun and wind cannot make a contribution because they depend on sun and wind. This is what we're doing. We're doing it now, not in some far future, if at all. This constitutes a major change in the political approach when you compare it to a couple of years ago. If I may share an anecdote with you, when I worked as a lawyer, and had a client come to see me. And the first question they said, did I know the deadline? I asked him, did he have the deadline? Perhaps he set out so late that I only had a day at my disposal. And sometimes it takes a while to find out what the deadline is. If we say we want to be ready by 2030, then we have to prepare the respective legislation, adapt existing legislation that allows us to be ready by 2030. And that is exactly what we're doing now. And that is of importance for the future of our country. And this is not only a climate political and ecological necessity. Already today, the production cost of energy from wind and solar is much cheaper than from any other energy source. And if we had expanded the use of renewables in the south and southwest of our country as much as we did in the north and the east, and if we already had the respective transmission grids, then energy prices would be much lower already today. But let's leave the if we had aside for a moment. We want to make sure that these things happen, so we're accelerating the speed. And we've already made sure that a turbocharger is part of our transformation plan. More than 7,000 square kilometers have been set aside for wind farms. That is 10 times the area of Hamburg. No more legal proceedings that slow down the transformation. A speedier, ecologically sensible protection of species, a better interaction and integration of spatial planning procedures and plan approval procedures as far as transmission grids are concerned for wind farms and also for replacement bridges. In the area of transmission grids, wind farms and replacement bridges, we've already halved the planning and approval periods. The German speed of transformation has become the norm. But, in other words, it has become reliable reality. Chapter 2 of the transformation plan is decarbonizing our industry. And I am firmly convinced, and that is the departure point for this idea, that companies are the better entrepreneurs. This is why we're placing all our hopes on the forces of the market when it comes to decarbonizing our economy. And the track on which we, the members of the European Union, agreed is a rising, but at the same time transparent and predictable CO2 price. Such a price triggers climate-friendly investments. And it allows us to do so without us having to specify in what technologies investments ought to take place. It is you and only you, dear entrepreneurs, representatives of the businesses present here, that take this decision. By the way, just a side remark, Germany has just risen to the status of second most attractive country for investments in the renewable energies. Like a study of Ernst & Young has shown, we have overtaken China and are only second to the United States. Climate political ambitions are still very heterogeneous, and as long as that is the case, we make sure that our companies get a fair chance. With the carbon border adjustment mechanism, the EU has created an international level playing field, and this is to the benefit, especially of high capex German industry. On top, we have set up the International Climate Club under German presidency of the G7. It is about aligning climate political ambitions across the globe, and the number of members is rising. Many emerging economies. People are ambitious. We see that, as I said, the number of members is increasing. Emerging economies like Indonesia, Vietnam, Argentina, Colombia, or Kenya. And this goes to show that it is not only Germany and Europe that have set out on the path towards decarbonizing their industry. And I need not tell you what kind of growth opportunities this opened up, especially to German companies that are often leading when it comes to developing climate-friendly solutions. And the third chapter of our transformation plan is the issue of qualified labor. Today, the shortage of skilled workers is probably the greatest brake on growth in my country. And if you take a look at the economic studies, people say it's never going to get better. This is the point that they always underline. But we are doing something about it. On the one hand, we are supporting companies that train and upskill their staff and their workers. It continues to be a great resource known to each and every one of us. And I am time and again impressed to see what happens when companies continue to qualify their labor, their workers, people who started as simple workers but have been acting and developed over the years, and the potential that this opens up. We provide better childcare facilities for parents of small children so as to allow them to better reconcile family and work. But all of that is not going to be enough. This is why we in Germany need a modern immigration law. We've set in motion legislative proceedings, an act on the immigration of skilled labor. We've prepared the ground, and I can also tell you this is news that we have already got the legislative majority for that bill to go through, so it will come true in a very short time, and it will bring with it massive improvements. I think it's fair to say that Germany, which anyway has a long history of immigration, labor immigration, that is. Germany is going to be the country with the most modern immigration law on the immigration of skilled labor. I think we need not shy the comparison with legislation in that regard in other countries of the world. Unbureaucratic processes are part and parcel of that. You, with your committed decisions, will have to make their contribution, make it a success. But it is going to happen. It is not an abstract thing we're talking about. And I think it's a really, really good thing that we can build on the things we have been able to reap the harvest of the things that were sown without our great contribution. We got where we are without having additional, we would not have been able to get where we are without the migration of labor and the influx of labor to our country. We wouldn't be where we are. But this does not suffice any longer, and therefore we have to look around, look to other countries, have to create rules that will make sure that we keep control of immigration, but at the same time allow companies, the small, medium-sized companies, the trade crafts, that they can comply with their needs and satisfy their demand. Once that legislation has entered into force, that bill has become an act, in an unbureaucratic way, and not only be something that we discuss, but implement, we will be successful. We've been successful once when there was an urgent need for more labor, and we will be successful once again if we do what we're planning to do. And I think it's important that we take the right attitude on this. We have long become a country of immigration. This is why we're carrying out this reform, and it is good. It will allow our prosperity and economy to grow. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever we may do for the transformation of our economy, we have to accept that we are not operating in a vacuum here in Germany. Germany is and continues to be one of the most open, most interconnected economies of the world, and that is the basis of our prosperity. At the same time, we take note of the fact that the risks have grown. Take the area of semiconductors, for example. In the past, we have ended up in one-sided dependencies. The European Chips Act and the objective of the EU Commission to shift 20% of global semiconductor production to Europe by 2030 will reduce the dependency of Germany and Europe. And that is already working. Every third chip that is being produced in Europe comes from Saxony. Companies like Infineon or Wolfspeed are investing in Germany. You may be aware of the recent investment decisions taken. Others are in the pipeline, so to speak. Other companies are planning, developing new investment plans. And if these are to be implemented as planned, and we're working to make sure they are, as I do today, then Germany will become one of the major semiconductor production locations in the world. And that is a piece of good news, because we have grown used to, always highlighting what is not going smoothly. But in the area of semiconductors, everything looks quite good and bright for Germany these days. Such investments allow us to diversify our supply chain, and it allows German and European companies to get the chips they need from the European Union. And we also create good jobs in innovative sectors, jobs with a future. We are also advancing diversification in other areas. Supply chains and the supply with strategically important critical raw materials have to become more resilient too. Thus, it has been so important that the G7 summit in Hiroshima sent out a clear message. De-risking, yes. Decoupling, no. And not only for the reason that tomorrow Chinese-German intergovernmental consultations will take place, I'm saying that this formula also applies to China. We made our expectations quite clear in Hiroshima that China should not change through the use of force the status quo in the East and South China Sea, and has to adhere to international rules. At the same time, we underlined the need to cooperate with China on global issues. The G7 has no interest whatsoever to obstruct China's economic rise. At the same time, we're taking a closer look in order to avoid dangerous economic dependencies, and part and parcel of that is to explore national minerals deposits. The need of our economies for lithium and cobalt batteries, iridium and scandium for the electrolysis, however, cannot be satisfied. Thus, we are entering into partnerships with other countries like Chile or Azerbaijan that allow your companies to develop new supply chains. We also want to build partnerships with countries like Indonesia. During my travels in the past months, during the exchanges I had with partners across the globe, one thing has become clear time and again. There may be many countries rich in commodities or raw materials, but they are not benefiting sufficiently from this wealth that they have. The producing countries will benefit if the first steps of processing their minerals it takes place in situ, in their country. And this would help us diversify our supply chains. So I believe this ought to be part of the trade policy of the European Union, and I'm pleased to note that this commitment to promoting local value added has, in this area, has also been anchored in the G7 framework. Political relations across the globe aren't always stable enough for German companies to dare invest abroad. What might appear too risky from the point of view of a company might be, from a macroeconomic point of view, still important, and this is why we're supporting companies by providing investment guarantees. Right now, we are adapting the conditions for the granting of such guarantees and orienting them towards more countries. And finally, we are strengthening the resilience of our raw materials supply, our supply chains and global prosperity by focusing on free trade. We have moved closer to the target with regard to a whole host of free trade agreements with, for example, Mercosur, Mexico, Australia, Indonesia and Kenya, and also with India, a very important partner. We have resumed negotiations after a long pause. Negotiations have been concluded successfully with Chile and New Zealand, and the agreement with Canada has already been ratified by the Bundestag, our parliament that is. Here too we stopped talking and started acting, and I like this new kind of dynamic. Doing something, acting, taking the initiative, that is what is called for during turbulent, demanding and challenging times. It is obvious that after years of standstill, this cannot happen without a hiccup here and there, without criticism, without us struggling for the best path. I was asked about this in an interview I gave a couple of days ago, and I responded by saying, had we been a bit quicker in getting everything started, we would have advanced further. However, we just about managed to take the bend, just in time. And now, our brakes squeak here and there, because the bend is so sharp. Unfortunately, I didn't think at the time of the term Zukunftswende, transformation towards the future, that you used quite rightly today. But that is exactly what it is about. We are in the midst of transitioning to the future, and it is good that we have a clear transformation plan for our country, and it is good that we act on the basis of that plan. Thank you for having invited me, and I look forward to the discussion.
Hier zu mir in die Mitte bitten und den BDI-Präsidenten Herrn Russwurm holen wir auch dazu. Ich freue mich, dass wir ein paar Minuten Zeit haben, miteinander zu diskutieren, miteinander zu sprechen. Wichtige Tage für Sie, Anfang der Woche, chinesische Regierungskonsultationen. Was haben Sie sich persönlich zum Ziel gesetzt für diesen Austausch mit dem chinesischen Ministerpräsidenten? Was soll am nächsten Tag in der Zeitung stehen?
What are we going to read in the newspapers? Well, that's not up to me.
Aber Sie gehen doch mit einer gewissen Erwartungshaltung daran, auch an sich selber, oder?
But you do have certain expectations. Yes, indeed. I think it's quite good that the Chinese-German consultations are taking place these days, and it is good that I traveled to China last year at the end of the corona crisis and was able to thus lay the foundation for a resumption of more intensive contacts. And we had a very concrete result, because this was the basis on which we were able to agree amongst the G20 that we would not use any nuclear weapons, and I continue to believe that this is a very important statement with an eye to the war on our doorstep.
Es hat ja mittlerweile unglaublich viele Besuche gegeben in den
There have been quite a few visitors in China. The American Secretary of State happens to be in China these days, and I think that that is a good thing. We have to urgently normalize relations, which is not to say that there are no issues we ought to discuss, that we always agreed on all issues. You know, the way in which you want to be governed, for example, we have different approaches here, and our view is that we're doing quite well on the basis of the system. We have a democracy, and we would be happy to see others do the same. Others may have a different view, though, but nevertheless, as members living in a world like ours, we have to engage with other countries like economies of the size of China with the social product that they have, and we have to use the opportunities that we have.
Es ist ja noch gar nicht so lange her, dass Sie in den USA waren. Welche Erwartungen haben denn unsere transatlantischen Freunde an die Positionierung Deutschlands im Hinblick auf das wirtschaftliche Verhältnis mit China, auch im Hinblick auf Sicherheit in Europa und das Commitment der transatlantischen Freunde?
Die Frage lässt sich heute einfacher beantworten.
It's easier to respond to that question today
Denn wir hatten ja
than
das gemeinsame
a couple of
Zusammenkommen
months
in
ago.
Hiroshima in Japan.
We met in Japan, in
Und da hat es ein
Hiroshima,
G7-Statement, Sie haben es auch
and we
erwähnt,
agreed on a
gegeben,
G7
in dem wir unsere
communique, you
gemeinsame
mentioned it,
Haltung zu
in
diesem
which we
Thema
expressed our common position
beschrieben haben. Und
regarding
dazu
this
zählt
issue.
natürlich, wie ich es
And
eben auch gesagt habe, dass wir
as I already
erwarten,
said in my
dass
speech, part of this is that we
es keine
expect
Sicherheitsfragen gibt, die
that there
bedrohlich
are
sind,
no
etwa
threats to our
im
security,
indopazifischen Raum.
measures
dass alle
taken
sich
in
an die
that
Regeln
regard in the
halten.
Indo-Pacific
Aber dazu
area, and
zählt
that everyone
selbstverständlich
adheres to the
auch
rules
die
that have
klare
been
Aussage,
agreed. But
ich
part and parcel
zitiere
of
den
that clear
amerikanischen
statement is also, and I'm
Präsidenten,
quoting the
dass
American
wir das
president,
wirtschaftliche Wachstum
that
Chinas nicht behindern
we
wollen.
do not
Dass wir gleichzeitig ein Level Playing Field
hinder
fordern für die
or
Investitionen unserer
obstruct the
Unternehmen
economic development of
in
China,
dass
that we
die
want to
Frage
make sure
von
that our companies
Urheberrechten,
can
Intellectual Property
work in
beachtet
China,
werden. Auch das
that
gehört zu den
respect
Themen,
is
die wir
shown
haben,
for intellectual
über die wir
property
miteinander
rights.
reden
These
müssen.
are amongst the
Und
issues that we
das
need
sind
to
schon
engage in
Sachen, wo man
and
sagen kann,
discuss.
da gibt es
And it
mittlerweile
is fair
eine
to say
gemeinsame
that we
Haltung und Sprache
have
der
developed a
G7-Staaten,
common
auch der
position. We have
Europäischen Union und der
common
USA.
language here on the part of
Und
the
wenn wir
G7
einen
and
Beitrag
the
zu dieser
United States.
Diskussion haben leisten
And
können
if we
als
can make a
Deutsche,
contribution
dann
to
ist das
that
doch keine
discussion as
schlechte Sache.
Germans, that's not a bad
Sie müssen
thing.
gleich los. Ganz kurz die Frage an Herrn Professor Rosbaum noch. Was wünschen Sie sich von diesen Konsultationen?
What do you expect from these consultations? I can only agree with the Chancellor.
Es ist immer besser, miteinander zu reden.
It's always
als
better
miteinander zu
to
reden.
talk
Das gilt
to
für
each
den
other than
amerikanischen Außenminister
about
genauso
each
wie
other.
für
And
die
that's
Bundesregierung
true
mit
for
der
the Secretary of
chinesischen
State
Regierung.
of the United
Balance
States as it is
halten
for the
zwischen
German
diesen
Foreign
drei
Minister, keeping a
Dimensionen,
balance
die ja
between
inzwischen
these three
gängige
dimensions, which have now become
Diskussionspraxis sind, also
standard
Systemrivalität,
discussion
Wettbewerber und
practice,
Partner in den
systemic
großen
rivalry,
Fragen, die wir in
competition,
der Welt nur
partnership,
gemeinsam lösen
apart
können,
from
wie
the
zum
big
Beispiel den
issues in the
Kampf
world that
gegen
we can
den
only
Klimawandel.
solve together, like
Das ist,
fighting climate
ja,
change.
der Weg
So
in die
yes,
Zukunft.
that's the way
Und ich
into the
hoffe, dass
future, and
diese
I hope
Regierungskonsultationen
that
an
this
diesen beiden
intergovernmental
Tagen, ja, diese
consultation, these
Balance
2
halt
days,
aufdrücken
will
und
manage
ehrlich
to
gesagt,
walk
die
this
Chinesen
tightrope.
diese auch
And as I've
aushalten,
said,
ne?
that
Weil
the
gelegentlich
Chinese will
stellt man
manage
schon
to
fest,
do
dass
it too,
chinesische
because occasionally you
Gesprächspartner
find that
meinen, wir seien da
Chinese
etwas unbalanciert.
interlocutors think that we lack a sense of balance.
Er hat gerade gesagt, er bleibt noch einen Moment. Wir
The
dürfen noch ein paar
Chancellor just
Fragen
says he's
stellen.
going to stay for a
Vielen Dank.
moment.
Ich
We
habe
can
noch
ask a
ganz
few
viele
more
auf meinem
questions
Zettel.
because I've got lots
Zum
more
Beispiel
on
zu
my
der
list here.
Schlagzeile heute
For
im
example, regarding
Handelsblatt,
the
Ursula von der
headline in
Leyen,
Handelsblatt magazine today, Ursula von der Leyen,
Es geht
head
um
of
das
the EU
Stichwort
Commission, talked about the
Wirtschaftssicherheit und die Frage nach
economic security and the
Exportkontrollen
question
für
about
Know-how.
export
Was halten
and
Sie
the
davon?
role of know-how. What do you think?
Ich glaube, dass wir jetzt doch eine ganze Reihe von Gesetzen
I
gemacht
think
haben,
that we
indem wir
have
die
passed
Sicherheit unserer Wirtschaft
quite some
garantieren
legislation to
können.
provide for the
Klar
security
ist,
of our
dass wir
economy.
jetzt nicht
And it
das
is
gesamte
obvious
Exportgeschehen
that
einer
we cannot
Untersuchung durch staatliche Instanzen unterliegen
subject
sollten.
the export activities of a whole country to a kind of monitoring process. This is not the position of anyone, by the way. So it's good that I'm in a position to respond to your question. The G7 here too agreed on common language. Of course, we have to take a closer look when a question comes up of when this is a question of defense and arms equipment. We don't want China to provide arms equipment to Russia, nor to anyone. And we've made our stance quite clear. But it is also to do with monitoring, supervision technology, surveillance technology, and one has to be careful there. And of course, generally speaking, you should not subject the economic business to a process of management.
Wie Europa souverän sein kann. Da steht natürlich China im Vordergrund, aber die Frage ist ja auch, wie souverän müssen wir eigentlich sein im Hinblick
China, but also how much sovereignty do we need for the vis-à-vis
Ich
the
verstehe
US?
die Frage nicht so richtig.
Ja, wenn es
I
darum
must
geht,
say I don't quite understand your question. I do understand why you asked me, but generally when people ask me that question, I don't understand what makes them ask that question. The United States are our most important partner. We are linked also at a spiritual level, if you so wish, which is reflected in the transatlantic alliance and beyond. Germany and the United States have a very special kind of partnership that has been developed in an intensive manner, not only because of the many American troops serving in Germany, not only to provide for the security of Germany, but also on behalf of the transatlantic alliance and a bit beyond. And I think that that makes it so important for us to remind ourselves time and again that we are allies. It is not a contradiction when we say that because of being so closely linked, we nevertheless understand that the world is undergoing change and that 84 million Germans that will probably be 90 by 2070, that we will nevertheless need the European Union to defend our political position and our sovereignty. So this is not an issue of United States or Europe, but it is about how we as Europe can make sure that we have better decision-making processes, better taxation. Does everything have to be decided unanimously? No, we should have majority decisions and make use of them in areas so that in a world of 10 billion inhabitants, we have a part to play and can bring our voice, make our voice heard, and can we engage in the discussions. When we talk to Asian countries like Indonesia, India, Africa, South America, and when we say we want to have a say too, we have not forgotten, we make that point, what European colonialism did to these countries. This is about talking to each other at eye level and honest exchange, and we will only be able to do so if we're successful and strong in the European Union.
I entirely agree with you on that, Chancellor. However, we would like to see that occasionally in Brussels they also adopt the right focus, so that exactly those questions where what we share in Europe is what we focus on, so that we can use the scalability within Europe, but on an equal footing with the US, with China, so that we don't lose our way in a jungle of bureaucracy. We don't want to improve things if, for example, there are good solutions available in Germany. You may be surprised if I say that the German Supply Chain Due Diligence Act is a good solution. I'm saying this because we've discussed it at length with the German government, finally accepted it and somehow made our peace with it. But if I'm looking at the European draft of that law, then it doesn't help to give Europe a strong position in the world, not at all.
Well, the sentence with the German supply chain act, I'll have to think of that. Yes, we do understand.
So if we leave it at that, we end on a high note. Thank you very much indeed, and all the best to you both.
Präsident Siegfried Russwurm. Im Talk hier auf dem TDI 2023. Schön.
Ja, ich glaube, es ist also einiges an.
Yes, I think there are quite a few issues there that have been placed on our table that we'll have to talk about. And what Mr. Russwurm just said, talking to each other, not about each other, is something we're going to carry on doing. We've got some other members of the government who are going to join us later. Christian Lindner is about to come. And, of course, Ukraine is figuring in a lot of discussions here. We also have NATO General Secretary Jens Stoltenberg. He's about to turn up, and there too we have some urgent questions. This evening we have Laurence Boone, French Minister for European Matters. She's going to be on your panel. Yes, and some of these ideas I will carry into those panel debates. For example, how viable is Europe in taking action and geopolitical issues? Interesting question, I thought, with regard to NATO, because I've been talking to an expert about critical raw materials, and he suggested a kind of NATO for raw material supply. I think we could pick up on that one. Yes, we'll do that. Thank you. We're going to carry on now with our first CEO panel. Enjoy it. Thank you. And we're going to talk about shifting from recession to an economic miracle and how we go about this transition to the future. I said we want to delve into the concrete issues today. The German Chancellor was fairly optimistic, I thought. We just about managed to avoid overly optimistic views, but if you look at the statistics and the Economic Research Institute, we're going to edge past a zero growth year. But what impact is all this having? And where might this economic miracle come from? And how are we going to transit into the future? So I'm glad that we have Kurt Sievers as President and CEO of NXP Semiconductors. We also have the CEO of Salzgitter, Gunnar Gröbler, and Dr. Markus Kreber as CEO from RWE, LWE. Welcome to all of you.
Wie hat das jetzt erstmal auf Sie gewirkt, Herr Kreber?
Okay, what impact did all that have on you, Mr. Kreber? The Chancellor said we can still hear the brakes squeaking a bit because the bend was quite a sharp one, but we've got round it. Or have we? I think he was also talking about the framework conditions that we still all have to create. For example, payable energy, affordable energy supply. And I think tomorrow, I think we'll see, we've got 6 months left till the end of the year. Is that a lot or is that a little? It's ambitious. I thought you were going to say that. Let's talk about it. Economic miracle, we've already heard recession, inflation. These are things where we said, okay, that's status quo. But given what we're seeing in the data, is an economic miracle a bit of an illusion, or could it happen in Germany? I think we have a chance to make it happen. We've heard a lot about that today. Some things have already happened. We still need to do a bit of work. We've got 6 months, yes. But I think basically we do have a chance, indeed, to shift away and to move from stronger through this transformation. I mentioned the semiconductor industry. We've already heard that this industry is profiting a great deal from issues like digitalization. Do you believe that, well, same question to you, do you think we will manage with a positive attitude to meet this challenge? Basically, yes. I would say the first steps have been successful, but there have to be a lot more steps. For our industry, for the microelectronic industry, the focus at the moment is very much on production in Europe. That's good, that's important. But we need just as much effort invested in innovation, because we can only fill those factories if the innovations are out there. You say innovation, but let me respond to that by saying innovation requires what? Skilled labor, education, but maybe something else? A new mindset? It certainly calls for long-term orientation. In our case, certainly there's the fact of climate transition helps us a great deal. I'm not saying you can't have digitization without chips, that's obvious, but I don't think you can have climate change without chips either. A lot of the things we need are based on microelectronics, and it would be most desirable if we together could tackle that. A lot has indeed to do with skilled labor. The Chancellor was talking before about the objective that in Europe we have 20% of the semiconductor industry back in Europe. It's less than 10% at the moment, and the industry is growing everywhere as well, at a double-digit percentage rate. And we don't really have what it takes to meet that challenge in the next few years. Okay, immigration, Mr. Scholz mentioned. It's absolutely essential, the way we see it, to be as unbureaucratic about that as possible. We're going to come back to unbureaucratic in a moment. I noticed some clapping. You wanted to say something about that. I think clear perspective ahead is true. As a raw materials industry, we talk about big investments again and again. We've just freed up a couple of billion euros for investment in the steel industry. But we need stability looking forward. Decarbonization of the industry, as we head, Mr. Rusvorm, is not a question anymore. It's just a matter of how we go about it. And there we need clarity, we need a clear prospect ahead, and we're in a situation which brings long-term stability, because we have a triangle. We have a market economy. I don't think anyone would question this anymore. We have decarbonization, and we've just heard we have strategic industry. And within that tense field created by that triangle, that's what we're operating within. And it's not a simple question and answer there. We need a regulatory framework and we need stability. Okay, regulatory framework, you know about those, Mr. Kreber, and you know about uncertainties as well. Looking at the last couple of years, could you perhaps teach us very quickly what is positive in terms of bureaucracy and politics that we could perhaps adapt in other sectors? Well, looking back, what was definitely good was how quickly we've managed to diversify gas supply. We've got the availability now of the first liquid natural gas terminals. That was a real change in mindset, because every day we were saying, what are the hurdles, who can clear them? And we did that together with the politicians. Something else that's positive in my perception is there's a real will out there to make planning permission faster, speed up the litigation involved so that those investments can be speeded up. Nobody wants to hinder that anymore. The will is there. I think the measures that have already been taken will help us. In 18 months, if we see we need to do some more, then I believe that there'll be a will to clarify it. And the last positive point is, the Chancellor mentioned it too, creating the framework conditions, for example, developing a hydrogen technology framework, or powering power stations. We really have to get the framework conditions by the end of the year. But there are a few more things which I would like to improve. We'll come back to them. But if you say the will is out there, does that mean that we're still a long way removed from implementation? Two things I would still like on my Christmas list. The first is the basic mentality away from discussing what has to be switched off and banned towards a positive vision of the future. For years we discussed about switching off nuclear, switching off coal, but we lost a lot of time in investing in the new technologies, the new energies. We've had a lot of negative discussion now about what sort of heating people should have in their homes instead of looking at the technologies that are there. And if they're there, if they're developed, people will choose them. That's the first point. The second is, we need to move away from, I would say, an ideologized debate about technology. What technology is green and what isn't? The aim needs to be to reduce carbon emissions and methane emissions into the atmosphere, and we're not going to avoid carbon sequestration and storage. For those who didn't hear it, Mr. Rusvorm just shouted bravo. Let's talk about how we're going to get there. You said open to technologies. I think in this hall, people would go with that. At the same time, we have to say, if you would like a better focus somewhere, could innovation be focused better? Innovation perhaps prioritized? I would say that for all the goodwill out there to change and the existing strengths, if we're talking about microelectronics, it makes sense, I believe, first of all, to drive innovation there, where European industry downstream is already available. What does that industry need? If we promote microelectronics that the European industry can't benefit from in terms of innovation potential, then I think that would be the second priority. The first priority has to be we have to look at the depth of our value chain in Europe and draw on that, tap into that for innovation. Sounds very abstract, but steps really have been taken. These e-pipe projects that are being promoted by Europe, funded by Europe, have precisely that in mind. But we need to take the time to make sure that these innovations will be funded in the mid and long term and not start wobbling at the first big cliff and wondering whether something else would be more reasonable. We've made that mistake in the past, and we shouldn't repeat it. At Salzgitter, you haven't made that mistake. You've invested quite a lot, we have to say. The colleagues from the Frankfurter Allgemeine called you Habeck's model pupil. Don't you think that's a good thing? I don't know, model pupil is the right term. What we've been trying to do, and what we tried to say to Frankfurter Allgemeine, is to get away from the situation that something has to happen before people do things. That's a chicken and egg question. We have that a lot in the debate, in very different forms. We took a decision for ourselves that we are committed to Germany as a production basis. We want to invest here, and we took that decision. So the excavators, the diggers are out there already for the first stage. We're laying the foundations for this economic miracle. That's not an issue for me. What is once we get going, and we've tried to get going, and inject some momentum, look at all the other questions. On the energy sector, we need green power, we need green hydrogen, otherwise we get stuck. On the other side, we've got clients who are asking for green steel. It's an opportunity for them to reduce their Scope 3 emissions. But they're buying steel now that's going to be delivered in 2026. So fundamentally, we have a great perspective. We just have to tackle it. To what extent has industrial policy, as just described, helped you? Sounds a bit heretical, but we're just starting to discuss industrial policy. In the past, in Berlin, industrial policy wasn't really an issue at all. Now we're discussing it. Is everything fantastic? No, but I think we're moving in the right direction. And from my point of view, that's good. So basically, you'd say that the coalition government is going an okay path. I think a lot of things are going in the right direction, or they're pushing in the right direction. There are other things that we have to straighten out still. Not everything they do is right. To be quite honest, I think the complexity is not appropriate. But what I can see is this will to play a constructive role and to move in that direction, and I think that is a good thing. Mr. Kreber, you're nodding. You take the same view or not? I just said that there are positive things and there are things that could be done differently. For example, this mentality away from tiny details. We heard from the speeches this morning that we need priority. We can't do everything at once. And if we're thinking about priorities, we have to think about who are the right people to make those decisions about priorities. And we won't manage to do that if we focus constantly on micro details. We have to create a framework, and we have to have a kind of trust in the liberal economy we have to produce results. So what the Chancellor was just saying is that basically the companies are the best entrepreneurs. So you'll say, if we let go a bit and don't create so many rules? Well, let me give you a practical example. Of course, green technologies should be promoted, but there are different ways of doing that. If you look across the Atlantic, and a lot are looking at the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, they fund in terms of outcome, result, per kilowatt hour of green power or hydrogen. Where and how, with what technology, doesn't matter. Of course, you have to meet certain criteria. With us, we have to fill in forms in an intransparent process with a timeline which is opaque, which leads to delays. It's a bureaucratic monster. So, yes, there's a goodwill to promote a good intention, and I think we've spent more money in many ways than on the other side of the Atlantic, but the money isn't getting to where it needs to go because it's too complicated. So if you want to build a new battery storage works, yes, we've seen big investment plans on both sides of the Atlantic, but it's not a matter of either or. For the energy transition, for the green transition, both regions need to find their pathway of making their investments work as quickly as possible. We can look to see what we can learn from the American side, but it's not a real competition. The ramping up, the scaling up has to happen on both sides. You want to say something? Yes, in our case, there is the famous CHIPS Act, which were introduced at fairly similar times on both sides of the Atlantic. And it's interesting, but unfortunately sometimes frustrating, to see how the CHIPS Act is lived in America and in Europe. There are similar amounts of fund available, but the speed in the US is just faster. Part of the problem in Europe is the duality, because you have the member states in Europe and then there's what Brussels wants, and they're not always pulling on the same rope. So things fall between the wheels and get crushed, and we lose time. The biggest argument here is time. The second thing is a misunderstanding about the CHIPS Act. And the misunderstanding was the focus on the resilience of the supply chain, because there was a belief that a collapse of the supply chain in microelectronics was just a result of the pandemic. That is totally wrong. Microelectronic supply chains broke down because too little was invested in the years before that. It only happened to be at the same time as the pandemic. That is pure fluke. So now to run the CHIPS Act with the focus that we have to mend broken supply chains is the wrong approach. The aim has to be to create long-term investment conditions to make sense of investing in microelectronics. The Chancellor also said that in Germany there was a status quo bias and we were stuck in the status quo for too long. So the lack of investment in this industry, whose guilt, whose mistake was that? Let's say the overall supply chain completely underestimated the requirement for microelectronics simply as a result of us needing to fight climate change. The irony is that a big percentage of that requirement comes from the fact that we have or want more electric vehicles on the street, and the speed of that overtook us. We're all guilty of that, and we need to work together in the same way to pull the cart out of the mud. If you compare US funding and European funding, I just add one point, it's partly an attitude issue. In America, what I see at least is if you want to make something easier, if you have a clear plan, at some point in America, you will get the help unbureaucratically. I know we're talking German industry here, but we have to mention Brussels. It's very much an issue in Brussels. A German steel company, 12 people working 3 years full-time on filling out a form is ridiculous. We got the funding, and I'm grateful, but it does cast light on a problem.
I
think there's a consensus here that it's a big problem. But what I ask myself always is, how do we resolve that? Because we have a problem with red tape. I think we can say that it is a problem, not a challenge in Germany. It's been clear for years. It's also been clear for years that we have this problem at EU level. But what can we change about that? Do we need to demonstrate on the streets? Does an entrepreneur need to stand up and, I don't know, should there be protests? What can be done? I think if the problems are that big that we can't ignore them, and there's a time problem, like with the gas supply last year, things can happen very fast. But now we've really got to build solar batteries quickly. So now they're beginning to address the planning permission issues. So people want to solve the problem, but it will take a while before the money gets there. I did mention a positive example. In the administration, unfortunately, we've got two people who enjoy planning. And it takes a crisis before they can kind of jump across the abyss, and that's a shame. Definitively, yes. Of course, we have to say, you were just talking about chickens and eggs. Innovation, investment. Of course, it's difficult in a situation like the one we're in now. We have the climate issue, but at the same time, you had this in your company too. There's less consumption in Germany. People are spending less money, for example, for the automotive industry. And they were quite big in your books. So can we really talk about an economic miracle? How do we bridge that gap? How can we get to a point where we say, let's invest more now? I think the automotive industry, with all the pre-products that are involved, including the microelectronic components, is a fantastic example. The automotive industry at the moment is probably going through the biggest transformation since its invention. It needs to be networked, it has to go electric. Where else can that happen successfully if not in Europe? For many years, we've had an extremely successful, innovative automotive industry here. And also, at this location, we have the pressure to combat climate change. What more could we want? We've got strong suppliers, we've got external pressures through the climate issue, and it would be a terrible shame if others, where the pressure isn't so strong, and who don't have such strengths that they've inherited from the past, do it faster. I would say that we've talked a lot about funding and administration here. At some point, we, of course, as companies, have to take the reins into our own hands. I think it's a bit pretentious simply to point the finger at administrations and at the funding agencies. The transformation of the automotive industry is a classic example. We have everything it takes to do this, including taking financial entrepreneurial risks. Yes. Mr. Kreber, or who wants? I think if we're talking about economics and economic miracles, two things are required. Firstly, you need a positive mood. Otherwise, people won't pay money. And that brings me to the other point. We shouldn't be banning things and saying what people can't do. We should be giving the air to breathe for new technologies. And the second thing is good industrial jobs that we need to not only retain, but actually create more of. Not only in my industry. Operating nuclear energy, for example, is extremely labor-intensive. Regenerative industries is not. The labor intensity is in the production process. Producing the technologies. And I know this is a sensitive issue because we all favor free trade, but without creating good jobs, the population, our citizens, will not accept the building of certain installations. We know we need a lot more wind turbines, solar batteries, all these things, and we need to take an integrated view of this, but we need to make sure that jobs are created here. Otherwise, we won't have that acceptance, that public acceptance, and then the positive environment that we need to make the economic miracle happen won't happen. So should that be subsidized, or who should that be driven by? Well, of course, This is walking a tightrope here. Let's look at offshore, which has been hugely capital intensive. A lot of regions quite clearly have the requirements that certain percentage of supply has to be local. And in Europe, they have to make sure that this is never regulated on a national basis, but on a local basis. That's one way of going about it. And we have the industry in Europe. If you look to see who's been building that offshore wind industry, basically it's in Europe, and we need to preserve that. And if we're talking about steel, for example, 1 MW solar, 50,000 tons of steel, and so forth. And that's a big volume that we can supply from Europe to reduce carbon emissions more than our competition can. And I would completely support that. Let's use this opportunity. If we're rebuilding the supply chains, let's keep them essentially in Europe. And where we need investment to preserve the steel industry in Europe, that's the best way to go about it. Let's tap into that. Let me weigh that up and say that promoting local supply chains is a good thing, but if this is only done by permanent subsidies and otherwise it doesn't become competitive, it won't last. It's a mistake. I think we'd all agree about that. Certainly, lasting subsidies don't make sense. In the transformation where the industry is vulnerable, we need to talk about it, but not in the long term. We only have a few minutes less, so I can't ask you everything. But will we manage this transition to the future? Nod? Shake heads? A lot of nodding. Good, it can. So we've chosen the right motto for our event. That's great. But nevertheless, let me briefly say something about industrial power prices. What's your view on this? We've heard a lot about fundamental issues. Is this a pathway that Germany should pursue? In the triangle that I talked about, market economy, strategic industry and decarbonization, a time-limited cap on the power price can lead to stability, can encourage investment decisions, and can ensure the transformation from my point of view. It's not really about whether there's a subsidy, whether there's money involved, but it's a signal that can help to deal with the volatility that we've had to deal with one of our important input parameters and simplify decisions to invest in Europe. Mr. Kreber? I can only agree. First of all, it has to be temporary to ensure. Apparently, there isn't a clear objective. Do you have a clear target? Yes. The question is, how expensive would it be if we only have green power? But industry can't negate the problem. Energy-intensive industry has a problem at the moment if it wants to remain competitive. It also has two other problems. Who should benefit from this? Bakeries have the same problem as the big capital-intensive companies. And the method we come up with to bridge this period should not lead to the power market being fragmented, because then it becomes inefficient, and then the overall system will become more expensive. We perhaps need a system where the incentive for purchasing green power is encouraged, but it's not an easy one to come up with the right answer. Okay, so if you want an economic miracle, we'll all have to work hard. But I think we're all looking forward to it. We find it quite exciting, and we're glad to be part of it. Thank you for your participation.
Und damit, Dankeschön, übergebe ich an Isabel.
That means I will hand over again.
Vielen lieben Dank an Ina und an ihre Gäste.
Thank you to Ina and her guests. A lot of what has just been discussed can be taken straight to the next panel, namely, what are the visions we are developing for technology and innovation in this country? How about the monster of bureaucracy? Can it be tamed? And what about this bridging power price? And in this context, I'm looking forward to welcoming the Minister of Finance, Christian Lindner.
Ja. Vielleicht können wir Ihnen was Neues zum Industriestrompreis
Perhaps we can ask to say something new about the industry price for electricity. Ladies and gentlemen, this year again I am happy to be at the Day of Industry, yet it is the first time that I had to find my way through so many police officers. In Germany, roads are being blocked, material damage is caused, people are stopped from movement, supply chains are stopped as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you can fight politically for whatever you care, but violence must never become a means of political debate. Apart from this, I'm asking myself, who is demonstrated against? Who is protected? The social stability, cohesion of our country, ecological objectives, they all need an economic basis. They need an industrial basis. Industry mustn't be obstructed, mustn't be prevented in transformation. It needs to be encouraged, promoted, and helped. So the motto of a last generation is ultimately deeply pessimistic. It is directed against the progress of civilization because we need a society that wants to be the first generation that reconciles climate protection, economic progress and individual freedom. That has to be our ambition. The change, the transfer of 2022 was historical in a security policy context. We've learned that peace, freedom is not something we manage to win for good. It is something which has to be developed time and again, which is why we are now enabling the German armed forces with a special assets program and also on the basis of the constitution. We're learning that in the year 2023, at the very latest in 2023, we learned that economic stability and growth cannot be taken as a given either. We've lived well from the peace dividend and neglected the armed forces. And now, let's be honest, in Germany, we have also neglected the locational factors of our own competitiveness because we believe that peace and freedom are guaranteed, but also economic progress, all of that is guaranteed as well. After the change in 2022, we also now need to start the change towards the economic future because we have to first develop and generate the goods that can later be distributed. So the top priority is stability to combat inflation. European Central Bank, as you know, is doing that on the basis of a restrictive interest rate policy, which also has an economic impact, which we are noticing when we're looking at the construction sector in our own country. But I have to tell you very clearly, you should not doubt the thinking of the German government. For the German government, me as the Minister of Finance, fighting inflation is a priority, and it comes before cyclical measures. If we were to run counter to the central bank policy by having huge spending programs at the federal levels, then the bank would be forced for a longer time with even more hurtful steps to work on the monetary policy side. So fiscal policy and monetary policy need to go hand in hand. It is therefore not only a constitutional obligation, but also it is part of economic sense for us to return to the debt ceiling as it is anchored in the Constitution. And we need to learn to make do with the money that our citizens provide. We will manage at the beginning of July to submit a budget. I can tell you that was definitely not a given. It's not just heating that can be a heated debate in the coalition. We can also debate how to distribute resources, but we will manage to present a budget which will manage without a tax hike and which will be based on the Constitution and within its framework. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is only consolidation in quantitative terms. I'm not going to tell you too much, but one thing is true. As in previous years, in the many, many previous years that have gone before, the budget 2024 will also be characterized by social spending, by spending on defense, and most recently also by spending on interest rate payments. But these are also defensive payments. In other words, this is all expenditure which is related to the past. I mean, this is all something which accrues from the past. So after the quantity consolidation, we now have to also have a quality consolidation, basically the future transformation of budget policy for Germany. Because if our country is to have a future, we cannot continually have defensive spending, i.e. financing the past. We need to redirect the financing towards investment, research, and all these matters which serve as enabling a basis for future prosperity. That is the turnaround in quality budget terms which we'll have to work to achieve in the next future. If we don't follow that course, in an aging society, social contributions and interest payments will slowly strangle us. So it is only a necessity in economic thinking that we first have to sow before we can reap. And for the future, there are 5 brief points I would like to mention in the 3 minutes 40 I have left. First, energy prices. You just mentioned the political debate. I am entirely clear about the fact that energy prices are of central importance for German industry's competitiveness. And as in recent years, compared to the international scene, Germany's power prices are still too high and will be too high. So what we need to do is build up capacities. We need to accelerate planning procedures and approval procedures. We need to import energy sources. And we shouldn't be too choosy when it comes to what color hydrogen we import into Germany. For a transition period, I'd be glad to get red hydrogen if it's produced in a French nuclear power plant, because that also helps us develop a hydrogen infrastructure. What we need is a design of a power market which allows the addition of capacity, particularly when it comes to building up infrastructure, which would make it much easier for industry consumers to close existing power gaps. So these are areas where we can help by enforcing capacity generation in the power sector. But what I would advise against is an industry electricity price, even if it's been apostrophized as a bridging energy price, because what it doesn't resolve is the issue, who exactly is the consumer that will get that electricity? And it also doesn't answer the question whether there will be any incentive for the major consumers to buy in to the new type of power, thereby sending the right signals to the market, because you might think, oh, well, I'll get a state-subsidized price for good. And by the way, somebody will have to pay for all these subsidies out of tax revenue, just so we end up selling products in the global market which are calculated as to price on the basis of, for example, the subsidized power plant that used to produce it. That is not something which I can only advance against, and that is simply something which doesn't answer the questions properly. I've got an alternative option. Let's create priorities in the federal budget and let's reduce the electricity tax, the power tax for everybody. There are too many distortions in it. I'd be happy to do that. Second point, infrastructure. And of course, enabling the digital and other networks. All this has a lot to do with the acceleration of planning procedures and approval procedures with a view to the time. I can't spend as long on that subject as I would like to. Third point, labor, skilled labor. These are all measures which would generate growth without using tax revenue. And in Germany, we're working on a change of paradigm. Or in brief, Germany has made it very easy for far too long for people who have moved into our welfare state on an irregular basis. And we've made it very hard for people for far too long if they are the people we have urgently needed for our labor market because they provide the skilled labor we want. The other way around would be better, to make it more difficult to have irregular migration into the welfare state and make it easier for skilled workers to move to Germany. And the next point, increasing and encouraging research development, has a lot to do with the budget funds. Don't worry, I'm looking at the time. I don't go into too much detail. Fifth point, Inflation Reduction Act, IRA. I know that's a big issue for some of you, particularly when it comes to the question as to where do you invest and what are the locations that you do with your company. Where do you go? Where do you do development? There's a lot of understanding for the fact that locational considerations have a lot to do with companies' investment and innovation decisions, and it's not just a sense of loyalty or tradition to your own home country that directs your decisions. However, we must look into other things as well, because competitiveness isn't something which is due only to the number of subsidies or the amounts. 370 billion in the US are juxtaposed by more than 800 billion euros in the EU. And in Germany, there are another 170 billion just for the so-called transformation fund. So, I mean, even if there were to be or would have to be a transformation competition in relation to the respective sizes of the national economies, Europe and the US, that is a very different thing. So it's not the amount of subsidies paid from the budget that matters. It's the agility, the effectiveness with which we're using the funds. So it's not how much is provided from the public coffers. The problem is we don't have a properly developed private capital sector in Europe. And this is why I would say let's not try and compete with the US on the point of subsidy. Let's improve conditions in our own country. For example, when it comes to the CMU, the Capital Markets Union, that's where we need progress so that private business projects can also be funded from the private sector. And as I will not allow the competitive conditions of the German business will be made worse through tax hikes, I think that is a given. Even if my friend Friedrich Merz looks at changes in the inheritance systems, I have to contradict him. In Germany, this will not increase our strength. On the contrary, we need a growth impulse from the tax system, and I can announce that within the German government we are going to put together a big tax reform package. We're preparing that. And this major tax reform package, 2023, originally the idea was to have several smaller legislations, but we are now putting it as one bundle. We are going to try to reduce some of the requirements of our tax law, as well as deal with some of the deficits of the some of the corporate tax regulations. These are matters we're tackling. We are also extending tax-based research funding, and I'm also working on an investment premium that is a bonus to be paid to technologies contributing to climate neutrality, because that would be a dual win. On the one hand, it would contribute to technology helping us achieve our climate targets, and it would also help because we would invest in equipment and therefore try and overcome our growth deficits. And one last thing, we talked about the changing times, in security, in ecology, but I think in Germany we also need to accept that we need a change in mentality. Looking at the distribution side of politics isn't something which only rests with the legislator or those who shape politics, but in recent years, where we had so much in the way of rescue packages for so many different groups. So even those who want to receive money from tax revenue, there have been changes. Because of inflation and recession in Germany, we are allowing ourselves to have a debate about a 4-day working week, ladies and gentlemen. And that really fits with the fact that those who are so worried about the competitiveness of German industry and demand a bridging power price are the very same ones who speak out for the 4-day working week on the 1st of May, Labor Day. So if you really want to increase competitiveness, there are all sorts of measures to do this, but historically and globally, I'm not aware of any society which has increased social security and prosperity by working less, and that is a fact we simply have to come to terms with. Thank you. So we now like our other guests to come to the front. Christine Rupp, IBM Germany General Manager, Valentina Weiger, Corporate Affairs Telefonica, Uwe Fröhlich, DZ Bank CEO, Dr. Anja Freitag, CFO of Tenet. And I'm sure you'll have 1 or 2 questions to Mr. Lindner. Very happy to have you all here.
So a
moment ago, Minister, you said that we are going to see a budget in the near future. Now, since we're talking about investment, innovation, what will happen about that? The record investments which we already wrote into the budget 2023 will be continued. But in the past, we've never lacked for budgetary funds. In the past, ministers of finance were free to calculate on a generous basis because they knew very well that the funds earmarked for investment in the transport sector will never be called up. And that's exactly what I would like to change. I don't want to be making a great impression on you with the number I earmark for investment. I want to stand here next year and say, we've had a huge number of actual investments paid, and that would be a major change to what we've done in the past. On this panel, I would like to ask you, how do you rate the investment climate in Germany at the moment? In his speech, the minister also talked about some other things that need to be changed, for example, in tax law. What is lacking? What do we need? Or maybe what's going well? One after the other. Well, first of all, the investment climate. As we've heard in the first contributions this morning, we talk a great deal about the Inflation Reduction Act in the US. Mr. Lindner talked about it too. I come from the technology sector. We are talking very much about AI. Here we're talking about the major investments happening in China. I think for us in Germany and in Europe, one of the clear things is how do we actually do it? What are the things we concentrate on? And I think an excellent roadmap should be considered. And maybe I can add 2 or 3 points on that. As the European market, as the German market, we are, if you like, sitting on what is a treasure trove, namely corporate data. That's what we need to invest in. And we need to do this in a way that makes them safe, trustworthy, ethically acceptable. And as one last point, as we've heard by way of an aside earlier, when I'm looking around here, we often talk about the German angst. In the context of investment, what I would personally like to see is a bit more German Mut, i.e. courage. Perhaps I can add a bit of a sour note to this. When we're talking about the competitiveness of Germany, when we're looking at numbers, there are 2 index numbers I'm thinking of that are not going the right way. One is the number of patents registered in Germany. Last year it was 37,000. 10 years ago it was 47,000. And 20 years back it was many, many more thousands. So very clearly, something is not going the right way. In addition, when you're looking at the number of startups, you sadly find a similar development. 115,000 companies were founded last year. 10 years ago, the startups numbered 137,000, and around the turn of the century it was more than 160,000. So clearly, we are not doing the right things. When I'm also looking at how countries develop in Germany, we have clear analyses on that. When we're looking at the number of projects which foreign investors are tackling in Germany every year. And when you're looking at the year 21 and the year 22, there was already a 10% decline. So other countries are investing less in Germany. It doesn't mean that German business invests less. German business is investing 10% more than in the past in abroad. So we need to really work hard on making Germany a more attractive location. This is my first analysis, and I'm sure we'll discuss what's to be done. What do the people tell you in the discussions you have? What are the problems they mention? We keep hearing there isn't the planning certainty we'd like, costs are too high. This morning, somebody mentioned the lack of skilled labor. What are we talking about? Mr. Russwurm actually addressed the issues this morning. It starts with the corporate tax law system, which compared to the international scene has too high a tax rate. So, and that's just the beginning of a list. Planning law, that's another problem in Germany. Incremental wage costs, 40%. That's really iffy in the international context. And I would like to pick up on what Christian Lindner said. We've got a lot of hungry national economies in the world where the workforce is very, very hardworking and keen to work. And some of our discussions seem to me as if we are far removed from reality on a distant planet. We have a prosperity, we have a national economy, we have a lot of social contributions that we also wish to maintain in the future. And the only way that can be maintained is to have a functioning system. And I'm definitely not speaking in favor of raising taxes. On the contrary, tax revenue has to be generated on the basis of a working national economy, and that's what we need to tackle. Ms. Steiner, what about you? How is that in your industry? What does your industry need in order to push through investments? That's the point I'm really looking at, particularly when we're seeing the intergovernmental consultation with Germany and China starting. What about the innovative power? Well, indeed, when you asked the question, what about investments, I thought, as a representative of the telecom sector, I must say, looking back, there's been stability over many, many years where we have been investing massively in infrastructure. The company I speak to has been reliable for many, many years, and we have spent over 1 billion on the infrastructure of this country. And when we look at details, how do we invest matters further? Well, the German government has got very ambitious targets with the strategy for 2030, the fiber optic network, which is supposed to be in every household, promoting industry nationwide in Germany. All these are very ambitious targets, and they seem feasible to me. However, it means that the right framework needs to exist. And there's been a lot of uncertainty generated over years in that. So my sense is that maybe there's insufficient focus on just how relevant the telecommunications sector is for the development of society in Germany. Ultimately, we are the ones who provide the digital network, which is the lifeblood of this country. We provide the social basis for all innovative, forward-looking products, which will be able to generate prosperity and growth. And from my point of view, we would need to focus more on that. Obviously, not something you can do just with German players. So what would be the most important players, the ones that we are dependent on in this sector? Well, as you mentioned already, obviously this debate has a lot to do with what the Chinese manufacturers are doing, and that is very relevant for us. I do understand that there is a lot of care given to this issue, which I understand. But I also think you need to have a clear view on what the gigawatt strategy is, and we need to be realistic and recognize that if you twist things here and twiddle things there and don't allow this and that, then the gigabit strategy objectives simply cannot realistically be met. There's no question about it. The dependence is also clear. We have to look into that. I think Mr. Lindner is keen to answer that, but before we do so, I would like to ask Dr. Freitag about this. And I would like to ask her about the investments which are important for our supply certainty.
Über was für Zahlen sprechen wir? Und haben wir diesen Spielraum?
Well, if we're talking about TSOs, it's quite big issues. There's upgrading the networks, but for a lot of distribution system operators, we're talking about billions of euros. And for Tenet, it also means that in the next few years in Germany, year by year, we're going to have to invest 5 billion euros a year in the German network. They're big sums. Mr. Lindner's right. We can't simply expect the state to pay this. We have to look at refinancing through the capital markets. And there, it's important to look at returns for the capital market. On the one hand, we have higher interest rates, but at the same time, in a regulated industry, at the moment, the returns on capital aren't at the level that we would like to see in the long term. Of course, it's up to the German Network Agency to find a path that we can go together. We need to upgrade offshore, of course, as Tenet, over 30 billion euros we've already invested for coming years, but there's onshore as well, and there, above all, we need security as to the capital refinancing of these sums. These are huge sums. It's quite a challenge. Something else we have to look at again and again is we can't do this on our own. I'm sure this is a European challenge. We also have binational DSOs. We work, for example, together with the Netherlands operator in the North Sea. And there, too, we need to ensure an appropriate supply. So if I've got you here, I think a lot of people would like to know, what do you think about supply security in Europe at the moment? Power supply. Just to give us a feeling, we've been reassured a few times today that we've managed to tackle this one. We've put it behind us in this crisis. But what do you think about the coming years? Yes, it is. We've insured it, and we have to ensure it at all times. It's absolutely essential for networks to make sure that we can do this. We can't do with any kind of uncertainty. And that means we need continued investments as well to upgrade the systems. And we need to get that power that we are creating in the North Sea down to the southern part of our country as well. We need networks for that. I'd like to ask you the same question as I did to others at Ms. Daiber. What players are likely to be playing a role here? Can we do this as Europe? Well, we certainly need innovation in the network, and we need to do that together in Europe. For the countries around the North Sea, we've all committed to make use of the North Sea and to develop these systems. That's important so that we can have a clear view of the future. All the manufacturers need to be on board. Something else we need to work on is, of course, that we need to have enough human resources, because we need people. We're going to carry on requiring people, skilled labor in the future, to make use of the North Sea and to make sure it all happens safely. You were making some notes, and I promised I'd come back to you. I don't want to respond to everything people have been saying, but sometimes I think about things and I note it down. But just on energy.
Begleite das über die Koordinierung der 4 FDP-Ressorts, bin aber selber nicht federführend, sage ich sicherheitshalber.
I do I take part in this process, but my ministry isn't in charge of this process. Nevertheless, the path to an all-electric society, from the heat pump to the car, where everything is running on electricity, if we combine that with the idea that all energy generation will be renewable, and then we combine that with the idea that Germany wishes to secure its independence, I don't think that's realistic. I don't think that's the way forward for Germany. At least not if we want to carry on being an industrial manufacturing base and earn our money from that. So I argue that the renewables in Germany, yes, we need to speed up. We've talked a number of times about that. But Germany also needs molecular energy imports. So synthetic fuels or hydrogen that's generated using solar energy in other countries. And for that, we need users, for example, manufacturers of trucks who can't use batteries but need synthetic fuels. And maybe not every heating system has to be replaced by a heat pump. And although I'm very much a champion of heat pumps, I have one already, and I'm enthusiastic about it, but I know that not every building is the appropriate place for a heat pump, and the same applies to industry. You've just mentioned green hydrogen. We could discuss PFAS and to what extent green hydrogen is possible without PFAS, but maybe I shouldn't be opening up that debate right now. I have some experts here. I would at least mention the role that the European Union can play in this, because we all know that probably 6-7 trillion in investments are going to be required for the green transition by 2045. Now, the banks and the capital markets, I hope, will be able to provide that, but the capital markets will only be able to do so if the taxonomy in Brussels is structured appropriately, and perhaps the capital union takes place at some point. If we look at our union investment, a big asset manager that invests, for them, the taxonomy is vital, because if, for example, only the really dark green investments are sustainable, according to the taxonomy, then any company that is undergoing transformation is automatically excluded from the process, and that is wrong, because ultimately we want to reduce carbon emissions and not simply be purists. From that point of view, the taxonomy is extremely important, especially as not only the capital markets take their bearings from this, but we as financial institutes as well. We also have a green asset ratio that we have to publish, and a carbon balance sheet for our investment portfolio, and a lot of other things are required by our banking supervisor. So it is Brussels that's writing the music, and we have to make sure the taxonomy doesn't go the wrong way. I would agree entirely. And I think you're being applauded by the audience too, so we are both endorsing you. It's absolutely vital what you're saying. We're seeing in defense how short-term some of these taxonomy decisions can be. For example, we thought a year ago that this was not an investment in social capital, but now we know that this is crucial to the reinforcement of our defense capacity in Europe. People are looking a lot at the state, who should become a player in operations through subsidies. It's an OPEX, if you like. With CapEx, investment in new assets, I wouldn't be quite such a purist if we're talking about keeping steel in Germany as an important link in the value chain. But actually, I wanted to talk about something else. If we look at the private capital market, if we can mobilize that for smaller, medium-sized business as well, We need to do a lot of catching up to make that possible. We have some regulatory problems on the part of the banks and on the part of the insurance sector. With the banks, the capital limits the financial investment volume. So we have to change the regulation there because it's the only thing we can do. So the securities market in Europe needs to be digitized. This was demonized because of the subprime crisis back then, which came to us from the US. This was basically to do with securities, but the instrument itself, the risk was actually distributed through the market because of those particular instruments. And then we're looking at blended finance solutions. And because I'm on the board of KWF, we have to say there are forms of finance at the moment which draw on banks and savings banks and cooperative banks. Here, blended finance could play a role too, with, for example, the state or its public subsidizing bank could take over a chunk, and then the risk looks different to an insurer and others. Then with perhaps fairly simple leverage, you can have a huge impact to mobilize more private capital without clerks in ministries having to decide what is good for the future and what isn't. A lot of people are nodding.
Well,
we don't have a lot of time, and I would like to mention something we haven't really discussed today, but which is incredibly important for the future, and that is AI and promoting AI applications in companies. You just talked about corporate data, and if I can quote you, I think you said every company needs an AI strategy. So in this global tag race, and that's what innovation is. How do we ensure that Germany doesn't fall back? It's absolutely central what you're talking about, because all of us need to think back a bit. We once had an industrial revolution. There was an iPhone moment, and I'm certain that we're currently in a phase which is very similar to that. And if you read the press and the social media, we hear a lot about B2C, so consumer-oriented applications. ChatGPT is a common example. I think for all of us, the question is going to be whether AI is properly understood in its use for companies. It needs to be safe, trustable, and ethically transparent. And the question, I think, was that you were after is, I firmly believe that managing data is totally at the center of these strategies. We recently published a study, really interesting. 95% of all CEOs say they have an ESG strategy. Fantastic. That sounds great. But unfortunately, only 10% of these CEOs say that they have, unfortunately, it's achieved very little progress. Why? Not because there are no PowerPoints, not because the banks don't want to see ESG reports. No, they haven't really got a grip on their critical data. So just looking at Germany as a production base, or Europe, with our anchorage in the manufacturing industry and fields of industry where a lot of energy is required, we will be able to gain a competitive advantage or keep it if we understand data properly and present them in the right form and include AI for companies properly. I love fast cars, but I probably wouldn't drive down the motorway at 220 without a safety belt. Now, all of us as companies, we need a safety belt for AI, and I firmly believe that for us this will be decisive in whether Germany or Europe in the next 10 years or beyond will be at the forefront, or whether we'll be pushed to watch from the lines.
hatte den Eindruck, da kommt noch Applaus.
Sorry, I was waiting for the applause. Please don't hold back if you want to clap. It's good for the atmosphere.
Nicht sicher, ob so viele gerne schnelle Autos hier fahren.
I don't know, maybe they just all want to drive their fast cars. They aren't the only one.
Wie ist es in Ihrer Branche im Hinblick auf die
in your sector, innovation in AI, what do we need in Germany for more of this? Yes, I can only say we need a more opportunity-oriented form of regulation. I think that is something that a lot of sectors share, whether we're talking about applications such as data or AI or infrastructure, because without infrastructure, without digital infrastructure, there won't be any AI either. We need an overarching industrial policy that looks very closely at developing the digital infrastructure. There are some definite guide rails which I think we have to bear in mind. We need to move away from expensive frequency distributions, allocations. 6 billion euros have been paid by operators recently just to have the right to use certain frequencies. We need to think about that. So permitting procedures have to be speeded up. All of these are important levers for the infrastructure. And as for applications, I think opportunity orientation is important to see what opportunities these applications bring for Germany as a manufacturing basis. You talked about the safety belt. I like to talk about brakes. In my company, I'm responsible for safety, and we always say that the brakes are there to make it possible to drive faster. That is the image, the metaphor we need to use, and that's how I would like to see regulation improve. I'd like to ask Dr. Freitag about the role of the state in promoting investment and innovation. And how far have you progressed in your debate with the German state? Yes, at Tenet we decided with the German state to negotiate on the complete divestment of Tenet, and Mr. Lindner said that he's on the board of the bank. I can only say, yes, the negotiations are going well. We're looking at spinning off about 3,500 people, so it's a big issue, and it's important for us that we maintain energy security, that we continue to cooperate with each other, and with Germany, of course. And of course, I'm a CFO. I'm always interested in fair, appropriate pricing. And I'm sure there's quite a long road for you to go down still, but the negotiations are good. And as we've been talking about security, I'd just like to welcome NATO General Secretary Jens Stoltenberg into the hall. We're delighted to see him here, but more about that in a moment. Do you want to say something about Tenet? No. I don't like to comment on negotiations that are currently underway. I can confirm what you said about an appropriate price. Everyone has their own view of that, but something that's still important to me is that we're not only negotiating the financial transaction here. Of course, the previous owner has, within a particular investment framework, focused on the domestic market, and we need to see that if there's to be a transfer of ownership, more needs to be invested in our country. But the aim is, of course, that we need to speed up the pace of expanding the networks, because I'm the one who manages your assets, and to me it's important that we generate value added, and that value added must mean acceleration and coordination of network expansion in those 4 regions. so that we can really tap into those economies of scales. It's not just about buying something nice. I have two last questions. To you, again, the role of the state in promoting investment. I was itching a bit when you were talking about AI, because I wanted to talk a little bit about data protection, because then you understand how our administrative structure is organized. There's federal law, there's state law, there's local law, and when we look at new AGBs, then we have to talk to 16 different data privacy officers, and we can agree with 15, and one will say, no, my view of the world is different. And that means that we need to be a bit more agile in our administrative law. I'm a great fan of federalism, but here, administrative law is often a straitjacket for innovation. And I think we all need to think about it. Thomas de Maizière came up with a good suggestion, a big reform of our administrative law, and that's a big one, but I think it's worthwhile.
Letzte Frage an den Minister.
Last question to the minister, but please, a brief answer.
Sie haben von der qualitativen Haushaltswende
You talked about the qualitative budget transitions. What is qualitative growth for you?
Also ich bin Traditionalist.
I'm a traditionalist. I believe that the indicator GDP growth is a useful signal, and if we succeed in taking the growth in GDP and combining that with less and less use of resources and a smaller and smaller carbon footprint, that would be great progress. Thank you.
Danke Ihnen
Well,
allen.
thank you to all of you.
Das war unser Panel.
That was our panel
in Innovation.
on investing in innovation, and do enjoy the rest of the day. And now we're going to move on.
You've heard it already, who our next guest is. I have to say, the NATO feels way more present than it has been in decades. And obviously, I'm talking about the horrible war of Russia on Ukraine, but I am also talking about Air Defender 23. I'm quite sure you've heard about it, which is the largest Air Force deployment exercise in NATO's history. And their training and exercise after Article 5 has been triggered, something that we all hope is not going to happen. Because I have to say, when I've recently heard the planes over my city, I was both really happy that they exist, just in case, and I was really hopeful that I'm not going to hear them again, because it is actually a situation that we don't want to happen. So NATO is indisputably a major player in a world in transition, and the big question is, how can companies, how can the industry help to safeguard geopolitical and geoeconomic society? Slowly. Okay. A very warm welcome, Jens Stoltenberg, NATO Secretary General.
President Roosevelt, dear friends, it's really a great pleasure to be here at this Day of Industry, and I look forward to share with you a few thoughts and then sit down and actually answer some of your questions and listen to your remarks. Because we are now at a critical time for our security. Great power competition is on the rise. Our values and democracies are under pressure, and President Putin has brought war back to Europe. After the Cold War, we all hoped for and worked for a more peaceful relationship with Russia. Gradually, those hopes waned because of President Putin's pattern of aggressive behavior in Georgia, Aleppo, Crimea, and Donbass. The full-fledged invasion of Ukraine shattered any remaining illusions of constructive cooperation with Russia. And therefore, we are at a turning point in history. And what we do or don't do now will define our security for decades to come. So let me briefly share with you 3 things I believe we must do to respond to this more dangerous world. First, we must continue to support Ukraine. NATO has been assisting Ukraine since 2014, and over the last year we have provided unprecedented support. Germany contributes significantly to this effort with air defense systems, battle tanks, artillery and ammunition. Our help strengthens Ukraine's ability to fight on the battlefield. They have been retaking their land and have the capabilities to retake more. We must continue to give them what they need to prevail as a sovereign, independent state. This is our immediate task. The more land they are able to liberate, the stronger their hand will eventually be at the negotiating table. We all want this war to end, but a just peace cannot be freezing the conflict and accepting a deal dictated by Russia. NATO is not party to the conflict, but we stand with Ukraine in its right to self-defense, a right which is actually enshrined in the UN Charter. Then second, we must further strengthen our own defenses. After Russia's full-fledged invasion of Ukraine, everyone understands much better why we need strong defenses. It is not to provoke a conflict, but to preserve peace and protect our prosperity. This costs money. So I expect leaders at the Vilnius NATO summit next month to agree a new defense investment pledge with 2% of GDP for defense as the minimum. And I'm grateful for Germany's contributions to our collective defense, including troops along NATO's eastern flank, jets in the skies of NATO allies, and ships as part of NATO's naval deployments. As we speak, Germany is hosting the largest air exercise ever in NATO's history, Exercise Air Defender, which I look forward to visiting tomorrow. Chancellor Scholz's historic Zeitenwende demonstrates German leadership in these dangerous times. I welcome that Germany has announced it will spend 2% of GDP on defense from 2024. And I also welcome that it started delivering on its commitments to procure the right capabilities to make the Bundeswehr stronger. This is important for German security, it is important for European security and for transatlantic security. We also need a more robust defense industry, and some of you are present here today. Our weapons and ammunition stocks are depleted and need to be replenished, not just in Germany, but in many countries across NATO. Last week, I had the privilege of engaging in a productive meeting with defense industry representatives. We discussed how to best ramp up production, secure supply chains, and remove barriers to our cooperation. This is key to sustain our support to Ukraine and ensure our own defenses. And third, we must end our dependencies on authoritarian regimes. You know that not so many months ago, many believed that buying gas from Russia was a purely commercial decision, only to learn the hard way that it also affects our security. So therefore, it was actually a political decision. Germany and the EU have made impressive efforts to diversify energy supplies, but we must not make the same mistake once again with other authoritarian regimes, not least China. China is not our adversary, and we will continue to engage and trade with China. But at the same time, we must avoid dependencies that makes us vulnerable. We must not rely entirely on China for critical raw materials and products. We must not export technology that can be used against us or lose control over critical infrastructure like 5G networks. Resilience is key to our security, and I welcome the strong emphasis on resilience in the German new national security strategy. We must continue to work together, government and private sector, because our security is a shared responsibility. Germany is a highly valued NATO ally. You have a remarkable industrial base and a very capable defense industry. So what you do really matters. I count on Germany's continued leadership and support to protect our people and values and to preserve peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I obviously have one or two questions, and then we actually might have time to have some questions from the audience. If I may ask my question first. You have said that the new national security strategy has been a good sign, and actually you've been quite optimistic about it. Now, I thought you wouldn't be, probably because, first of all, it's coming quite late, right? That we now say we want to get to the 2% of the GDP. And second of all, I think in the national strategy, it says we're going to spend 2% of GDP on average over the next years, which could be a kind of vague scenario, no?
Well, so first of all, it is an important message to all the NATO allies and to the rest of the world that we now have a very clear commitment from Germany to increase defense spending to 2%. That is something reflected in the national security strategy, but I'm actually also very confident that it will be reflected in what we agree at the Vilnius summit. And then it was also a message when the Zeitenwende was launched and the 100 billion extra was allocated for defense. But what matters for me is actually that this commitment to increase defense spending is also not only something which is demonstrated in words, but also in deeds, because defense spending has started to increase, enabled Germany to invest more, to buy, for instance, fifth generation fighter aircraft, buy more air defense, and invest also in scaling up the stocks of ammunition and provide German support to Ukraine. Then, of course, I want more. So therefore, I expect a continued increase. And therefore, I also expect that when Germany, together with all the NATO allies at the Vilnius summit, we will agree not only to say that we will spend 2%, but that we'll regard 2% as the minimum of what we have to spend. Because in addition to agree to spending, we will also at the NATO summit agree what we call capability targets, with targets for the different capabilities. And that's a list of thousands of specific capabilities that each and every ally should have. Battle tanks, planes, ammunition, ships, readiness, and many other things. And that has a price. And for many allies, that price will be higher than 2%. So there is no doubt that Germany, as other allies, have to invest significantly more in defense. Let me end by saying the following. I have been Minister of Finance. I have been Prime Minister. I know it's hard to increase defense spending. Because the reality is that if you're going to find $1 billion extra for defense, which we have to because we live in a more dangerous world, then there is $1 billion less for health, for education, for infrastructure, or for cutting taxes. So it has a price. But the reality is that all NATO allies, we reduced defense spending after the end of the Cold War when tensions went down. Now tensions have gone up and there's a full-fledged war in Europe. So if we reduce spending when tensions are going down, we have to increase spending when tensions are going up. And that's the reason why I expect Germany and all other allies to invest more in defense.
we're definitely going to see in the next couple of years what is actually going to happen. One question, again, before we're going to ask the audience is, you've mentioned that regimes like China, we have to be careful what we export, because we do not want to export something that actually strengthens them more and weakens us even more. Now, technology, we don't really know what the weapon of the future is, right? Artificial intelligence has been a topic today. How do you make sure to know what kind of product we can export and what not? Because potentially, most of it can be of harm, no?
But I think we have to understand that this is not black or white and a very clear line. It is a blurred landscape where we have to make difficult decisions and address difficult trade-offs and do some risk management. Of course, there is no way we can have zero dependency on imports from a big economy, a big country like China, and that's not the aim. But not so many years ago, I think that many of us, I was part of that, we thought that the more we traded with authoritarian regimes, especially the more we traded with China, the more liberal, the more open, the more democratic they would be. The reality is that China is less liberal today, more authoritarian today than 10, 20 years ago. So knowing that these countries are becoming more and more authoritarian, they don't share our values, they're cracking down on democratic rights in Hong Kong, we see how they treat minorities in their own country, and we see how they are threatening neighbors around the South China Sea, and how they also are coming closer to us, also trying to coerce and threaten also NATO allies in different ways. That makes it absolutely certain that we cannot be, there is a risk when we make ourselves dependent on key commodities from China. It's not about turning off, it's not about isolating. We need to continue to trade and continue to engage with China, but we see, for instance, in some parts of the new economies of renewable energies and so on, a dependencies on raw materials, on rare earth minerals from China, which is extremely high. And that makes us vulnerable. So this is partly an obligation for countries, for governments to try to define some guidelines and set some restrictions on some of the core technologies. But it's also an issue and a responsibility for each and every industry. Because there's also commercial risks in making yourself too dependent on commodities from authoritarian regimes. And we have learned a lesson from Russian gas. It was a mistake to be so dependent on energy from an authoritarian power that used that energy to try to prevent us from supporting Ukraine. So we need to develop guidelines, we need to understand better. We are working on something called resilience guidelines in NATO. We try to help and to define some of these borderlines. But at the end of the day, it will also be an element of judgment, of risk management from each and every industry to find the right balance between engagement and trade, but not being naive and being too dependent.
Mm-hmm. Not being naive. So, question, does anyone have a question in the audience right now for Mr. NATO Secretary General there?
Hold on to it, I'll let you speak.
Mr. Stoltenberg, thank you very much for your clear words, much appreciated. I'm representing the German defense industry, Susanne Wiegand, CEO of company RENK. We touched a little bit on China. Can you please elaborate very briefly on the NATO position and NATO reaction with respect to a potential escalation in Taiwan? And if this would happen, what will happen with NATO reaction? Thank you.
So first of all, NATO will remain a regional alliance of North America and Europe. NATO is not becoming a global alliance. But of course, what happens also outside the transatlantic area matters for NATO. And therefore, we are concerned when we see the threatening rhetoric from China against Taiwan. There is no excuse for China to use force against Taiwan. There is no way they should change status quo by the use of force, and any differences, disagreements should be solved by diplomatic means. Then, of course, if there was a conflict in Asia, it will matter for NATO. Because what we see is that China and Russia are coming closer and closer. They exercise together. They are just weeks before the invasion of Ukraine. President Xi and President Putin signed an agreement, a treaty, where they stated clearly that their partnership is without limits. So it is very easy to imagine a conflict that where Russia and China would one way or another operate together. So that just makes it even more important to prevent any conflict also in that part of the world, because to think that that can be isolated, I think is not longer the case.
The next question, can I add something to what she just asked? What would that mean, an escalation of the conflict for US support for NATO in Europe? Could the US, do they have the capacity to be present and engaged on two fronts?
The US has, of course, great capacities, and they also realize that the protection of Europe is in the US interest. At the same time, the US, of course, doesn't have limitless capacities, and that just highlights the importance of European allies investing more in defense. This is something that NATO has asked for decades. The US defense budget is roughly 70% of NATO's total defense spending. So the risk of more global conflicts also that can involve US forces other places in the world than Europe just highlights the importance of one of my main messages today, that we need to invest more as Europeans, because we cannot totally be dependent on the United States. We need to do our share to a bigger or to a stronger degree than we do today.
Thank you. We have one more question from the audience. I'll hold on to the microphone.
So, Mr. Stoltenberg, first of all, you have made NATO more popular in Europe, and in particular in Germany, than ever before. If you think about 40 years ago, we had this demonstration against NATO double-track resolution, a very different world. What, and that's my question, what could we do to engage with China to prevent China from openly supporting militarily Russia?
So first, I think that it is important to engage with China to convey those messages, and that has been conveyed by NATO, it has been conveyed by NATO allies, that China should not provide any military support to Russia's illegal war against Ukraine. And I welcome the fact that Secretary Blinken, the US Foreign Secretary, actually had now long meetings both with his Chinese counterpart, but also with President Xi. And based on the reports I read from that, of course, they haven't solved all outstanding issues, but the meetings have been good, and they have addressed a long range of issues, and I'm confident also addressed the need for China, or the message from the United States has most certainly been that China should not provide any support to Ukraine. Then on the popularity of NATO, yes, you're right. So if you look at the opinion polls, we have record high support. But I think the reality is that it just reflects that people see what's going on. What we see is that a sovereign, independent, democratic state in Europe, Ukraine, has been attacked with a full-fledged invasion. And we also see the rhetoric from Russia, from President Putin, that this is partly about Ukraine. It doesn't recognize Ukraine as a sovereign, independent nation, despite the fact that he has signed many agreements recognizing Ukraine as an independent nation. And one of those agreements was actually the agreement where Ukraine gave up all its nuclear powers. It has nuclear weapons, gave up its nuclear weapons. Russia and many other countries then signed that they will respect the territorial integrity of Ukraine. So that's a quite strong message that it violates so blatantly agreements that has been made again and again with an independent sovereign nation in Europe. One more thing about this is that we have to remember that in NATO, we were not surprised, because partly we had very precise intelligence, which we shared as early as the fall of 2021. Precise intelligence of the Russian military buildup, precise intelligence of the intentions. So when the invasion happened, we were well prepared, and we activated our defense plans. We deployed more forces in the eastern part of the alliance. We gave Sarkar, our supreme commander, more authorities because we knew, we were prepared, and therefore that morning we did all that. But we were also prepared because the invasion of Ukraine is part of a pattern. It started, well, we can discuss when it started with Chechnya, but at least with Georgia in 2008, where they went into Georgia. Then the brutal warfare in Syria, and then the war in Ukraine didn't start in last year, in February. It started in 2014. That was when they took Crimea, and a few months after, went into Eastern Donbass. So this pattern led to the biggest reinforcement of NATO in generations since 2014, with more troops, more defense spending, higher readiness, because we need to send a very clear message to President Putin that we are there to protect every inch of NATO territory. The last thing I will say is the following. He, just weeks or months, a couple of months before the invasion in December 2021, he sent a letter or a proposed draft agreement to the United States and to NATO. And he wanted NATO to say that we should have no forces in the eastern part of the alliance, introducing some kind of B membership for those allies that have become members after 1997. He wanted, of course, Ukraine to promise to never join NATO, but he also wanted NATO to promise no additional enlargement of NATO, including with Finland and Sweden. That prompted immediately Finland and Sweden to apply for membership. Because they realized that Putin tried to close the door. And when someone tried to close the door, then you can move in, and they moved in. So he went to war because he wanted less NATO. He wanted NATO to remove forces from the eastern part of the alliance, and there was no more NATO members. He has got the exact opposite. He has gotten more NATO troops in the eastern part of the alliance, and Finland and Sweden as members. Finland already, Sweden soon. So the whole war has been a big strategic mistake of President Putin. He's getting the exact opposite of what he wanted.
May I ask you on the popularity of NATO, a very, very short, very last question, a very personal one. Would you like to go for another term, if they ask you?
It has been a great privilege to serve at NATO. I have been extended before. I made it clear that my term ends this fall, and I'm absolutely certain that the alliance is capable of finding an excellent successor. So it has been a great privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, there are a few more handshakes. Big thank you and goodbye. Und an dieser Stelle möchte ich meine Panel-Gäste hier nach vorne zu uns bitten. Susanne Wiegand.
This is where I would like to get my panelists to join me on the stage. Susanne Wiegand, you heard her briefly, CEO of RENK Group. She asked a question to the Secretary General. And Marie-Agnes Strack-Zimmermann, Chairperson of the Defense Committee, the German Government Assistant, Robin Bergmann, CFO of Dassault Systems. Welcome.
Dann setzen Sie sich doch neben mich. Ich freue mich. Ja, vielen Dank auch für die Frage.
So many thanks also for your question. So you spoke with your journalist's hat on, as it were, with your question to the Secretary General. If I've now got the three of you on the panel, I want to ask you about your assessment regarding Ukraine. How will this conflict continue, and do we really run the danger, especially Dr. Strack-Zimmermann, that the whole thing will end in a frozen conflict, so-called? Thank you for the invitation. And ladies and gentlemen, stay here. The best is yet to come, right now. Okay, second best, maybe. I don't want to be too immodest. No, I think a frozen conflict is never an answer. History teaches that there are many, many conflicts that were frozen, assuming that the generation or the following generations would somehow solve the problem. But the reality, when you're looking at the post-war period, is these conflicts defrost. Eventually, they all do. And the problems, the animosities, which are hidden behind them because one or several countries felt unfairly dealt with, this was all carried on into the next and afterwards into all the generations. So I think there are matters in the world that need to be resolved. It's not a good thing, but the problem is not going to be resolved by putting it into the deep freeze. Do you see a solution for this conflict? And if you do, what circumstances? Well, it's a bit like reading the tea leaves. I mean, if you follow the news, what is happening in Ukraine and how merciless the Ukraine is also liberating villages, and what is found there is death, there is destruction. There is literally no stern left. And Russia, they're doing what they love doing in Syria too. They even destroy utterly the areas they think they can claim. So there is nothing left there. So as I say, it's reading the tea leaves. But ultimately, Ukraine will decide how things continue, obviously in cooperation with the partners, because we are supporting them. But primarily, it is up to Ukraine to decide. The second thing is they can only do that from a position of strength. As Secretary General Stoltenberg said, the calculation, Russia's calculation didn't work at all. And the first soldiers who marched only carried dress uniform with them because they thought they would go on parade and people would welcome them with jubilation. After a few days, it was clear that things were rather different. So we shouldn't storm ahead. No, we should support Ukraine so they can start discussions from the best possible position. And one last thought. If Russia is successful in this sort of war, then this won't be the last war in Europe. And anybody who believes that we are tired of it and we don't want to see it anymore, I mean, if anybody believes that for one moment, then, oh, well, it's over and we can take a deep breath and go on happily living our lives as before, then you haven't heard the signal. The UN was set up, so this sort of thing will never happen again, that a stronger country simply attacks a weaker one. And I can only call on all of you who are here, make it clear to your companies, we have to do this together if we all want to live in peace and in freedom. Thank you very much also for putting that in with the Second World War. My grandmother lived through the Second World War in Europe, and she kept telling me how as a young woman she was standing outside the building. And apparently she said, never again, never again. And it didn't happen. So never mind whether we're talking about the Ukrainian war, there are many other wars as well, which we shouldn't forget. And it's so hard to accept what people can do to people. And that's why I say we mustn't forget the other conflicts that still exist, although we are, of course, concerned with our own security as well. Let's go back to the current conflict in Europe. What is it that you hear about the current situation? And what sort of options do you see for keeping up the support? First of all, the situation, and I can only agree with what has just been, situation is a critical one. I've heard somebody say, it's easy to start a war, to end one, it's very difficult, because even if you no longer fight, it doesn't mean there is no peace. As an industry in Germany, all we can do is to keep on tirelessly continuing to provide support. We have to do that. I think Ukraine has no chance at all if the West would in any way reduce its effort or start just sitting still and waiting. We've got to power through with it. It makes a lot of demands on society and it costs money. And people here are not just going to ask, why do we need all of that? Do we need some of that for the German armed forces? We agree we want to get 2% of the budget spent on the armed forces in Germany. We haven't got there yet, even though we have the new security strategy, which doesn't exactly make us gives us encouragement. But what we're doing with Ukraine, it really means we have to make sure we rapidly improve and de-bureaucratize our procurement. And all I must say is what we needed for Ukraine was organized quickly and pragmatically, although we're still not really quick in replenishing for the German armed forces what we moved to Ukraine. We're slowly starting, but not much has been added yet. But as an industry, we are prepared. We've made the capacities. We're continuing to extend our capacities. And I speak for all my colleagues that it's primarily a supply chain problem and a problem of skilled labor that needs to be organized. I can also say that at least in some parts of society, things have changed. We're getting a lot more job applications. I think that's positive. And the young people aren't just coming to get a job. They say, I want to do something with a purpose, which makes sense. And what you're doing is useful, and the things you produce make sense, and so we're coming to you instead of going to another job. I think that's a very positive development. So industry is at the ready. We are waiting for simpler, simplified procedures to do what's needed. I'll get back to the supply chains a bit later. There was a bit of applause, so please go ahead. Oh, we seem to have a sound issue. Is there an echo? You heard me 3 times. A request? We are sufficiently flexible. Can we solve the problem of the echo so that my panelists can hear my own voice better instead of hearing me with a Doppler or tripler effect? I know what happens. It's dreadful if you get this double feedback, and I do apologize for that. Very briefly, personal question. You just talked about a change of mentality. You've been active in industry for some time. What has made you adopt this stance, obviously some time ago? I've been in the defense sector for 20 years here in Germany, and I think I've lived through everything you can see. Interest for the sector, rejection, horror, admiration. Oh, and as a woman, how can you do this? So, oh, this is a bit weird. So I think security in this country, security in Europe, for all of us, for the people, is not something which is up for discussion. And if you ask how important it is the basis for everything. Look at Syria, Mali, Ukraine, Yemen. We're looking at sustainability, the future, wind turbine, but all of that needs a basis for a good world, a world where we can live. So I've never seen what we do as evil weapons for war. And we're not just one country, we're in NATO, that is a defensive military alliance. And we simply have to accept that this world doesn't just have nice and peaceful people, but there are some autocrats about, and that deterrence alone, sadly, is not what helps them. They want to act on sea strength, so diplomacy doesn't help either. You have to engage in diplomacy as long as possible, and if not, you have to do deterrence, and deterrence without credibility doesn't work, and deterrence is only credible if you have a full arsenal, and if the decision makers are trusted to, worst case, use what there is. Nobody wants that, but it does seem to be a must to have this available. Maybe I just understood that earlier. Mr. Bergmann, Dassault Systems develops software for the aerospace sector. What is the new dimension that Ukraine brought about? First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to be here. Regarding your question, we see ourselves as a European software company, and I think that is really crucial. And with this, we did very well. We are also a Société Européenne, that's our legal status. And that meant we position ourselves from the very beginning, because we have many customers across industries working in the wider Europe, in the European and the global market. So from the beginning, if you're coming from the private sector, there are, of course, national interests, but basically it's global markets that are your focus. So what we did, we are a company where there is a lot of demand for digital solutions, for the better operation, but also for scaling operational capacities. And we have done a lot of new programs which start all over the world, but they need to be supplied, they need to be equipped. And some of the bottleneck is skilled labor. It's less the IT infrastructure which is lacking. We're investing in cloud solutions in order to better connect infrastructure, be able to collect data better, thereby facilitating the acceleration of decision-making. But we are an entrepreneur not just in the defense and aerospace sector, but we're also active in the pharmaceutical or automotive sector. And we're using best practices from other sectors and introduce them into the defense industry. To give you one brief example, we were very successful also as part of the pandemic when we scaled up clinical studies. We worked together with some of the leading pharmaceuticals in this respect so that we could reduce development programs to an absolute fraction of what they were before. This sort of experience is really important, even in such a crisis, and particularly for the defense sector. So we currently see ourselves as an important strategic part of the decision-making process. You mentioned supply chains. Could you tell us something about supply chains and control of supply chain and the challenges resulting from that? Well, this is very much a problem on principle. Well, it's a question of understanding data for security purposes. It's also very important to have the data that we need available. But, well, talking about data, I think there are two issues we're talking about at the moment. Important in terms of data is the willingness for existing systems. Let's say we have a situation where only a fraction of existing aircraft are mission ready. So this means there is a maintenance bottleneck, or that parts cannot be supplied, that there isn't sufficient capacity. If you have intelligent data solutions, we can address that issue. I'm not saying you can resolve the problems, but you can at least make it transparent and then prioritize. And we work together with other military companies like the Rafale program in France. The data are cloud optimized in order to improve the mission readiness of aircraft. And we've trodden some pretty new paths there. The cloud is something where at the beginning there was a lot of concern. But in recent years we've seen that the cloud is the only solution that increases the maintenance capability and real-time generation of data, which can then be put into the supply chain and to improve the situation. I'd like to ask you one other question. That's the use of AI, which we've briefly addressed in the course of the day. What are the dangers which emanate from more AI for security? What are also the changes in warfare? How can we prevent AI escalations, unnecessary escalations of these situations? I think in many respects we're right at the beginning as far as rules, regulations, framework and so on is concerned. Looking at it from a positive way, what can we achieve with AI? We'll be using algorithms to better understand data. The know-how exists in the companies. The point is finding the relevant data and use the right tools to draw the right conclusions so that real-time decisions can be made. And this is where AI can provide amazing value. But it's really three things that have to be taken together. The relevant data, know-how and knowledge, which exists in the companies and in the defense structures, that has to be bundled. And then you need IT competence to develop algorithms. Only these things together can generate output. And I think it's important that technology companies, particularly here European companies, since we're talking about a European context, they need to work together with the arms manufacturers, with the defense sector, to get accelerated processes underway so that decisions can be made more quickly. So AI per se isn't a solution to the problem. I would like to get back to the supply chain issue briefly. What are the players in the supply chain that you depend on? Well, I'm not going to name names. But we have a considerable number of German suppliers, certainly, actually the majority, more than 90%. In the German operations, in the US, we have more American suppliers. So you have to differentiate as to where we are. If you're looking at China, our direct dependency is negligible. But the question is, to what extent are our suppliers dependent? So the absolute transparency of a supply chain, I don't think many will have managed to achieve that, to properly understand all the dependencies that exist. We are on the point of analyzing it and then try to take measures to minimize risks. But that's a time-consuming process. It doesn't happen overnight, particularly in the military area. There are many components and target supplies which all need to be allowed, approved, certified. So you can't just put in something else. So the process of replacing items is a difficult one, but it starts with transparency in the supply chain. We've more or less got that sorted now. We've also got suppliers that are sourcing their products in China and to also tell us they cannot immediately find alternatives. And that also has an immense price effect. And I think in Germany, if we want to do a structural broadband-based step and not just hope that some companies will do it themselves, then we need an initiative. I'm not somebody who cries for subsidies, but we would need some sort of concerted action rather than hope that companies will somehow look at where they stand and do what is possible. You just talked about your own company. What do you think is the degree of transparency of the supply chain in your sector? I'm sure you exchange views. I can't give you a percentage term. I think all my colleagues are working on it. We've all understood the situation. We're analyzing it. Some have a more complex situation than others. But to give you some sort of forecast, that would not be a sound way of doing things. But I think it's definitely on our to-do list and nobody will ignore the job. Something which concerns us, every single one, but we are all pretty much on our own and everybody does what they need on their own. Ms. Agnes Strack-Zimmermann is thinking very hard. Penny, for your thoughts, I would say. Well, none of this is surprising. Industry needs to be revved up because the German government is reacting. And if we're saying that for many years the German armed forces weren't the best client for the German defense sector, then you don't need to be surprised that things can't be done so quickly. And given the situation, I mean, you know, the best advertising you can engage in is your own armed forces looking good. So in Europe, we have this war now. We have many, many conflicts all over the world. And we have to be aware that the whole world is sort of juddering. It's not just a local conflict. It's a conflict which really has repercussions all over the world. When you're looking at Australia, Japan, South Korea, these countries are highly alarmed that this aggression this war of aggression might be repeated in different constellations in the South Pacific. So they're now all going back to a market which isn't infinite. Just looking at the issue of ammunitions, I mean, we can say, you know, get on with it. Why isn't it fast? But we're not the only ones who want to buy munitions. It's not just a German problem or a European problem. It's a Western problem. And I've learned myself that it's right to say, well, before you can fire your blunderbuss, you've got to have dry gunpowder. Is it Europe's problem looking at supply chains, raw materials, to be better, also independent of China in the defense sector? And if that is so, when will we manage? If you're looking at geopolitics, it's very urgent that Europe, in terms of trade, manufacturing, becomes much more independent. But however, this does not mean we want to change our transatlantic alliance. On the contrary, we are part of the transatlantic alliance and we can be very great that Germany sees an American alliance where it's now the most Europe-friendly administration we've had for some time, but it can happen. You can't just say, Americans don't vote in the wrong president. That would be very arrogant. It's up to the Americans who they elect. But if we want to make sure that we play a role which also is relevant in security terms, well, we can't do that if we don't look at what was happening in Europe, if we don't basically clean outside our own doors. What will happen? Who will do it? I mean, look at the US, look at the Canadians. We call it the Near East. The English call it the Middle East. It's the Near East because it's right outside our door. So the problems we have here, which culminated in the Russian attack against Ukraine, the biggest supporter is Iran. So a lot of nastiness comes from there. So yes, we do have to become more independent. It's anything but easy. I've just talked about this with a French delegation because there are different views about things. But if you're asking me, yes, we do need to work together. And above all, we need to use the money wisely in Europe so that we don't end up with 100 different systems. In industry points, it's not that easy because every industry wants to sell their own product. But we need to think more European in procurement as well, and maybe put together a consortium here or there. So we don't, not every country needs to have every single type of weapon. We need to bundle our strengths. Now, you mentioned the transatlantic alliance, so we need to specify this question a little more. In the foreseeable future, in Europe, talking about security, talking about the equipment of the European defense industry, is that possible without Chinese suppliers? I think others could answer that better than I can, but I think it is possible, but we need to start. It's not just a question of lethal arms, it's also a question of what do we do with cyber attacks or attacks against our communication infrastructure. To be honest, my concern is that we get attacks, online attacks, communication attacks. That worries me far more than getting hit by a missile. And I mean, and these sort of attacks I'm talking about have been going on for years. But just look at the debate we've been engaged in, the millions of trolls that tell you the sort of rubbish that make you feel sick. And the worst thing is that people actually believe it, even if it's only 20% who believe it. At least 80% are still not believing it. But who knows what will happen in the future? So it's a question of industry in general. And I mean, I'm a guest here, so it's not up to me to make myself unpopular, but still what I would like to see, given the threats we face, is to have this discussion not just in the political arena or with industry, as in this case, or that journalists come to us, or we can talk about journalists, but I think every single person in this country should take responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, you're the elite in this country, and I want to hear that the elite of this country has a loud commitment, not just clapping when Mr. Stoltenberg says we need to hold together and put our foot down. Put our foot down may not be quite right, but at least be committed. But I want every single one of you in your own company, irrespective of what it is that you're producing, you must make clear to people what is at stake. What's at stake is freedom and security. And security is a lot more than just weapons. It's trade routes, who we trade with, what future we're going to have. And I hope we're all in a boat, because I can tell you honestly, I get pretty fed up if I hear people say, oh, politics. You elect politics. You can also put us out of office if you don't want us anymore. We are part of society, and we should stand together and tackle this.
Interessante Frage, die sich durch Ihre Äußerung gerade aufdrängt.
It's an interesting question that cropped up here. Unfortunately, Mr. Stoltenberg isn't with us anymore. But how would NATO react if there were a cyber attack on a NATO state?
Cyberangriff zum Beispiel oder eine Attacke auf die Netze.
Or
wie die NATO
an attack on the network. How would NATO react? And what article does that fall under? Of course, we have that discussion. Article 5 does apply, but logically, a serious cyber attack on a neighboring country concerns us too, and it's a fundamental question. You can't engage in an attack in order to defend yourself against an attack. If you could see it coming, that would be another thing, but you need to have a mandate to do that. And we're having some quite vehement discussions about what that ultimately means. Because we can't simply let it happen. I can only agree, and thank you for saying that so clearly. What we need, I think, is a new form of partnership. And of course, people always look to the arms industry and to politicians. But looking at industry in IT and in software, it's really important for people to work together closely. And then the question arises, what software companies in Europe have the competence to do this? How much software competence do we have compared with the US or China? That's been mentioned a number of times. And it's extremely important that we understand that this is an infrastructural issue. It's not just an economic question. It's not just about creating prosperity. For reasons of internal security, we need these things. Basically, the predictability that we require to be equipped for future conflicts. That's exactly it. Cyber war, yes. Basically, Star Wars. What happens if satellites are attacked? Who protects us? Are there systems? That's what we need to address. Well, that's a good note to end on. I'd love to carry on discussing with you about this very important issue. Thank you very much for being with us.
Tschüss, und wir gehen gemeinsam.
Ja, wir bleiben.
And we're going to stay on this issue of threats, unfortunately. It's so incredibly important, and so we need to carry on talking about it. Of course, we're going to be talking about the national security strategy. The Chancellor said it's the most important task of any state to ensure the security of its citizens. Without that, there is no freedom, no stability, and no prosperity. And Article 6 of the EU Charter says that every person has the right to security. But does this pledge, this promise, mean anything anymore? We're seeing cyber assaults, we're seeing hybrid threats. How do we deal with that? What do we need to do? What possible roads for action do we have? I could mention a lot of cyber attacks that have taken place in recent weeks. For example, on Deutsche Leasing, Kaiserslautern University, medical services, and so forth. There aren't always states behind them, but we don't know. Sometimes it's about money, sometimes it's about information. And what physical impacts these things can have, we saw with Colonial Pipelines in the United States in 2021, when we saw the prices spiral because the management IT of the pipelines had been attacked. And when the war broke out, when Russia attacked Ukraine, the wind farm operators were very quickly affected because the SAT communication satellite wasn't functioning, which meant that the wind farm operators had huge problems. So how do we deal with these things? And does this security pledge still apply? I'm going to be talking about this with Johann Saathoff from the Ministry of the Interior and Communities, Udo Littke from Eviden, John Spillmann, the CCO of Rocket Factory in Augsburg, and Dr. Kurt Bettenhausen from the Board of Harting Technologies, who's responsible for research and development. Welcome to all of you.
Herr Saathoff.
Mr. Saathoff, I was comparing the two prefaces written by Chancellor Scholz and Ms. Baerbock, our foreign minister. And Mr. Scholz says security is our job, and Ms. Baerbock says it's diverse, we need to be more robust. Well, you're asking me, as someone who represents the Ministry of the Interior and Communities in the German government. Of course, there is a pledge to maintain security. We, the public industry, do we need to have no concern? Well, we work every day to make sure that we don't want you to have those fears. And we've got thousands of people working in our ministry round the clock to defend people. We know that the threats have become very diverse, not only the pandemic, but the consequences of anthropogenic climate change and a lot of other things, war in Ukraine, a lot of things that can potentially disrupt our security. So there is a dynamic sense of these things at the political level. Do you feel safe, Mr. Bettenhausen? Well, at least as safe as I did in 1984, probably even more, if you ask me. And as an entrepreneur, we have a lot of different tasks to carry out, but if we do our business properly, I'd say this is homework that we have to do anyway. We have the great advantage that we have a long-term corporate family behind us, family of owners. Energy independence and renewable energy has been on their agenda for many years and not just since yesterday. So we were pretty sure that we would cope with a lot of things. You were. You said we were. No, it's become easier. We really have prepared for worst-case scenarios and have set up plans. So partly you've taken care of these things yourself. Yes, of course. And the owners and the board and all our employees understand that. So within 4 weeks, we had looked at alternative energy supply. These are all things that happen very quickly in our case, not just on PowerPoints, but we have to be able to switch them on if it gets serious. Okay, so we have these diverse scenarios, these diverse threats. How could we change that? There's no such thing as 100% security, we know that. But now we're talking about technology. You're working on this. How will technology improve the situation or perhaps make it worse? Well, we're talking about putting infrastructure into space. That's an important aspect of security. All the data that we receive from space, that we use day to day, and which are particularly useful in crisis, that give us an advantage, as we saw in the war. Deficits that have to be made up for very quickly. NATO and other countries have made that data available where we needed it, and it's very important that we have sovereignty for our own activities in space. We very quickly look to Europe and the world, but we don't have any solutions so that, for example, for launchers, that we can resolve that. So we need to think about new pathways and adopt different methods compared with the past. Mr. Lütke, you see what a lot of companies are doing. Would you say that this feeling of security is typical? Yes, and I think we need new technologies because the threat scenarios are becoming, and the attacks too, are becoming increasingly perfidious. I think there's been a change in recent years. In the old days, if you were on the edge of a system landscape, you had a firewall, an edge, we call them now, security edge. There would be a change in the software at some point. So if human error had occurred, the software would be slightly adapted. But now we're seeing a quite new threat scenario. Imagine you have a sophisticated security system, but you need AI in your security. Now that's a good idea basically, but if you want to use AI, you need to train that AI, and for that you need training data. And the training data, just imagine, it's not so easily available. The training data can be manipulated. We're seeing that. So that's another way to make cyber attacks possible. So this is already happening. Training data of AI is being manipulated? Yes. Did you know that? Are you working on it? Yes. We were actively involved in the AI regulations at European level. We want to regulate AI without preventing it, without too many limits. And one point is, how do we deal with training data? We want real-time data wherever possible. And it's a real problem for people working with data. We're trying to find a solution so that on the one hand, it's not artificially generated, but at the same time doesn't reflect the real data for training. So we're all working with AI, most of us anyway, or trying to work with it. Is it enough to say that we're talking about it, we've got an idea how to do it? For example, using data that artificial intelligence can use that isn't always based on real-time data. Is that enough? Well, that's the way in a democracy to create a law. There are stakeholder processes which we carry out as well, and I think all of us have recognized the problem in full. And then we have to agree between our departments. At European level, we have to stand up for German interests. Whether it's too fast or too slow, I don't know. We're on the good path, I think, and we found a good way to talk about these things. Others take a different approach, I think rather more negligent. That is, they simply don't worry about it at all. Well, then, of course, compared with them, we're doing quite well. If we compare with continents or countries that aren't thinking about it at all. So artificial intelligence is, if you talk about hybrid threats, they open up new sectors for aggression that we perhaps haven't thought about in the past. How can these threats be combated specifically? You have an idea, you say networks. Yeah, but that's a very powerful question because you have to ask very early. I think it's good that we have the regulatory side, that we're describing it, defining it, and implementing it, but the actual substantive part, how can we combat attacks? I think we need a fundamental debate in this triangle of politics, us as industry, and academics and research, because we don't have that many insights to work with. We need to recognize anomalies, and by doing that, we can defuse situations. There are tools and mechanisms for that. We're not starting from scratch. But if you compare with other technologies, which, like I mentioned at the start, had a firewall or a software adjustment. We're very early on in the process here. So another way to reduce the threat would be to standardize, wouldn't it? No, one sounds like the future, and if I talk about standardization, it sounds like a bit old and fusty. Now, you came from a background of electrical engineering. Can you explain what you do? We look at everything that is nationally a part of the regulatory framework, the standardization, and then we drive that through our European organizations like Senelec and a bit internationally. And you're right, we've had this since 2006. Just experiment quickly, just close your eyes a minute for 30 seconds. Imagine the standardizer. You probably think of an old white man who's trying to write the correct symbols. It's no longer like that. Hasn't been for a long time. Because with standardization, especially with cybersecurity, there are so many different aspects to take into account. There's a lot of procedure, so processes, workflows, and understanding what I need to do where, so that when I provide something new, when I plan, when I project, when I design, I do use the right procedures. And to come back to what Mr. Littke said, 20 years ago, there was the defend parameter. That was the non plus ultra. Everyone thought a firewall would protect them until Daxnet came along. And now we have a completely different situation. We are assuming basically that we're all compromised. So help us to prepare with these procedures. Train, train, train. What happens if the tool itself, the software itself will not be enough. So this training in cybersecurity, people say security by design. So you start by establishing a standard. Do you work with that in research and development? In space, there are lots of standards that have been agreed on at European level. So if the institutions have projects, they can apply those. But if you're a commercial enterprise, you can do that or not, depending what you want. If you want to, you need a license. There are some you must have. And you have to submit them. You have to show that you've got them for certain jobs. So for people who have their will often take the license to begin with and then do their own thing. So you don't get the feeling that your innovation, because that's often the criticism, isn't it? Standardization will come along and people often hear Germans can't be innovative because we have to keep adjusting things to the standards. No, with space, that's not really the important thing. Because this red tape, all this regulatory stuff, have we've removed that to save 90% of the costs. If some people spend years thinking about how to put astronauts into space, but now we've got just anyone coming along and building a spaceship. We have to do this better and set a good example, perhaps to others in Germany. Who are you thinking about? No, I had to twitch there. It sounded a bit like standardization always goes the same way. We think it through to the end and then we start implementing. For a long time, it hasn't been like that. If you look at normal electrical technology, electrical engineering, a lot of things are happening in parallel. You have to do that today to keep pace. What we're more concerned about is the more players you have in the market, the more likely you are to have a deadlock. And I would agree with you entirely. If people start to contradict the regulation, the standardization, it can become critical. If we look at the corporate sector and the political sector, you say politics accompanies the procedure. Do you think politics is actually doing that, or do you wait until something has reached a certain stage of maturity and then the politicians come in? No, especially when you're talking about critical infrastructure. That's why there's CRITIS, the implementation plan, where the politicians and the administrators are very closely dovetailed with the companies, not only with big ones, but with small companies too, so that little guidelines can be written together about what makes sense and what doesn't. For example, the BSI law that we've got in standards, we have to translate that into real situations for many companies, but we are working closely together, politicians, executive. That's an interesting thought, the hub idea, this exchange. It's been around for a while, but nevertheless, there are companies who say, yes, networking, yes, hubs, yes, but it's always the same people who get together, and it doesn't really interest industry. Well, I'm sure there's something to that. It often is the same people, but it's a bit like that in politics too. But they're the same people that drive things forward, and to some extent, they're the ones who have the awareness. If we're talking about AI, the motto of the last few weeks has been generate an awareness in the company about what you are inputting into that AI. Two of my sons are engineers, and one of my sons told me at the weekend that you can derive entire routines from chatbot GP. He says, what do you put in that, client data? He said, no, we have a policy in our company about what we can input and what we can't. And there are quite simple things like password infrastructure. What are the attack interfaces? You can do a lot of those things without waiting for rules. But isn't it a problem if you just talk to a few companies? No, I don't think you can get around it. You need this networking and this platform in industry and across the general public. And I would completely support what you just said, that we do need standardization at that point. For example, in recent years we learned to think more in terms of platforms and ecosystems as a society, as industry, as regulators, as researchers, so that particular interests at some point start to think in the same direction. A lot of things are happening now which are being supported, and if you bring together players from different systems, then you need to define standards. You need to standardize what data will be processed with what data set. You need criteria. So I have to say, I can only support it, this networking idea. We have to carry on thinking about the platform economy. Is that enough to protect critical infrastructure? Well, there are a number of mechanisms, and I'm a great champion of the zero trust philosophy. It's not exactly new, and it's not a new science. It means that every element in the value chain probably distrusts another component, whether it's a sensor or a machine or a person inputting the data. So the question, can you authenticate yourself? Are you the right one? Are you allowed to be asking me what you're asking me? And I have to do this too. All of us have to do it, and you can work through that. It's really a commercial question, and every company manager needs to think about how much money they're prepared to spend on that. We've heard about that a number of times today. There is a monetary aspect to this as well. And Bitkom conducted an analysis. The security component is still quite low in corporate budgets, and prevention alone is not normally enough. But if you want to win, you need to do more. So I shouldn't be smiling at this point. Everyone who thinks about it or who is confronted with it, and I had to do this early in my career, it's an old issue, IT security. It's older than the war between Russia and Ukraine. It's even older than DAX, that attack on the centrifuges for the early warning system in Iran. Why is nothing happening? What do you think? As usual, at the end of the day, it's about people. Whatever we pursue, whatever philosophy we adopt, how human-centered we are, ultimately we have the same weak point. And if we look at that, you just talked about it. Platform exchange. Just imagine the situation of a small, fairly small company. First of all, you need to get an expert, you need to find one, you need to be able to fund one and want to fund one. And if you look at the IT, the money that they earn in the IT sector, then they are rather bigger than what electrical engineers earn and even managers of electrical engineers. And this is a support function that only crops up when it's not working. So we need a lot more exchange at different levels. We need computer emergency response teams. We need a chance, whether you're a small company, medium-sized or big, to exchange experience in order to apply the same standards. And people need to want that. If they don't want it, it won't work. So, Mr. Spoormann, now your technology brings in an entire new tier. Space technology has its own tier, doesn't it? But you're a young company. How do you feel about this? How do you respond to it? Yes, a young company, 5 years old, and a lot has been mentioned today. A lot of this applies to us. I think the same. Yes, I think my IT manager is always pleased when people in the company don't know who he is. There's a lot of debate about this in Germany without looking to see what companies are actually doing. And IT security is big for us. We took a very rudimentary approach to it and worked through all these questions. I don't know if it's always good to talk about things in a big framework, as long as we don't see any damage or we're not under pressure. There might be a better way than to say you must go down this path. Oh, well, that calls up the state. Do you have a better idea? I would want to say no. I don't think there is a better idea here. We have to do regulation in certain fields. In cyber, it's not particularly new. We had this in the BSI Act, and we've been doing it in a lot of other areas too. And we always do it in dialogue with industry, especially the BSI one. There was a lot of dialogue with companies. In physical areas, we don't really have a definition of who is actually critical infrastructure. And we're working on that now, defining that with the new law. Who operates critical infrastructure? It might be slightly different from the picture in cyber, but then we want to define minimum applications. It's an interesting situation at the moment that there are whole sectors in industry are coming up to us now and saying, we would like to be defined as critical infrastructure, please. And I say, don't wish too hard, it may come true. Because you will have to do reporting, you will have to meet certain minimum standards. It's not just easy, but it means that it generates a kind of security community, and I can see that this is very popular in industry. So who wants to be critical in infrastructure then? Other cases that aren't so obvious? Well, for example, the whole security sector. They're saying nothing would work in German industry without surveillance, including sites, public sites, and there was a request there to be considered critical infrastructure. Well, that's interesting. I wonder what they want. So the question, when will this act come in? Well, we're currently looking at the details internally. We're almost finished with that. Then we have to discuss it with the other ministries, and then we'll try to, we'll need a cabinet decision, public hearing, and we really hope that the meaningful contributions from Parliament can happen in this year. But will that be good enough for 2023? We were very quick in putting the pillars. We did this by December of last year. That was quite a challenge. Of course, we want it to be a good law. And I would say we're somewhere between fast and good. But the idea phase is more or less finished, and we're looking at the ministerial detail. So I'm quite hopeful that we won't be doing this at the last minute. Okay, let's look behind the corridors. What do you think might be debated? If you draft a bill, you think you've anticipated everything, but you never know. Okay, so following the debate about heating, no, I don't think it will come from the Home Ministry. But I have to look. We had a lot of interviews that we conducted up front. I don't think we're going to be caught on the hop. It's quite a broad process. The pillars are familiar already to industry, so those who are affected know more or less what to expect. It'll be linked to the national security strategy and the CSR our directive from Europe, that all has to be matched, and we're working on that now. Has anyone already looked at the pillars? Anyone else? To be honest, no, not really. But to come to the question, is space critical infrastructure, yes or no? I would say, on the one hand, I wouldn't be too pleased if I had to write more reports. On the other hand, yes.
Auch das, genau, haben wir schon gehört.
But the strategic relevance that space would certainly apply here. I remember there was a debate about Sundays without cars on the roads.
Da würden wir hier sitzen und ganz viele Leute, die gerade nicht hier sind und das trotzdem
verfolgen. A lot of people who aren't here are able to follow this conference because of this. That's due to satellites, GPS, weather reports. So many things depend on space. But we need sovereignty, yes. There's defense. We need to perhaps say, okay, space is strategically important, so it's critical infrastructure because it's so important for the prosperity in our country. And I think from that point of view, it is important. So will you take space on board? Definitely. There are 11 sectors and one is space. You wanted to say something?
Ja, ich zucke immer so halb.
Yes.
Regulation in selected cases is fine. In recent years, we have gone too far in recent years, and we've heard many examples of that today. So I don't need to repeat them all. What does concern me, and we have to watch that when we're discussing matters, we shouldn't regulate things which are part of international standards and harmonization and have already been done. So the obligation of doing matters in principle so that your own company, your own entrepreneurial activity is protected, yes, but to tell you exactly how, that brings us back to eating, may not be the best solution. There are better ones available. If we're going back into the basics of standardization, it's supposed to be a bridging function. That's how it emerged. On the one hand, there is a government mandate. On the other hand, there is industry committed and with expertise. And in between, a standardization, which is important as a bridge. But we shouldn't overdo it, because over-regulating may be a problem because it will shoot us out of the market. So we've got to have a good road, drive fast enough, but not so fast we miss the turnoff. Do you think you're going to get there? I absolutely do. We're talking about minimum standards, not concrete regulations. The options that minimum standards open come from business and the different business sectors, so I'm sure we're going to build the right road. Is minimum standard something like the data protection rule, the new one, or not? I don't think the two are comparable because the objective is so different. What we are concerned with at the moment is to create an awareness so that people operating critical infrastructure, A, know that what they do is a critical infrastructure, and B, that they know what we expect from them as responsible for a critical infrastructure. Also the reporting duty, and to know that what happens if there is a failure, if it's a downturn, or what happens, what impact does it have? That's why we write this sort of law. May I ask you a more personal question? When I asked you earlier, the security promise, does that still stand? Also has to do with data, because I read the basic law in Germany, which is like the German constitution, and there is no such thing as a promise of security. But when we're now talking about regulation, minimum standards, I think, yeah, fine, we do something where I don't feel 100% secure. Was that directed to me? Well, there's no such thing as 100% security. Nobody can guarantee that. We do everything to make sure people can feel safe and secure. We can't do this on our own. We do it together with society, in this case with business. In the international arena, I think Germany is a great deal better positioned than many other countries. Do you feel that too, that Germany is looking better there? You represent European countries, companies, not just German? No, I do agree with that, definitely. Where we may have an opportunity of improving is when we learn with each other or knowledge transfer, experience exchange. We're talking about, we spend decades dealing with security problems. So I think we have a good idea of what happens, what this forensics is that's involved. And I think we could connect better, even with you and the dialogue with you, and that works very well. But I think, yes, generally speaking, Germany is ahead. Okay, that's excellent. We're now coming to the break, and I would like to invite you to the next talks, which will happen after the break. The issue is transition, as we've said. The situation is changing. And then we're talking about global resilience, what exactly that means will be discussed. We'll also talk about the shifting winds of global economy. How can Germany maintain strategic sovereignty? That has a lot to do with it as well. And there is a side event. It's an imperative on how artificial intelligence or robotics will accelerate the situation. That's on the 4th floor in the Circle Glass Dome. And now we're having a brief break. See you again. So, thank you.
welcome back. So we have to talk about resilience. I don't know about you when you've heard the resilience for the first time. Me personally, I've mentioned it before. I wrote a lot about cybersecurity back in the days, and this is where resilience came up first. And then, then Russia attacked Ukraine, and then resilience. It was clear we have to talk about it on a way broader scale, on a global scale. Yeah, so that's exactly what we want to do now. We want to now talk about how do politics and economy secure global resilience. And therefore, I'm very happy to have a great speaker who comes up with an impulse first and then is going to join us for the panel. And it's the former Danish Prime Minister, the former NATO Secretary General, and also the founder of the Alliance of Democracies Foundation. And we all know resilience also comes down to democracies nowadays, unfortunately. A warm welcome on stage. Anders Fogh Rasmussen.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to discuss Germany's Zukunftswende, looking to the future. The full invasion of Ukraine was our wake-up call to stop appeasing autocracies and to take a stand for principles that kept us in relative peace and progress for over 7 decades. Freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. At the end of the Cold War, we saw a golden age of globalization. We thought we'd reached the end of history. But there's no doubt that today history is back with a vengeance. Business and geopolitics are now interchangeable. Global supply chains are shortening for climate and security reasons. Geopolitical decisions from semiconductors to 5G are affecting business bottom lines. And autocracies are weaponizing those same freedoms we have taken for granted. From abusing our open economies to spread economic coercion, to undermining our free speech, to spread disinformation. But what does this mean for Germany? When NATO was founded, its first Secretary General, Lord Ismay, said its main purpose was to keep the Russians out, the Americans in, and the Germans down. I'm pleased to say only 2 of those points are still true. Keeping Russian imperialism out and the Americans in remain critical. But the time has come for the Germans to play a more active role in the global security order. Ladies and gentlemen, Germany's big test is where this Zukunftswende began, Ukraine. Right now, this task of keeping the Russians out is being performed by the heroic Ukrainian people. Next month, NATO leaders meeting in Vilnius have the opportunity to repay our debt to those fighting for our freedom. Personally, I would be in favor of extending an invitation to Ukraine to join NATO. It would be the first time that we invite into NATO a country that is at war. That requires careful consideration, not least resolving practicalities regarding Article 5 of the NATO Treaty and which areas and eventualities it would cover in the current conflict. Yet, I have reached this conclusion for 3 reasons. First, In 2008, we decided that Ukraine will become a member of NATO, but we did not provide a roadmap. Now Ukraine has been in the waiting room for 15 years. It is not a safe place. Time has come to move Ukraine into a safe place, as we're doing with Finland and Sweden. Second, it is often argued that the prospect of NATO enlargement incited Putin. The truth is the opposite. It was a failure to extend security guarantees to Ukraine that incited Putin. Grey zones are danger zones. Neutrality provides no security. Finland and Sweden realized that. And third, often I hear the argument that we cannot give Ukraine neither security guarantees nor membership of NATO while there is a war going on. That is an extremely dangerous argument. If you make security guarantees and NATO membership dependent on cessation of hostilities, you are giving Putin an incentive to continue the war. By extending an invitation, now we tell Putin, Ukraine will become a member of NATO. It will not happen overnight, but you cannot stop this process. Our door is open for Ukraine, and you are not the doorman. If allies cannot find consensus on an invitation to Ukraine in Vilnius, the second best option would be to outline the path towards NATO membership in 2 steps. First, to remove the need for a membership action plan, as was the case with Finland and Sweden. The Ukrainian army is probably the most combat-ready army in Europe. Second, could be a pledge to review the question of NATO enlargement at the NATO summit in Washington, D.C. next year. Regardless, Ukraine will need security guarantees until it is a full member of NATO. We need strong measures to deter any further Russian aggression. And that is the purpose of the Kyiv Security Compact that I co-authored with President Zelensky's Chief of Staff, Andriy Yermak. These security guarantees, similar to those that Israel receives from the United States, will not replace Ukrainian membership of NATO, but they will build the bridge and protect Ukraine until it is covered by NATO's Article 5. This is the immediate test for Germany and NATO. Ladies and gentlemen, as a European Prime Minister at the start of this century, like most of the time, I played an active role in trying to bring Russia and China closer to the West. Like Germany, I believed that open trade and commercial exchange would force autocracies to open. They did not. And as the facts change, so must our response. And the fact is that over the past decade, the autocrats, especially Putin and Xi, have turned against our free societies. In Europe, we can no longer straddle the line between commerce and values, or turn a blind eye as our freedoms are weaponized by the autocrats. We must enable Europe to reduce its dependencies on the autocrats. We're entering a new world, one where the democracies and autocracies are facing off. Collectively, the free world, economically, politically, and militarily, overshadows the autocratic world. That is why we must build an alliance of democracies to defend our values collectively, as determinedly as we defend our borders. Working together, we can build a new rule book, one that enables global free commerce and cooperation, but where we are not naive to the risks of strategic investment and economic coercion, where our critical dependencies are reduced, and where we cooperate to win the emerging tech race, such as in artificial intelligence, semiconductors, and space, where we work together to design a world order that is most conducive both to business growth and certainty. Above all, what's needed now more than ever is self-confidence in our democratic systems. This means putting our values above mercantilism. The lesson we learn from history is that appeasement with dictators does not lead to peace. It leads to war and conflict. Only a clear demonstration of determination deters despots. It is the only way to ensure that our values, freedom, democracy, and a global rules-based order continue to dominate for generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all longing for peace, but we cannot give up freedom to gain peace. Peace is precious, but freedom is priceless. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rasmussen. If you would like to take a seat, I'm also going to call on the other speakers of this panel. Donia Florence Arma, she's a member of the Executive Board, CIO and CHRO of Hapag-Lloyd. Welcome. Teresa Fallon, founder and director of the Center for Russia, Europe, Asia Studies. Welcome. And Irene Rummelhoff, the Executive Vice President at Equinor. Welcome. Freedom is priceless, you said. It's tough to hear that, I have to say. Let's talk about global resilience and how we make sure that freedom is something that we do not have to discuss because we're actually living it. But before we get there, maybe we start with you. What is global resilience for you? Because we do want to talk about something, but it is still something that, well, it's hard to grab, right, sometimes. Resilience, what does that mean?
Well, I guess from an energy perspective, it means that we need to have diverse sources of energy. And I think it starts with the way we talk about energy, because for quite a few years, energy has been almost annotated with a negative, feeling. But energy is good, and we need energy. So I think I would encourage everyone to start and encourage them to talk positively about energy. And we've seen that, as Anders Fogh Rasmussen said, the Ukraine war was a wake-up call, but there were certainly some signs way before that we underinvested in energy, and investors were basically spooked by stranded assets and regularity measures that were not stable and so on. So encouragement in new energy production will certainly underpin resilience. Mm-hmm. I also do think technology neutrality is important in that sense. The policy makers needs to be technology neutral, but climate champions. And what do I mean by that? Leave it, I guess, to business and the innovators to come up with the solutions, but give us the framework for what kind of CO2 footprint you want. And then I think, businesses should come up with that solutions, because we need to apply the cheapest and most cost-efficient technology anywhere in the world at any given time to make sure we have the resilience needed. So
that is very concrete already. That's very specific. That's very good, because that's most of the time I feel like it's lacking in the discussion. That's like we talk about resilience as an idea, but it stays an idea. Maybe I come to you. Hapag-Lloyd has felt the crisis before? And I'm not just talking about Ukraine and Russia, but also obviously Corona was like a problem. Like, what is resilience for you? Maybe very specific.
Yeah, Hapag-Lloyd is a container shipping liner since 176 years in business. So during our lifetime as a company, we overcame a lot more than just one critical moment. We lost our fleet for twice in our life, which needs significant resilience to sustain and still be in a market with one of the best results ever. So for us, global resilience is all about how fast can you adapt in a new environment, and a lot of arguments already shared before. But I think this is something as a company, but also as a country, how fast can you adapt to new environments, to new pressure, to new factors that are influencing your core business or your beliefs. And that's something where I truly believe Hapag-Lloyd did a good job in the past 176 years once again, because we are still there and we are still connecting the world across the oceans and we are still supporting global trade. So this kind of flexibility for us is quite key.
Maybe then we talk about what kind of threats actually would be a case that you're not going to continue, and obviously we all wish you to continue. Ms. Fallon, when you come from a historic point of view, maybe looking forward, what kind of threats do you feel come up nowadays in the global world that we have to prepare for?
First of all, thank you so much for the kind invitation to be here. It's my first time at this event, and I've just been so impressed by the level of the speakers. So I just flew in last night from Taiwan, and I feel that, especially with your comments about Russia as a wake-up call, we shouldn't, as some people have said, never let a tragedy go by, but I think that we should use what we've experienced with Ukraine as a wake-up call for what's going to be happening in the Indo-Pacific. And deterrence, deterrence, deterrence. We need to improve our deterrence because we saw what happened when deterrence wasn't strong enough to prevent Russia's actions in Ukraine. So I think it's the 8th best democracy in the world, according to the Economist Intelligence Unit. It's far ahead of the US and the UK. The people there have struggled so hard for their democracy that it's actually an irritant to Beijing. The narrative that Putin used, that NATO is a threat to him, or Ukraine is a threat to him. Well, for Beijing, they say Taiwan is a threat to them. Little tiny Taiwan, but it's the democracy that is a threat. And, we've all had a bit of a holiday from history. People talked about this. The last 30 years have been pretty darn good, haven't they? We have a comfortable lifestyle. But we realize, with the leaked document number 9, the secret document, that the People's Republic of China, the Chinese Communist Party, sees our values as a systemic threat to them. So our values of democracy, human rights, all of the values of the Enlightenment, we shouldn't just think that this is jewelry that we put on every once in a while when we feel like it for a fancy occasion. I think we really are starting to understand with the experience of Ukraine what our values mean. And earlier on, the Chancellor Scholz talked about the transatlantic system and the values that represents. And I think that we no longer are really sleepy about all of that, and that we realize that we have to live our values. So I would say that what's happening in the Asia-Pacific or the Indo-Pacific is deeply worrying. As soon as I got off the plane and you see all the, the calls for all the various people that were on the flight, it was every strategist I could think of, every high-level think tanker was in Taipei at that time. Even in the hotel lobby, I just ran into people who I hadn't seen in years. The last time I saw them was in Shanghai at conferences. So I would say that the threat level is very high, and that even the Taiwanese are just used to this environment, but they say, the war is on already. The attacks, 300 planes, ships, it's just constant, and it's a way to wear them down. So I think we, as business elites here in this room, the idea that elite capture has been strong in certain areas, and the fact that the M word came up so often. I'm sorry, but President Macron, many Taiwanese asked us, does he represent Europe in his views that no one should really care about Taiwan. That's a problem that's far away. So I think that we need to support and deter. Thanks.
Mr. Rasmussen, are we, because you are, like I said, like the founder of the Alliance of the Democracies Foundation, do you feel like the democracies that we still have are strong enough against a force like China and Russia, and obviously other countries like Iran, to just equal out that weight that they have?
Yes, indeed. By the way, I fully agree that maybe the strongest resilience would be to leave all our self-doubt behind, strongly believe in our own values. Because I mean, the fact is that we can discuss a lot of internal challenges and problems within democracies, but at the end of the day, we have a much better narrative to tell than all the autocracies. You never ever see people go to the street to demand more autocracy. People are demanding more freedom, they're demanding more democracy. Actually, in the run-up to the Copenhagen Democracy Summit a month ago, we published what is called a Democracy Perception Index. According to that, 84% of people in 54 countries across the world, including China, Russia, etc., want democracy. 84% demand freedom and democracy. So you have a big democratic deficit in the way that fewer people feel that their country is really democratic. So I think democracies are strong, and they're also strong enough. I think we have to realize that we are approaching a new world order. A new world order with two camps, a democratic camp led by the US and an autocratic camp led by China. In between, you have a gray zone of non-aligned democracies like India, non-aligned autocracies like the Gulf states and Saudi Arabia.
Where's Europe in this?
Of course, Europe is and should be in the democratic camp. The idea that Europe can play a role as a mediator between Washington and Beijing is, in my opinion, ridiculous. There is no value-based equivalence between America and China. China is an autocratic, communist state. America is, with all its flaws, a well-functioning democracy. And obviously, we should side with the democracy.
No doubt about that. There are, let's say, strong forces in America that seem to be democratic, but let's just say maybe not pushing it a bit further in a wrong direction. Let's talk about like cooperating then with both of them. We've heard today quite strongly that working with the US is interesting because regulations is not as hard as here. We heard that if they offer you a carrot, they actually give you the carrot. They don't just like show it to you and make you run for it. But still, a lot of European countries trade with China because it's a humongous market. Most of the companies can't deal without it. They're too small. So, like now, where do we stand as an industry? Maybe you want to answer to that.
I mean, for Hapag-Lloyd, China is a quite important market. We are a global shipping liner, so we are operating in more than 130 countries around the world, and Asia, Pacific, Atlantic. These are for us all quite significant markets. Nevertheless, in recent times, we are investing more in the African market and in India, for example. We just signed a deal with GM Baxi for terminals in the Indian market, acquired companies in Africa like Deutsche Afrika, Linie Nile Dutch to strengthen also these alternatives for us. But we are a global player. We are connecting globally, and therefore we have to deal with different kind of democracies, of countries, of governments, as that's what Global Shipping Liner is doing. And today, 90% of global trade is still on vessels. So we are still transporting goods around the world, and therefore we have to figuring out, where to play. We cannot ignore China. If we do it, then they have enough Chinese global trade and shipping liners on their own. Question is, how can we join forces, and how can we make sure that as an ecosystem with all partners within, we still do it in the most valuable way? Therefore, I very much like your idea about values and, what are our beliefs and where are we with our main focus and with our strategy, then linking into global values, which should be something for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to mention?
No, I think as the largest supplier of energy to Europe, we're in the midst of two things these days. It's energy security, but the energy transition. And if we're going to succeed with the energy transition, it is extremely hard to disregard China. They're 31% of the emissions in the world, 50% of the renewable investments in that. They dominate the rare earth minerals. They dominate the solar panel. So if the world wants to succeed in the energy transition, we need to relate to China, as you said, also on the shipping side. Doesn't mean that it's easy, and I think Jens Stoltenberg talked about it earlier, that there are certainly other considerations to be made, but I just wanted to point out that disruptive politics and protectionist measures is not what's going to help the energy transition, at least.
What can we do what if we do when actually Taiwan does get attacked? What does it mean? And it's like you said, it's a very likely threat to be.
As one analyst put it this way, we've been feeding a baby shark and now it's a killer white. And we thought it was going to turn into a dolphin, right? So this whole idea of Wandel durch Handel, that it was all going to work out so well. Well, now we see economic coercion. We got a nice taste of that with Lithuania, and the German car industry saw the follow-on effects of that. So China's ability to get what they want out of Europe using economic coercion is a deeply disturbing issue. Now, the tables are turning. So how do we move forward? All right, it's a country of 1.4 billion people. 1.4 billion customers can't be wrong, is what everyone always thought. But now we have to think far more strategically. No one has ever made a decoupling policy, and I think the language de-risking is far more clever, and the G7 embraced that. So we had to think strategically, what areas do we need to actually kind of move away? Now the BDI, to pay a compliment to the BDI, with their China policy or their China strategy, they warned everyone years ago about this. Now if they had heeded the BDI's report, we might not be in the situation that we're in now. Don't put all your eggs in one basket is another thing my mom used to tell me. So I think that we have to diversify. We also need to friendshore, and it's going to be hard, but we've got a heads up, and we have to start now, and these will be challenges. But look what Germany did when they were so heavily reliant on Russian energy. I mean, I'm absolutely amazed at what they were able to do in such a short period of time. So it's a crisis. We have to keep moving forward, and we can't sit back and rest.
So just because you mentioned the decoupling and the de-risking, sometimes, and I do agree with you that de-risking seems to be the more strategic word for it. I'm just sometimes worried that it was decoupling, not de-risking, and then it might be something even smaller, because the crisis, the Ukraine crisis, it sounds horrible, but it's it's not as present as it was in the beginning, so that people actually not worry as much anymore. So do you feel that that's a risk? You also can answer to that, maybe.
Yeah, but actually, I would like to comment on the discussion we had about China. And I mean, we cannot decouple from China, obviously. We cannot decouple. But we can at least demand a level playing field. And the fact is that the Chinese do not comply with WTO rules and standards. They compete with our common companies, helped by government and state subsidies from China. They do not allow our companies access to the Chinese market on same terms as we allow Chinese investments and companies in our markets, etc. So we can at least demand a level playing field. Actually, I have suggested something called an economic Article 5. Obviously, it is inspired by my past as Secretary General of NATO, where we have a military Article 5. We consider an attack on one, an attack on all. We should do exactly the same in the economic field. So if Australia or Lithuania or any other country is exposed to Chinese economic coercion, all other democracies should come to the aid of that country. Free trade agreements, investments agreements, we purchase more of their goods, and eventually we could also impose sanctions on China. So I think we need more cooperation and more solidarity among the world's democracies.
Despite the fact that that definitely is true, do you feel like that's actually going to happen? Because most countries are somewhat dependent on China, if it's on renewable energies, if it's on resources, if it's on technologies of whatever kind. Do you feel like that's going to happen? Or is then not the economy of that country more important than sticking together?
I think we are forced to let it happen. But of course, I'm also here looking at German industry, because you have just demonstrated a very strong capability to transform German industry from being very much dependent on imported Russian oil and gas to today almost nothing. It's a very impressive transformation. And I think exactly the same, you should de-risk investments in China. Last Monday, I visited some German companies, and one of them have made a very big investment, or an ongoing very big investment in China. But they have seen that they cannot get finances from American banks that feel too exposed to China. So they are now this investment is now financed from Chinese banks, which of course is good in the short term. As long as you get along with the Chinese authorities, it's fine. But I can tell you, as soon as you cross their road, come with a statement or something they don't like, they can do like this, and the investment is more or less lost. So as long as you get along with the autocrats, fine, you can make good business, but you should calculate there is a risk. So I think companies will be forced to help also. I think countries and companies will be forced to help each other in democracies much more than we've done in the past.
Mm-hmm. You wanted to mention something.
2 points. One is dual circulation strategy of Beijing. They've been doing this for about a decade. So they have been decoupling while at the same time making other countries dependent on them. So this is their strategy, and we have to respond to that. The second is we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. The WTO, the World Trade Organization, needs some reforms. So we don't have to start with square one. I think we should work hard to improve it and reform it, because we shouldn't have to, it has a huge function. And this narrative of an economic NATO, it's a great narrative, but what about the global south? We've lost the influence in the global south, and something like that will also repel them. So I think that we need to kind of make up for the lost time with the global south. The Russian and Chinese narratives is really working well there. And so we see with the votes at the United Nations, we're kind of alone here in regards to trying to get a vote to punish Russia for what they've done at the UN. It's very, very difficult. We've lost support from the rest of the global south. So I think that we need to kind of work together to make global governance more effective. And making just a club for rich Western companies is not really going to do it, I'm afraid.
But Let's come to the business side of that. It's tricky. And tricky is a word that's actually like way too soft for what's going on. It's hard. It's hard for companies. It's hard for people who want to invest. It's hard for people who need to invest. We all know Germany is highly dependent on the automobile industries. Automobile industries do really well in China, not as good anymore. We don't know what's going to happen if that's going to go down. So it's actually important to each and every one of us living here. How do we react to this? How do you make sure that, how do you discuss that in your company? You say okay, we're just going to try it another 5 to 6 years, and then how do you do it?
No, that's something we discuss, every day almost. But I thought I'd just pick up a little bit on the different reaction from the US and Europe on the Chinese threat. And I think you alluded to it already. On the energy side, we see the carrot in the US versus the stick in the EU. Inflation Reduction Act introduced a lot of tax incentives to do the right thing in the energy sector and energy transition, whereas Europe is trying to regulate themselves out of anything and put penalties. So I think there's something interesting to look at in that respect.
You're meaning exactly European Union spending more money on subsidizing and...
I think it is important for business to step up as well. So what we've been trying to do is to say, and again, I'm speaking on an energy transition perspective, I guess that's what I know the best. We've been trying to build new value chain, full value chains, and we're building partnerships, whereas, producers, infrastructure owners, consumers, build strong partnerships, and then we know exactly what's needed to make these fly. So we can have very educated discussions with policymakers, politicians, and say, this is the regulation we need, this is the policy we need in place, this is the missing money, in other words, the subsidy. So at least that's the way we are trying to attack it.
Do they listen?
Excuse me?
When you talk to the policymakers, do they listen to you?
They do. I think when you come with the full... and a lot of the policymakers in my mind, or my experience, are looking for solutions because it is difficult. It's extremely complex, what you said, both the energy security and the energy transition. So if you come with the proposal and sort of a full value chain and tell them this is really what we need, they do listen.
Do you have a backup plan? If Taiwan actually does get attacked and we do start, I don't know, sanctioning China, I don't know if that's going to happen. Do you have a backup plan for that kind of scenario?
I was listening to you, Irina, and I'm a fast follower, so we are discussing as well quite heavily at the moment the situation from a geopolitical perspective, what's going on, but not just geopolitical, also what kind of global trade would we like to ship around the world. So this is also a big question for us at the moment, and how to do it in the most efficient way when we come to sustainability, how big should be our carbon footprint, or how small can it be if we invest into the right areas. So our plan B at the moment, we are working heavily on our strategy 2013 this year. So Hapag-Lloyd gave themselves a strategy 5 years ago. It's called Strategy 2023. Surprisingly, we are in 23. None of us did oversee this kind of political situation where we are in today. Nevertheless, as I started, adaptability is for us quite important. And the Strategy 2013, does it include a plan B? Somehow, I would say. We are at the moment thinking about what kind of pocket of growth do we see we are not focusing today. So what kind of areas would we like to see growing? What kind of investments do we need? And a lot of investments going into sustainability and really to reduce our energy footprint and our carbon footprint. But at the same time, what are, for example, new markets for us like Africa, as I said, we are investing a lot. But also India and the right partner aside. So we also discussing in global trade. It's such a complex environment. You have to have the right partners aside. And it's such a quite intense business when you think about how much can you do on your own and how much do you rely on ports, for example, countries, governments, regulations. And that's something where Hapag-Lloyd has a voice, and we are trying to use it to set standards, not just in Germany or in Europe, but also from a global perspective. Yeah. So plan B, somehow we are working on it.
Because the question is, I mean, like you mentioned countries in Africa, there's also in Asia, there are some countries that seem to be democratic, but let's say they also do not share the values that we have. Like where would you set a standard? When do you say no? I mean, do you see that Wandel durch Handel has actually changed? We've seen in Russia, it didn't work. Do you see it maybe working in other countries, maybe in Asia? Yeah.
Me?
No, sorry.
Okay. Well, I think there are two illusions here. The first, as you mentioned, change through trade, that was proven wrong. It was also used in China by the Germans. And the second is the idea that, okay, we can trade with these autocracies and everything will be fine as long as we make money. But then we've kind of imported corruption into our systems, and our democracies are very fragile. And we have to be constant gardeners. We need to constantly work on our democracies because we know they're constantly being attacked from the outside. We have new technologies, the ability for disinformation. It's spreading all across Europe, all these social media. So the system's constantly evolving. There's no easy answers. We're kind of crossing the river by feeling the stones, as the Chinese say, but we need to promote democratic resilience. What does that mean? It's hard work. And the idea that I'm looking at the clock here, there's so much I want to say, but I think that, these are the challenges of our age, and we can look at history, but what's most important is we need to connect. We've decided to separate economics from politics, and I think that was a big mistake. Someone coined the term geoeconomics, and then you never need to think about anything else. You just trade and nothing, you don't have to worry about any sort of baggage. Well, there are laws on the books now in Germany, for example, that you can't use forced labor, Xinjiang, where people are held in camps, for re-education purposes, but now China has made it impossible for any company to do due diligence. They've shut down the due diligence organization. So in my view, that makes it even harder for companies to comply with laws back in their own countries. So Beijing wants to stop any sort of de-risking by not allowing you to have the information to actually show your shareholders that you're conducting ethical business. So I think that Beijing itself is making it harder and harder for anyone to carry out business there. And now, as many people in this room know, it's harder to repatriate profits. You can't take your data out of the country. And so we see these incredible figures where everyone seems to constantly be reinvesting in China, but the problem is you can't take the money out of the country. So you have no choice but to constantly reinvest and constantly feed into the system. So this is a big difficulty. Smaller companies from Germany have left, but others have, invested a great deal, and their shareholders might not be so happy the way things turn out should a crisis happen.
Then let's maybe talk about why do people do it anyway? I mean, yes, shareholders. That's a big point in that story. But for a company who can't do a proper due diligence, who can't take the money out of the country, who has to probably be in a forced joint venture with a Chinese company, why do you think people here nowadays are still kind of maybe hoping that will turn out to the good?
There's two things, hope and fear. So I think people prefer to hope. Xi Jinping is on his third, he changed the rules. He's on another term. He looks like he'll be around for quite a long time. The narrative, if you read the actual speeches that they publish, they're quite worrying. I mean, he's made it quite clear that Taiwan is the next thing on his to-do list. So I think it's a question of not when, but maybe if. We'll see. I'm sorry. The whole idea would be to kind of frighten them into appeasement or compliance. Maybe the narrative is peaking because of the elections that are going to take place in Taiwan soon. Maybe they feel that they can influence that by rattling the saber so much, so that maybe the public will be afraid and vote for the KMT, the party that actually supports kind of reunification or moving towards China, because it's not really reunification, that's another conference. But anyway, I think that I understand business interests. It's a very, very difficult time right now. And if you have sunk costs in China, it's really difficult to pivot away from that. I think the only way forward is to work with allies to bring power and pressure to bear, work through the WTO and kind of de-risk where you can. It's a process. It's not going to happen overnight. We've already seen it start from certain companies, but I think that's the only way forward. And we have to be aware that the idea of working with autocracies and not thinking that they're going to pollute our own systems, that's something I think we have learned from this experience.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Rasmussen, if we all decide that we're gonna push trade in democratic companies, I'm gonna have it right at one stage, countries, so we're gonna push trade in democratic countries, and we're gonna kind of build like a global market in countries that share the same value. Is this going to be enough to support each of these countries' economy?
Yes. I mean,
good.
The world's democracies represent over 60% of the global economy. But let's make no mistake, we will still have globalization. There will still be economic interaction with China. I mean, simple goods can still be traded with China without any problems. But we're speaking about the high-end technology where we have a lot of issues. So you will still have globalization, but globalization will change its phase. So what I envisage is a world where you will have less economic interaction between the democratic camp and the autocratic camp, and more economic interaction within the democratic camp. I think it should be much easier to agree on free trade deals. We should facilitate foreign investments in democracies. We should make exchange of technology much, much easier. When I'm speaking with companies that seek advice, I tell them, you can of course still invest in China if you calculate the risk.
Can you calculate the risk?
Beg your pardon?
Can you calculate the risk we've just heard?
Of course, you can still invest in China, but be aware of the risk. And if there will be an open conflict over Taiwan between the US and China, I think most of your investments in China will be lost. Already today is quite a challenge to navigate all the sanctions regimes and all that. So my advice would be not to decouple, but to diversify, to reduce your presence in China, to move to alternative locations, to review your supply line, etc., etc. So you will still have globalization, but it will change its phase, and the democratic camp in itself is strong enough to feed all of us.
But it is it's a pricey decision, because diversifying means you have a more global structure that you need to build. You need to be more present in different countries. You need to have different workforce. So that all of that is pricey. It costs money, right? So that means that the profits of companies that we see now will definitely go down.
Yeah, but basically, I said in my introduction, it is a question. What is most important, profit or freedom? I will vote for freedom.
Clear statement.
Well, I wish to the bottom of my heart that we could trade only between democratic parties, countries, but I'm going to be a little bit of a party pooper here and remind ourselves that the world is still 80% fossil fuel based. And we all know where the majority of the fossil fuels are. And there's some in Norway, fortunately, and some in the US. But beyond that, it tends to be in non-democratic countries. So I think I wish we could get there, and I wish we could get there sooner. But realistically, right now, the world is dependent on non-democratic countries for their energy sources. So, but in Equinor, we're at least doing our best to remain a stable and reliable supplier of new and old energy to Europe.
Do you feel, when we talk about next level, that when we talk about resilience, that the hydrogen that we now seek as the next level of future energy, that we're actually on a good way there, on a good path?
I think hydrogen is definitely needed in the energy transition, and there is I would say, not very constructive discussion on whether we should use green hydrogen or blue hydrogen in EU. I think, you know, the hydrogen molecule is the same anyway. If you really want to go for green hydrogen, you're dependent on import from probably non-democratic countries. If you want to have blue hydrogen, Norway is ready and willing to help you with that.
If you allow one last word, because the topic of today was the global resilience, and we are focusing a lot on the geopolitical side, which is super important, but what we didn't touch so far was really this kind of sustainability aspect when we talk about also global resilience, because as I said, we are connecting the world with our vessels. We are facing a lot of climate extremes at the moment, which are risking our vessels when they go from A to B. And these are also areas where I'm looking forward to get a little bit more support from our politics to do the right investments, because whatever we do today has an impact in 25, 30 years easily. Each and every vessel, each and every technology, how we sail our vessels. Is it wind? Is it hydrogen? Is it any kind of alternative fuel? Every decision we have today has an impact in 30, 40, 50 years. And this one we didn't touch, but I think it's also quite an important topic when we talk about global resilience. It's not just the geopolitical side, which is super important, don't get me wrong, but it's also, you know, I would love that is the only thing, but we have also a climate crisis in front of us, and companies have to deal with their investments within. So just...
Where we do come back to trading with non-democratic countries, again, because we do need the resources that sometimes come from those places, unfortunately. There would be a ton of other questions that we could ask, and definitely that discussion is not over. Global resilience is definitely one of the biggest challenges of our days, I feel. We're going to continue discussing this, maybe here next year or at other places. Thank you very much all for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And with that, I'm going to hand over to Isabel.
Vielen Dank an Ina und ihre Gäste, und einiges, was von gerade besprochen worden ist, nehmen wir mit in das nächste Panel. Wir müssen Politik und Wirtschaft enger miteinander verknüpfen, und das tun wir jetzt gerne.
Closely link business and economics, which we're doing with our keynote. There are good days, there are bad days, and there are days we have to stand together. That's how it is. You know, we're celebrating 60 years of the Franco-German friendship. That friendship has sometimes been creaking along, but it's still very important for Europe and for the future.
Relationships between France and Germany are fundamental for the future of Europe, especially in these times, and especially with regards to European sovereignty. How can both countries come back together in a much more close way? Become more independent from other superpowers in the world, work together with regards to the race for global tech leadership, with regards to innovation and the transition of our economies. I am very happy to welcome this evening on stage here Laurent Spoon, the French Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs. Bienvenue.
I wanted to say danke, but she's disappeared. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually a very great pleasure for me to speak to you today. this very impressive gathering of the German industry really represents a major contribution to the economic success, not only of your country, but of Europe as a whole. And today's discussion will be focusing on how Europe can maintain and even develop its strategic sovereignty in the shifting winds of global economics. I really want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my views on it, because I believe this is really an existential issue. And there are at least two essential reasons to develop the EU strategic sovereignty. An offensive one, because we must acknowledge that we are a top player on the planet. And if you do not believe that one, or if you shy away from that, a defensive reason, because the past decade has shown us concentrated dependencies can lead to economic disasters that have been affecting and could affect all of us again quickly if we do not react more strongly and faster. So on the offensive side, what I'd like to start, and taking lessons from our US friend, is to actually promote a bit the EU. The EU is one of the largest economies in the world, with a GDP per capita of 25,000 euros and 440 million customers. That's more than the US. It is the world's largest trading area. It ranks first in both inbound and outbound investment. The EU has the means to secure its prosperity while being faithful to its values, democracy, and openness through economics. That's for the offensive side. But on the defensive side, COVID, the Russian war, or even the financial crisis, all of those have shown that we must manage much better our interdependencies, whether they are energy, commodities, or sophisticated input. And because that may sound a bit theoretical, let me give you or share with you a concrete example. China, and I believe you've been talking about it, at least in town, China is heavily endowed with critical commodities. It supplies 2/3 of the world's critical raw materials. It hosts most of the global cobalt refining capacity. China is most likely the only country with control over almost the entire supply chain of electric vehicle batteries. And if that's not enough, today, 7 out of 10 electric vehicles sold globally are manufactured by a Chinese firm. From 2016 to 2022, Chinese FDI in the EV value chain surged more than 40-fold from $605 million in 2016 to over $24 billion in 2022. And meanwhile, Europe's share of global investment in lithium-ion batteries has dropped to, you know how much? 2% in 2022. So we must react, and we can do it. It would be foolish to believe that rising geopolitical tensions and all the major challenges to the post-war rules-based global order we are seeing today will not last. They will. And because they will, they command the EU to react to this. So the question is not whether, it's how. Obviously, and I know you won't expect that from a French minister, obviously not through protectionism. Europe's history Europe's history is based on a positive approach to trade and codependencies. A significant share of the EU prosperity comes from trade, both within the EU, with the single market, and outside the EU, with a common trade policy. But to this effect, we have been leveraging on a predictable and constantly developing international economic rules-based order. But the world has changed, and we need to adapt. The EU can and it must strengthen the alignment of its economic, trade, and foreign policies. And that's called economic security, and it's essential for our prosperity. So where does that lead us? I have two messages for you. The first one is how to further strengthen our industrial base, because today is the industrial day. And the second is how to leverage on our strength to protect a global level playing field, as well as our interests, exactly like other powers are doing. So let me start with the first one. I think we can only be as strong as our industrial base is. And this starts with a very ambitious European industrial policy. And there are currently two challenges on which we can improve. The first one is bureaucracy, and the second one is energy. On bureaucracy, thank you. I mean, really, we need to cut that. We do want to speed up all administrative procedures. We will be happy with the Net Zero Industrial Act when we can call it the Complexity Reduction Act. And for example, we must reduce IPCEI appraisal time to 4 months. That should be our ambition, not 1 year or 2 years. And the reason we French want to set up a sovereignty fund is not to get more debt, it is to simplify and speed up access to European funds to support better investment in strategic sectors. On energy, our objective is very simple, and I'm sure you talked about it just before. Our industries need reliable supply of low-carbon energy at competitive prices. And that's the main gap we have with the US. In practice, that means increasing the share of local energy production, such as renewable, and the use of all decarbonized production sources, respecting national energy mix. And in particular, this means completing the reform of the electricity market design by the end of 2023. I mean, truly, I believe that affordable low-carbon energy is the basis of Europe's competitiveness, and it's the most urgent. Now, for industry to thrive, obviously, it needs to have access not only to affordable input, but also to significant markets. And this is why we are pro-trade. We must have an ambitious trade agenda. Ambitious doesn't mean naive, it means being strategic and requiring reciprocity. We support, for example, the forthcoming agreement with New Zealand. It is balanced, it is sustainable, it is strategic. We support an agreement with Chile. It's also very strategic. And when we talk about reciprocity, we also mean public procurement. Our public markets cannot continue to be accessible to third countries if those third countries do not open their own market to EU companies. We want a reform of the EU's public procurement directive to ensure better reciprocity. And if that does not happen, then the EU will have to show firmness and restrict access to European public procurement markets to companies from those third countries that remain close to us. And obviously, we need to integrate the challenges of securing input into trade and diplomatic relations. So that was my first message. The second one is to leverage on our strengths to preserve the level playing field and protect our interests, not our market. Anyway, we have tools, we do. We need to use them to defend the level playing field. Those tools are trade defense instruments, and they're available to ensure that our industrial policy efforts are fruitful. So I'm thinking in particular of strategic sectors such as electric vehicles. The regulation on foreign subsidies is now coming into force. It should enable us to fight back on distortive subsidies with all the firepower of our economic power. And this is simply about restoring fair competition for you and for us. Beyond that, we must also protect our data, our critical infrastructure, and our technologies. And for this, we need to close the loopholes in the foreign direct investment screening system. This is a prerequisite to protect our data, to protect our infrastructure and our technologies. And for this, we support the compulsory adoption in each member state of a screening mechanism for a well-defined perimeter of strategic infrastructures and technologies. As an example, only certain 5G providers should be allowed in our systems. Last, and I'll come to the conclusion, we have to act on digital technology and especially cybersecurity and the cloud. We have to strengthen European cybersecurity levels by implementing all the legislation adopted in this field. No more legislation, but implementing the ones that do exist already is enough. And that would include reporting incidents and vulnerabilities due to severe security flaws that would impact the production of industrial chains to the relevant national authorities. We are also in favor of putting in place a protective framework for the most sensitive European personal and non-personal data. Basically, we cannot allow not European authorities to access our data without authorization. And this is what the cybersecurity certification schemes for cloud services is about. If I'm very blunt, the cybersecurity certification scheme, that's really about addressing the issue of some extraterritorial regulation. And now I'm coming to the end. So these are the messages that I believe we need to focus if we want to strengthen European strategic sovereignty. It's energy reliable at low prices. It's about cutting on bureaucracy. It's about protecting our market and fighting to get market abroad. Thank you very much. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. And I would be happy if our other panelists would join us now. I would like to ask up here Christian Sewing, CEO of Deutsche Bank, Peter Carlson, CEO of Northvolt, and Timotheus Höttges, CEO of Deutsche Telekom. And if you would like to join me here, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Hello, good to have you. Good to have you all here, up here on stage. Thank you for joining. I would like to ask you, after your description of European sovereignty, what support do you expect from Germany?
A lot. We obviously have the same objective. First, really to make Europe the strongest economic power in the world, which we can do. For this, we need to agree on an energy strategy, decarbonized, reliable, at a competitive price, and that's the discussion in Brussels today. We need a very strong industrial policy, investment in the strategic sectors, and that's what you've been discussing today. I mean, technology, energy, we can be first. I think sometimes, as an example, we forget that the Inflation Reduction Act is likely a reaction to Europe putting in place a lot of support for green industry. And we work hand in hand to actually make the Commission help us do that faster and in a simpler way than what
it has been doing sometimes.
Yeah, that's actually what we've been hearing today, that the idea is wonderful. In German, we have the saying, gut gemeint ist nicht gut gemacht. Like, you do it, the intention is a good one, but the way it plays out, it doesn't play out the way it's supposed to. And, this morning somebody quoted the bureaucracy monster in Brussels. So obviously there's lots to do. Now, let me ask the three others here. Let me ask the men up here on stage. Do you agree that Europe can be the economic powerhouse #1 in the world?
This is like the German national team, we can play Champions League or we can play the First League, but I think in certain areas we might be First League. I only can speak for the digitization and for the digital infrastructure, and I think it will take years to catch up to the ecosystem of the Americans and the ecosystem of Asia. Mm-hmm. And the reason for that is simple, is exactly what you described, what was not executed over the last 15 years. What you described, I hear since 10 years. We have no digital single market in Europe. We have 27 markets. In every market, antitrust rules are trying to protect 3 or 4 operators at minimum. This makes 120 players in Europe competing. We have 35 operators in Europe with less than 500,000 customers, and they are running the machines totally unproductive. While in the US, where Deutsche Telekom is with 100 million customers, with 3 operators in a competition. We have economies of scale, we have the power, to generate cash flow, we can drive innovation, and we can drive infrastructure build out. And this is since the last decade not changed in Europe, and therefore, if we are not fundamentally changing the paradigm of how we are dealing with digitalization and how we become only consumers, only users in this digital ecosystem. So I think, the gap is widening. Just, to draw a picture on AI and other pictures, I have heard Anelf Alpha and other companies in Germany now, which are unbelievable innovative, but the big players are sitting in the US, and we are traveling to the US. I'm just coming back from the US, and we are operating with OpenAI, with Microsoft, with Bard on Google, but we are not operating with European players in this regard. We missed that boat. And to be constructive, we should, as first facts and brutal facts. That's the first start to change something. The problem which we're having is we have a learned paradigm how we were successful over the last 30, 50 years. And it's very difficult for us to unlearn. And we need not, always the old answers for the new world. We need a picture, a strategy, how we want to create a world in the next 5 to 10 years. And then we define a new regulation, a kind of new definition about where we are investing. But I'm missing this discussion about how we want to shape the world of the future and what kind of regulation and political impact is needed.
So let me just ask you very quickly for a few sentences on the complacency. How do we get rid of the complacency in Europe then?
Look, first is I think we need all this curiosity for new technologies. The first thing is always starts with us.
Well, I think there's curiosity, but then people leave, right?
Sorry?
There is curiosity, but then people leave because it's easier to do business elsewhere and to do the research elsewhere. And
I'm facing in AI and new technologies which are coming, Web 3.0 and other things, I'm facing first the question of what is the risk for me, then rather what can I do with this? We are always, seeing something as a threat than rather something as kind of a playful a tool which we can use. The second what we need is, I think, that starts as well with competence. And I'm not addressing that only to politicians. I think it starts as well in the companies, in the way how we are dealing with these new technologies. The second what it needs an understanding about where the money can come from to even greenhouse, to start businesses. I give you another number. In the 50s to 70s, Germany invested 4% of its GDP into innovation. By the way, why? Because every product which we are producing is losing price value and is getting commoditized. That's happening with telecommunication, that happens with industry production everywhere. So if you want to have a growth economy, you need always this element of innovation to grow a company and to grow a state or to grow Europe. Since the 70s, you have constantly reduced the spending in innovation. Today, we are at 1%. While China and US is innovating with 2.5% or even 3% today. So the gap is widening. We have to spend more money for these innovations and for long-term perspective, both from IPSAI, from the European Commission, from the governmental service, and as well from the companies. The third thing I think what we need is another regulation. In my industry, over the last decade, there was only one paradigm, which was get the prices down. This was the political intention. By the way, consumers love it. The price for telecommunication in Europe is 50%, half of what we are earning with our customers in the US. Now think about if you have a machine with 100 million customers plus double the price of Europe, where do you think is the profitability? It sits in the US. And if you have profitability, you have cash which you can reinvest in your economy. And this is the spinning wheel of an industry which is working. When you only reduce prices, as has happened in our industry, today, almost every big telco is not earning its capital costs due to the super investment which is there in the low prices. So I'm a little bit pessimistic with regard that Europe, with this kind of regulation, is going to catch up.
He's giving you a lot of homework. So he was talking about money, perfect cue for you. Do you believe in Europe as the economic powerhouse in the world, and what needs to change on the capital markets within Europe for this to happen, actually?
Well, first of all, it's always difficult to follow Tim Höttges because everything what he said, you can almost one-to-one copy and paste to the banking industry. By the way, By the way, also the pricing for banking products in the US versus Europe, it's exactly the same. Capital markets and advisory business in the US is double as attractive from a pricing point of view as in Europe. I think we are missing three items, and then I come to the Capital Markets Union, but also there, as Tim is rightly pointing out, let's speak the facts. 2009, the global share of the EU 27 countries in the capital markets was 22%. End of last year, it was 10%, it will go down to 8%. Now the problem is that some people are saying, oh, that's not bad because the nominal investment is the same. We lost half of the share in the capital markets. And why? Because you have investors in Asia, you tell them it's Temasek, GIC, you have the Norwegian investors, and they are simply not prepared to invest into 27 different regimes. It's exactly the same like for the telecommunication. And the problem is not only that the regulation is different. A capital markets is not different from the harbor in Hamburg. And let me explain that to you. The deeper the water is, the more liquid is it. And that is so important, why it's so important now also for a harbor in Hamburg, that it digs and digs because the big container ships must come in. And once you have a big harbor with a lot of liquidity, then you immediately get the other capital markets participants like venture capital, private equity, all that is coming. If we are not managing to getting a capital markets union in Europe, the Green Deal will not come. We have 500 billion of net investments in Europe, which needs to be financed over the next 30 years. Each year, 500 billion. Imagine that number and just take the 100 billion of defense budget which we had in Germany, rightfully so spent last year and approved last year. That was 100 billion. That was almost a generational financing and investment, again, for the right reasons. We need 500 billion of financing in order to turn this economy to net zero over the next 30 years per year. If we don't get the capital markets union, i.e. one capital market for Europe, we will not get the money from Singapore, from Asia, from the US. Now, the chance is actually great because the people believe in European engineering. The people believe in our democracy. The people believe in our values. But we need to offer something efficient. Something efficient, it's one market. And if in those days where globalization is at least halted, I'm not saying it's coming to a stop. I'm a firm believer in globalization, but where we have a different globalization than ever before. If we don't work on a European Union from a product market, but also from a capital markets union, we will not make it. The preconditions would be there, but it needs mindset, it needs braveness, and it needs to decisions. And if it doesn't come, we will not make the Green Deal. And I think that's actually something which is linked to growth, which we urgently need.
I would like to, just as I did with Tim Höttges, ask you a second question, and takes us a bit away from what you just said. But up until now, we regard the dollar to be the world's leading currency, and we know that China has ambitions to change this, probably. We've been talking a lot about China. So what would it do to the European sovereignty with regards to financial markets and the issues you've just explained if we move to a more multilateral world currency system or world leading currency, if the dollar loses its importance?
Well, I think, therefore, the most important is that we have one European market first. And this has nothing to do with the Capital Markets Union, but we need to make sure, like Tim was just saying for his telecom industry, that once we are doing banking business, that we have the same treasury and liquidity regulations across those 27 countries. Do you really believe, this is for Deutsche Bank, where we're operating in 16 European countries, that I have the same liquidity rules around the European countries, that I can move liquidity from right to left? I can't. Now, if we can't make that liquid, and liquidity is all about markets, you need to have liquid markets, and that means that you need to move liquidity. If we can't do that, then we will not actually compete with the big currencies. Again, Europe has the capacity to make it. And that also means, in my view, like we need to do it sometimes as corporate CEOs or bank CEOs, you need to take decisions and you also need to make the one or the other compromise while you take a decision. But standing still, banking union, capital markets union is standing still since 10 years. If we are not moving on this, then the euro will lose. However, the investors actually want a strong euro. The investors want to have European banks being part of the strategic landscape. And therefore, it's so important that we start with one European market. If we work on that one, the Capital Markets Union will come by itself. And as bridging instruments in order to get there, let's rework securitizations. Let's make sure that the bank's balance sheets is getting more liquid so that we can finance more of that what is coming, which is the future of Europe. If we don't do this, then we will lose out. And then obviously, if there is no investment coming into Europe, then also the euro will lose.
Now our hopes are pinned on you. How do you perceive Europe's potential?
Well, if I give my perspective as a humble entrepreneur on Europe's chances in e-mobility, if you look, which is basically combining an electrical powertrain, a battery, and a vehicle. On the battery side, obviously, the battery industry kind of evolved in Japan. It moved to Korea, but really scaled in China, and where we are, somewhere 5 to 10 years behind in that scale up. If we then look at the electrifications of vehicles, you can really say that the modern drive really started in the US West Coast, and again was very strongly adopted by China to drive scale with China's plan to go from zero combustion engines by 2040. So China kind of adopted both and poured a lot of money into this industry. They looked at what was working, what was not working, and the things that were working, they were pouring more money into and created a number of giants. Like CATL, BYD, etc. I still think Europe have a good shot. We are a couple of years behind, but we have, if you look at the basic research, I think we are on par when it comes to what we see in other regions. I think we have some of the best brands in the world when it comes to consumer brands in the car industry. I think we have fantastic tool and machine builders that can develop and that can drive productivity gains in the industry. And we have a thought-through sustainability agenda that if we combine and drive this together, as well as pushing, the initiatives and the entrepreneurs forward, I think we can catch up. I absolutely think so.
She mentioned the access to critical raw materials. How much leeway do you have right now to set up a safety net along your supply chain?
So if I look at where we are, we have secured the raw materials we need for our first phase of our expansion. And we've done it with allied countries like Australia, like Canada, etc. And we're right now working how to scale those raw material supply chains beyond the first factory that we're building in northern Sweden. And I do think it is going to be super important for EU to really drive strategic partnerships with countries that sits on these assets to build even stronger supply chains, because the upper hand today obviously is with China. They are incredibly active in Africa, in Indonesia, etc., where there is very strong growth of these strategic minerals. And I think we need to be significantly stronger there as a united Europe.
So how are you preparing for a potential increase in the tensions between China and the US around Taiwan?
From our perspective, for example, one of the things that we're doing is that we're building a joint venture in Portugal to build what we think is the largest lithium refinery in Europe. We're building it together with Galp in order to build independent supply chain and independent dependency of China, both on lithium as well as on graphite and some other areas. You mentioned cobalt. We are today incredibly dependent, but there is an effort, a strategic effort to build independent supply chains. It will take a little time, but we will get there.
What's a little time?
I would, a 5-year period with some significant effort.
I was going to ask you, you mentioned the access to critical raw materials, and when we have this discussion around these materials and around China or other countries, we only talk about the access, but we never talk about the access to the trade routes. So how does Europe maintain or become strategic sovereign with regards to access to trade routes?
Okay, first, I'm always surprised when I hear such sad speeches. We have here 3 CEOs of amazing companies in Europe. And you talk about the past 15 years, but I think we all need to change our mindset. Who's got 5Gs? Europe, right? The US hasn't got that technology. We just don't have it enough everywhere in Europe. And by the way, we have 2 European companies, and if everybody was endowed with that, then we could develop a lot of technology. So the unique market is not just us, it's also you. You're talking competencies. On digital, we're training as many scientists as the US, but they go to the US. Do we offer them the same condition here? Perhaps we should be thinking about that too. There has been a revolution. Would you have heard about industrial policy only 2 or 3 years ago? Frankly, that was like a French idea. Again, the state intervening.
there is an industrial policy. State aid has been relaxed. Germany is the main beneficiary of it. So I'm very surprised, to say the least.
Very diplomatic.
Now, on your question, sorry, which I forgot.
Yeah. So much goes into being strategic.
No, critical raw materials is, so there are two things. One is critical raw materials, super important. I was very happy to hear how you're dealing with it. France had been setting up a fund, public-private, to help secure raw materials, because it's true that it's often in areas of the world which are not always secure, and there's a fight for this. It's scarce. We must work together. And now Germany is doing the same. And I think this is an example of a great Franco-German collaboration. We need to deepen and extend, I agree, but it's something which is very big. Trade routes. We have here as well the opportunity as Europeans to actually help businesses, that is, if they want to be helped, of course. One is export credit. The two countries in Europe doing the most export credit are France and Germany, and then a few others. We can use that as a leverage to access some of these raw materials and to support trade. The same, we've talked about Global Gateway. We need to give meat on this skeleton as well. And funding, and there's a lot of funding, it's scarce, it's multiple, exists, and we can get better organized.
In your speech, you mentioned that only certain 5G makers should be allowed in our system. And I thought, what was going on in your head when she mentioned that?
Look, first, let me say, I didn't think that is a sad story for me, because if I see the magenta light here, you know, I feel always good. But independent from that one, you know, 10 years ago, Deutsche Telekom had a market cap of 30 billion. And we decided to go outside of Europe because we thought the preconditions of these markets are not sufficient. And then we invested in the US. Today, Deutsche Telekom is more worth than Vodafone, Telefonica, Orange, and British Telecom together, thanks to the US market and thanks to the precondition of that market. We are growing people and employees, 75,000 people in the US. At the same time in Europe, Europe has lost 50% of their workforce in the telecommunication market. So it's not a sad story. Capital markets are not emotional. We are looking to the facts. We are entrepreneurs who are investing where you get money for the buck. Simply as that. And you don't get it in Europe. And the politicians should question, should Europe be an area where we can invest patriotically, where it makes fun to grow our business and where we can. If you're not making profits or sufficient profits here, how can you go into innovation? How can you build supercomputers or whatever? I would love to build a big software company, you know, aside, but my money is so focused on telecommunication, and it's always, you know, the hedgehog and the bunny, and I can tell you it's not sufficient in telecommunication, what is that's left over. So I think, you know, the question is, what is the framework in which entrepreneurs or companies are operating in certain industries? And it's good if we have some industries which are developing nicely, and I'm only talking for the digital ecosystem, but where are the cloud providers in Europe? Where is AI? If I would be a startup and I have to share with Digital Market Act, with the AI Act, which is now being discussed, with the GDPR, and with all the legal consistencies, I would not start my company here. I'm not able as a startup to handle AI here. I go outside of the market and build my company in this environment. And this is my problem I have with Europe. We are talking the right things, and I'm sad if Europe is becoming a region for the Chinese traveling and watching our nice castles and having hotel visits. I want an industry production here. I want a telecommunication lead here. I want an AI and innovation hub here in Europe. But I can only tell you, the framework of the politicians and from the regulatory environment from Brussels is not given. And even if you have good intentions in Brussels, We have IPSAI money, which I think is a consequence of saying we have put money into IPSAI. I can tell you, since 2.5 years, we are trying to apply to get 1 cent out of this IPSAI for. Then the bureaucracy is so complex that at the end of the day, you need endless to get the funding for this future project. I think it's not sad. We have to wake up and just, slip up the sleeves.
Can I ask you something?
I'm sorry for being that emotional, but if somebody's saying a sad story, he is guilty. I don't feel guilty because I have taken big decisions by investing on an annual basis 21 billion.
Yeah. May I ask you something?
So,
why are you
5G.
still in Europe?
Look,
why are you still in Europe?
we are in Europe because,
why are you personally still in Europe?
Look, we have sold some markets and have closed them. And in the markets where we're operating, we have still, a decent profitability, but we have a significantly better profitability in the US. Yeah, and that is why we have now 70% of our activities in the US market. But I think that's not the relevant question. The question is, the whole portfolio and let's say the overall profitability of a company which we are operating in.
Now, we have 3 CEOs here on the panel. We had Ursula von der Leyen, the EU Commission President, in the headlines today with regards to economic safety and the idea of perhaps implementing export controls for know-how. How do you 3 feel about that? I've never silenced 3 CEOs at the same time, I have to admit. So Ursula von der Leyen made the headlines today with regards to economic safety and with the idea of export controls on know-how. How do you 3 feel about those things? Maybe you would like to start.
I can comment a little bit around it, and we acquired a technology company 2 years ago in Silicon Valley called Cuberg that is doing a 50% higher energy density battery for aviation, and we spent a year negotiating with the Department of Defense and Department of Energy around how we would maintain the core IP in North America and how we would prevent that core IP to be diluted to certain countries. I don't think that was a bad process for critical IP that was developed, and I could see Europe being a little bit more aggressive around that.
Mm-hmm. How about you when it comes to innovation in the banking sector? Who are the key players and
look in the banking sector? First of all, I think you need to differentiate. I think in particular when it's about client data, when it's about everything what is really to the belongings of client, we need to be extremely careful, and I think there we should work with all the regulations we have, and potentially we even need to improve further regulations. There is no doubt. But I think what we miss a little bit in the discussion, when I have here this word Zukunftswende, and I take your point very serious, and I'm also not a sad CEO. Otherwise, I wouldn't have we wouldn't have been able to turn around the banks. And to be honest, I think the overall European banks turned around quite nicely over the last 15 years and have been actually part of the solution, in particular during the COVID crisis. But what we discuss here, where do we go from here? And the key item is, how do we make sure that we get growth back into the system? And you cannot get growth back into the system if you downscale or if you focus on individual markets. And therefore, my request is only, if we want to grow from here, we need to actually think about how we can grow together as Europe. Think about items which we discussed for years and years, and therefore the fact that the capital market share dropped from 20% to 10%, that means that net new investments are not going into Europe. That is something which we should take damn serious. And if we take it serious, because I also said at the end of the day, the investors want Europe because of the engineering, because of the manufacturing, because of our democratic values, but then we also need to provide the platform for that. And therefore, I do believe if we really talk about Zukunftswende, then let's talk about that, what is missing. And I think we now need to take the decisive step, by the way, that also individual countries need to make compromises in order to move ahead. And that's, I think, what we owe the next generation, because I grew up in a fantastic Europe, but if we want to maintain that welfare, what we have right now, we need to invest. And for investments, you need financing. And there, I think we have, for the time being, a little bit of a sad story.
I think
Sorry.
Yes.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, we've been working on the Capital Market Union, as you know, since the financial crisis, roughly, and the Banking Union. And we are making progress. I agree it's too slow. I used to be in the insurance business, so I know what it is to have 27 prospectus in different countries. I completely understand. What I was trying to say is it's true we have a lot of progress to make. But I think if you look at things objectively, over the past 2 years, we have made, we as European, France, Germany, and all the others, huge progress. Perhaps not fast, and I've been highlighting some shortcomings, but we have done them. And you're right, we need more investment. We won't manage the energy transition without more investment from the private sector as well as public. Same with the digital transition. We are welcoming any suggestions of harmonizing regulation. You know how tough it is since you work in all those countries. And this is something that firms, business, and policymakers can actually do together. What I was trying to highlight is the changes in terms of state aid, in terms of regulation. I said we need to cut down on bureaucracy. What I was also trying to highlight is the change that you've seen in industrial policy clearly goes against the competition policy we have been having for the past 10 to 20 years. And I think it's a marked change that we should all embrace, right? Because it will help also what you were saying, to reduce the fragmentation of the market. But I've never known a winning, you mentioned football champion team who was not bracing itself for success before criticizing on what could be improved. That's just what I was trying to say. Thank you.
So our time is, it's your applause. Our time is almost up, and I don't want to let you all go without asking the question around decoupling and de-risking with regards to strategic sovereignty. Now, I realized you didn't really want to go into the Huawei discussion, which I kind of handed at you, but in your business, and if you think about the 5G makers and the parts makers, de-risking versus decoupling from China, for example, where do you draw the line?
First, I'm not hiding away from the discussion about Chinese equipment. You know, we underlying legal requirements where we are fulfilling CRITIS in every regard. In the IP aggregation network, in the core network, there's not any Chinese equipment at Deutsche Telekom. The question is, you know, is an antenna a critical element, yes or no? And, you know, we can argue that now. Under the German law, it is not perceived as a critical element. By the way, every mobile phone is an antenna and a sender as well. So you can question that in this regard as well. So we are fulfilling legal requirements. And if Germany would decide, you know, we are banning all Chinese equipment, fine, then we will immediately do everything, you know, to fulfill these requirements. I believe, you know, that it's not a wise recommendation because we should manage the interdependencies of industries. I just believe that, you know, banning an antenna would have consequences to other industries which are sitting maybe here in the room who are trying to sell their products into China at that point in time. Second observation, I believe that, you know, open markets, international competition, the battle of ideas and the best solution is what is driving evolution, what is driving wealth. And therefore, I'm for open markets. I'm not for protectionism or closing or whatsoever. I recently heard a car manufacturer who said, if you can survive in the Chinese market, you can survive everywhere. And therefore, we are training our muscles in China, you know, to be competitive in India and other markets as well, which I find, let's say, quite a wise comment. So therefore, if and there are areas where we see unfair competition, where we subsidization, where we see that states are abusing, a fair on eye-level competition. In these cases, I think companies must be protected. And therefore, I'm not sure whether we are now making a totally change in our policy or whether we are using our legal instruments which we currently have. And with regard to the US, for us, the US is the best partner in the world. I do not want to have, let's say, a close border between the US and Germany. These guys are helping us. Without the Ukraine, would be in a devastating situation. They share our values, Americans. We have learned from them. A lot of our industries have high dependencies from technology to be successful. So therefore, I think the TTC, the negotiations with the Americans, a good and open dialogue, and a regulatory environment in Europe, which is adapting the same rules of the game as the Americans, I think this would be a better solution than closing the borders. But there is no simple yes or no to your answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm so happy to get different perspectives during these 2 days on it. De-risking, decoupling, where's the line?
Oh, well, I think, if you look at the overall European industry, I think, we can't talk about decoupling. And, we always tend to talk about the global DAX companies, the global CAC 40 companies, but look at the family-owned and mid-cap companies who have a huge dependency on China. Now, we can all say, what did we do in this regard potentially wrong from a concentration point of view? But we are there, and therefore I think it's all about the right level of de-risking and making sure that we diversify more. And diversify means that we need to find new markets. By the way, like we discussed tonight, the first new market is one European home market. That would be the first step of further de-risking. And we can see actually in Deutsche Bank a lot of mid-cap clients, family-owned clients who are approaching us in order to get the advice on how can we actually diversify our network into more Asian, Latin American, but also African countries. And this is exactly what we should do. I think decoupling from China would be exactly the wrong signal. And again, would put us into a huge uncompetitive situation, and therefore can only be diversifying and, in this regard, de-risking.
Where would you draw the line between de-risking and decoupling?
I think we are incredibly dependent on Asian companies in this transition, specifically in my field. I do think it is important to create regional champions. Out of a couple of reasons. One is that I do believe that the economic growth of Europe is significantly larger if we have regional champions that work with university, that innovates, that work with machine builders, that is building supply chains, etc. The economic development for a region and the competitiveness for the customers, the car industry and other industries, is crucial. So I think that is very important. The other thing is on sustainability. An average Asian battery today that is being imported comes with a carbon footprint of somewhere between 100 to 150 kg of CO2 per kilowatt hour. If we transition the entire car industry with that footprint, we're creating a new carbon footprint the size of half Germany's. And I think that's not the intention of the green transition. And I think we want to do it in another way. And Europe can show the way there.
Laurence Boone, what can Germany and France do together so that Europe does not turn into Venice, a term that our former economics minister Sigmar Gabriel once used in a speech, and which kind of, goes in the same direction that you just mentioned. You don't just want tourists here in Europe. It's old, it's beautiful. It used to be really important for trade and for the global economy, but now it's just beautiful.
There has been a huge change, as I was saying, over the past 2 years, and we need to accelerate on this change. You're the examples of successful businesses, right? So there are three things. One is competency. We lack skilled people.
we do have good people, but not enough. We must train them, and we must retain those people who leave Europe to go elsewhere. And this governments cannot do alone. They need to do it with businesses, right? Because they employ people. So we need that competency, also because we've got a demographic problem. We need to decide what's strategic. And I think it's been decided. It's basically everything, but it's green and digital, energy and digital. And I think these two are keys. And one of the things is to move faster on reducing our dependency in energy in terms of gas and increasing what we can produce ourselves or diversify widely. And the third thing, I think we all agree we need to complete the single market. This is our biggest attraction and our biggest strength. And it's not perfect, far from it, but we are having a good basis, and we are a lot more pragmatic than we used to be. And on this, France and Germany can really work together.
And with this, we will close the panel for tonight. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much for your attention. And I know these discussions aren't always easy, and there are lots of emotions involved, which shows how much we all care about Europe. Thank you.
Jetzt bleibt uns auch für heute nur noch vielen Dank zu sagen an Sie alle. Vielen Dank im Stream auch fürs Zuschauen. Das war auf jeden Fall ein spannender Tag. Wir haben wahnsinnig viel mitgenommen.
Genau, und morgen geht es in die nächste Runde und wir freuen uns sehr und dürfen jetzt schöne Gespräche wünschen bei der Summer Reception, Ina.
Genau, und wenn Sie Lust haben, morgen von 9 bis 10 Uhr gibt es noch 3 Side-Events, wenn Sie dahin möchten. Das eine geht um das Thema zirkuläres Wirtschaftsmodell, dann geht es vom All in Alltag und über das Thema künstliche Intelligenz.
So, after saying goodbye for today, we're starting tomorrow, and we will have on the main stage our program from 10:30. We'll hope to see you again. Have a lovely evening, and back again tomorrow.
Wir wollen doch beides, dass die deutsche Industrie in der Welt erfolgreich ist und dass es dem Industriestandort Deutschland gut geht.
Nicht so hoch ist.
Wir sind mitten in der Zukunftswende. Gut, dass wir einen klaren Transformationsplan für unser Land haben und gut, dass wir auch danach handeln.